Can you hear me now? Fucking Streamlabs didn't update. And of course it changed all my audio settings when it updated. Because why wouldn't it? Okay. Alright. Anyway, I asked how is everyone doing? And then I said that we are finishing up the common route today. We still have the side routes to do after this, but today is for the common route. Hope everyone's excited. It's Cubai. It is indeed the Cubai. Got all the achievements in Metro 2033. How is Metro 2033? I have all those games, but I never played any of them. Lately, I've been trying to push through Mass Effect Andromeda, because I used to love the Mass Effect series, but God, Andromeda's bad. I'm like 40 hours into Andromeda, and I still am like not having any fun, so I think I'm just gonna drop it. I'll probably just play some Zelda. Or I've been wanting to start Dragon Age, so I might check that out too. I'm farming the same boss over and over again. Farming is like never fun. It doesn't matter the game. I don't know if I've ever enjoyed farming. But I feel ya. I've been doing a lot of farming lately too. And I'm just like, ugh, why am I doing this? The missions are fun. Well, I do love me some shooters. So maybe I will check out Metro. Farming is the sole reason I can never get in MMOs. Yeah, it's just, I don't know. I'm not a huge fan of it either. I've never been like, oh my god. I can't wait to farm. You can be Rambo and kill everybody, or you can stealth. Yeah, I would never stealth. That would never be the option for me. I'm just generally not, like, very good at stealth. But I think it's because I've always been a pretty good shot in shooter games, where it's like, why am I wasting all this time sneaking around when I could just fucking pop the dude in the head and not have to worry about it? You know? Instead of being... Also because I'm an anxious person when I'm doing stealth segments in games like that. And it's like, the dude isn't dead, so I'm like, what if he comes up behind me, you know? What if he's... You know, what if he's still there? But it's like, if I just kill him, I don't have to worry about that. You know? He's definitely not gonna be behind me. If he's dead... You have to reload 2 times. What do you mean? The guns use air? Like you use air bullets? That's kind of wild. Don't know how it's named in English. Oh, okay. I was gonna say. Seems odd. Also, I think it's like airsoft weapons, but the ones that really kill. I'm trying to think what you mean. And I have no idea. Maybe it's something exclusive to the Metro series, or if like if I played it, I knew it. I knew what you're talking about. Like a blow dart? I don't know. Trying to think of a weapon that would need air. Hey, what's up, Rob? A compressed air that shoots balls of metal. A BB gun? I don't know. Like I said, I do own all the Metro games, so maybe I'll just check it out and then I'll tell you what it's called in English. Well, a BB gun wouldn't kill anybody, so you're thinking of something else, but I can't really place what you're talking about. Airsoft? No, he's saying things that, like, kill stuff. Airsoft wouldn't kill anybody. Actually, I'm just gonna Google it now. Compressed air gun that kills. That's gonna... Bolt pistols? Hey, Paulo. Oh, let me... It's, air guns and Metro. Oh, okay. Like, it's something unique to the Titkar is something unique to Metro. I think we're good now. I think it was just lag. Streamlabs had an update today, and like every piece of fucking software, there's an update that doesn't work, and then there will later be an update that fixes the last update, because no service can ever just properly update their shit. This is why I like never update my software. It forced me, I had to restart my computer before I started the stream, and so it forced me to update Streamlabs. And then at the start of the stream, my audio settings were off, and now it's like lagging, so, I mean, I'm sure it'll just be a disaster. But whatever, we're still waiting a couple seconds for some YouTube notifications to go out. Hey, what's up, Alpha? And then we can get started. I'm also doing something real quick. It was a great game. Yeah, I'm trying to find a game to play that's not like my usual grind right now. Outside of like Genshin and Star Rail. So, it's either going to be Dragon Age or maybe pick up the Metro games. I've never purchased a Metro game, but I own them all, because they like always go on sale, or like they always go free for some reason. I don't really know why, but Metro games are like the first to like be given away. Did the original Metro or the Redux? I can tell you all the ones I own. I own Metro 2033, Metro Exodus Enhanced, Metro Last Light. Hey AK, what's up, man? Are there like HD remakes of those games or something, Francisco? One second, we'll get going here. We're right at the end, so as soon as we hit start, we're going to be jumping right into it. Because we left off at the last possible cliffhanger of Common Route. So, we're going to be getting right into it the second we start. So any late arrivals will be devastated. Yuri Lowenthal is a good VA. I like his uh, his take on the Venom Spidey reminds me of that old Spider-Man cartoon. You guys know what I'm talking about with Venom, where he got like super edgy. I like that it kind of sounds like what a really nerdy guy would think is like a scary and intimidating voice. Not an actually scary or intimidating voice, but it's like if a nerd was like, I'm gonna take you down. And you're like, okay, yeah, sure. Also, what I noticed, I don't know if anyone else noticed this. I'm sure a lot of people have noticed this already. But you know how PlayStation announced that like new handheld device for the PlayStation 5? I think it's really funny that they're calling it the PlayStation Q, because that's like just before the letter U, so it's basically like they're saying we're one better than the Wii U. I laughed so hard when I like heard that the name was PlayStation Q for that handheld device, and maybe it's not actually what it's going to be called, but like that's their prototype name. Oh my god, that's so funny. Spider-Man 2 is Web of Shadows 2? No, Spider-Man 2 is the visual remake and reimagining of Sam Raimi's Spider-Man 3. The video game. Because the old Sam Raimi Spider-Man 3 movie tie-in game had Black Cat, Kraven, Venom. Black Cat wasn't in Spider-Man 3? I know, I said the game. She was in the third game, right? Guess I could be wrong, but I was pretty sure she was in the video game. Alright. Shall we do it? We waited 15 minutes. We're gonna be jumping right into it, guys. We left off last with the betrayal of Hospital Dad, who is now I don't know. He's angry. He's got a big fake D sword, and he's not afraid to swing it. and they're fighting each other. And then Taku got hit with the psychedelic beam, and now he's tripping. Taku's currently on a bad trip. He can't find his D sword, and he's thinking that everything's out to kill him. That's what happens when you take psychedelics, kids. The Noid beam, yeah. So don't do drugs. Or you'll end up on the rooftop of your high school, imagining your childhood best friend dead. That's what happens. Feels weird to start the stream off like towards the end, because it takes me a minute to like get back into doing the voices for characters, but like we're gonna be right off in the super dramatic. And I'm gonna need to like put some emotion into the stuff right away. Alright. Taku lost his whole family. Don't be like Taku. I would simply not be an orphan. When I was born, I would just choose. I did, actually. I decided no. I'll not be an orphan. And that was that. I will be the anti-orphan. I don't know. Why didn't Taku just choose to have parents that loved him, honestly? What good is being a gigalomaniac if you can't just choose to have parents that love you? You know? Destroy orphanages to make them stop being orphans. That's a huge play. Huge play. Alright. He is woken up only to find that his D sword is gone. What? Damn it! I concentrated as hard as I could. But since he's in a delusion, he can't have his delusions. I imagined the pale light of the sword. Come on. I couldn't see him or sense him. But Dad was probably right in front of me with his huge D sword. I think he actually has the coolest D sword, by the way. I think I like his the most. Sakuma. I like his sword a lot. Why can't I make my D sword appear? I can't see it. It's always supposed to appear when I imagine it. Wouldn't it only appear, though, if there were other people for him to send out the delusion to? And there's no one here. He's alone on the rooftop. Huh? What do you want to talk about, Kurisu? The helmet is kind of lame. Yeah, the fact that he has to wear a backpack like a Pokemon trainer and a helmet is kind of lame. But the D sword is kind of cool. You know. Here he is. He's reliving the dramatic moment where his childhood best friends kill each other. Sarika was standing there on the roof. And so was. Don't try to fool me. With your power, you know exactly what I want to talk about, right? Hey, it's that dead girl. It was Kurisu, standing in front of me, talking. She's alive! Kurisu is... That's not right. My sense of logic dispelled the hope that was forming in my mind. This is mind control. Is it? I think this is just a delusion. Dad's power is causing me to hallucinate. Oh, I guess. Could you mind control someone into hallucinating? I always picture that mind control would just be like a physical control. Like, they would still have, like, their thoughts, but you would be, like, controlling their body. I guess you could, in theory, if you could mind control someone, you could make them hallucinate, I guess. Because that's a function of the mind. But right, do you guys, when you think mind control, you just think of, like, you're mentally puppeting somebody to, like, do what you want them to do. Is it lagging? I don't think so. This time it might be on your end, Francisco. Yeah, I think this time it would be on your end. The two of them were right in front of me, but didn't seem to know I was there. Well, they actually didn't interact with him during their entire fight either, so... So you found out, Kursu. Yes. Suddenly, Sarika changed. The smiling, happy girl from the newspaper cloak disappeared. That'd be cool if they changed her character sprite here, too, and, like, gave her a new outfit. She used her D-sword to take off the student uniform and then just had, like, her cool evil person outfit. She became a cold, remorseless killer. Stop it! I knew I was being mind-controlled, but I couldn't help myself. I felt a cold chill in my heart, and all the hairs on my body stood up on end. Then you must know what's coming next, right? Sarika's D-sword appeared in her hand. Yeah, I still don't get why Kursu did this, man. What a waste. Nono didn't seem surprised. She just glared at Sarika. Stop! Stop it, Sarika! Are you going to kill Taku too? No. I will keep him alive. That's why I exist. I don't believe you. That's why I'm going to stop you, even if it kills me. Like her death just ultimately meant nothing. I thought you'd say that. That's why you're in the way. Stop! I screamed as Sarika stepped forward. But there was no sign she heard me. I tried to summon my D-sword, but it didn't work. I tried to get between the two of them. Only to realize I couldn't move. My legs felt like they were rooted to the ground. Why? Why? But my head was clear. I couldn't let this happen. I knew I had to stop it, but... Sarika and Kurasu's D-swords clashed with each other. They created a flash so bright that I was forced to close my eyes. And then Kurasu's D-sword cracked. Why wouldn't Dr. Daddy just stab, Taku during this while he's diluting this? You made a mistake. I can see exactly what you're thinking. I can't believe you still thought I was your friend. Sarika kept moving forward. No hesitation on her face. Stop! No matter how much I screamed, they didn't hear me, and I couldn't move. Sarika crossed right in front of me, carrying her gigantic, deadly weapon. There is no friendship within me. And in the next moment... Taku. I'm sorry. It felt like she looked right at me. This game loves to play that sound effect. I actually think that sound effect is played more now in this game than it did in Chaos Head. Zerika's D-sword ran her through. I am upset! My vision blurred. I felt a cold wind on my cheek. I could see the city in the distance. Huh? I could hear a sob. I've been crying without realizing it. I looked around, forgetting even to wipe the tears from my cheeks. The roof was lit up by the moon. There was nothing here. There was no one here. Of course, there was no sign of Serika, or Kurisu's body. And what was that? Calm down. This is all mind control. All just a hallucination. It's a fake vision that Dad created. That's right. Like a movie. It has to be. Kurisu died by Serika's hand. Serika killed Kurisu. That really did happen, I saw it. But it's not happening now. It's all part of the past. There's no changing it. Shouldn't he be having, like, the equivalent of, like, a lucid delusion at this point, since he's, like, very aware that it's a delusion? Don't try to fool me. You know what I want to talk about. Again. The two of them were just standing there, like they were before. So you found out? Yes. Then you must know what's coming next. Are you going to kill Taku? No. I don't believe you, for some reason. I thought you'd say that. The two of them played out the exact same scene. There was still no sign they noticed me. My heart began to pound loudly. I remembered how it felt to hold Kurisu's body in my hands. The smell of her blood, the way the warmth drained from her body, and the way her eyes would never look at me again. Calm down, I tried to tell myself that over and over. That was just part of the past. Screaming wouldn't change the fact I couldn't interfere with it. No. Maybe this wasn't even part of the past. I hadn't heard this conversation. Everything except the fact that Serika had killed Kurisu could just be a hallucination my dad created. I tried to run away, growing ever more frustrated at my unmoving legs. But nothing worked. Which made sense. After all, the real me wasn't even here. I was on top of the stage, trapped in a hallucination, with Dad and his gigantic D-sword standing in front of me. I like that he keeps describing it as gigantic. There's no other adjective that he has for his D-sword. He's just like, it's huge! You made a mistake. I can see exactly what you're thinking. I can't believe you still thought I was your friend. Serika raised her D-sword. It was happening again. I never wanted to re-experience that horrible moment, but it was happening all over again. I looked away. I tried to, but my head wouldn't move. I couldn't take my eyes off the scene. Then Kurisu looked right at me. Taku, what are you doing here? Why are you hanging out? Serika killed Kurisu again. Then I found myself back at the beginning once more. On the cold, moonlit roof, I wrapped my arms around my body tightly, trying to warm myself against the freezing air. Hey, wait a minute. He's not supposed to be able to move. What was that? Kursu looked right at me. I saw her looking at me, I'm sure. She saw me? That's impossible. I'm not really here. But I know that was her voice I just heard. She was definitely looking right at me. If I'm a real Giglomaniac, does that mean I have the power to interfere with the past? If that's really true, was that the real Kurisu, and not a hallucination? Calm down. My head hurt, and I was losing the ability to think. This is an illusion. It's all an illusion. There's no way I can interfere with the past. What do you want to talk about? Don't try to fool me. With your power, you know exactly what I want to talk about. Not again. I don't want to read through this scene again. On my third time seeing the exact same thing, I was finally able to close my eyes. Stop. I don't want to see her die anymore. I put my hands over my ears to block the sound. But I could still hear them saying the words. The last conversation Kursu would ever have flowed directly into my head. You made a mistake. I can't believe you made a mistake again. There is no friendship. I didn't have to look to know what was happening. I knew the expressions on their faces and the looks in their eyes. The angle Serika held her D-sword, and even how she was going to swing. I knew it. Hey, Nyx. Taku, why won't you save me? I suddenly opened my eyes without warning, and felt the warm blood splash on my face. There was no time to scream. I shut my eyes tightly, but I could feel the wind on my cheeks again. I was stuck, frozen on the roof. The muscles in my face had tensed up. There was nothing funny happening, but I was letting out a noise that sounded like laughter. My teeth were chattering. What do you want to talk about? Don't try to fool me. I covered my ears, but their words went into my brain. I didn't know how I could possibly be any more confused. What was that? Why was Kurisu in front of me? Why won't you answer? Stop! Please! I didn't want to open my eyes. I wanted to keep them shut. But for some reason, the moment she was killed, they opened on their own. She kept dying in front of me. Kurisu had taken care of me, kept me safe, before I'd even woken up from my coma. From my perspectives, that was before I'd even known her. She was a part of my family, the only big sister I had. And she kept dying over and over again in front of me. Why do I have to die? Maybe you should have asked yourself that before you randomly went to confront the killer by yourself, for no reason, without, like, bringing any backup, or anything, or having any sense of communication. Oh wait, this is an illusion. Calm down. Calm down, don't yell at the character sprite, it's an illusion. My head hurt, but the pain didn't even work as an anchor to keep my mind connected to reality. This Kurisu was a hallucination. I knew that. What's up, Ivan? But the words she said were ripping my mind apart. Why didn't you save Yui? Why did you try and solve the case at all? I mean, even if he didn't try to solve the case, right? The killer was their dad, so it's not like he didn't know what was going on already anyway. Kurisu looked at me and kept asking me. Were those her last words before she was killed? Her dying screams? Her final message? No more. I already said I don't want to see her die again. Stop! My eyes were closed, but I could see her death repeating again and again. The D-sword running through her chest. The blood everywhere. The tiny sound coming out of her throat, like air leaking from a bag. Her blood was hot when it landed on my face. It didn't have that metallic smell, but it was hot. I couldn't tell. Was this really a hallucination? Maybe this was the real person. And maybe this is what she'd really thought. Why didn't you save me? Why didn't you save Yui? Why did you try and solve the case at all? I told you not to do anything dangerous. I told you not to get revenge. It's all your fault. Hey, nice, Nix. Good luck on your project, man. I heard a sound somewhere. It was the sound of something snapping. I think the snapping was the stitching in Kurisu's uniform when she got stabbed. And so her uniform went, so it ripped open to make room for the sword through her abdomen when she died. I didn't want to see anything anymore. I didn't want to hear anything anymore. I didn't want to feel anything anymore. I closed off my heart, wishing for nothing more than that. Hey, don't retreat into your shell now. I'm sick and tired of seeing you stop moving because of guilt. I heard a voice from somewhere, speaking directly into my head. But I held my hands over my ears anyway. I didn't want to hear anything. Fine. I have to make it so you can't stop them. You ever heard of wood-burn heroin? Anyway, see you in a month. Have fun breaking. What is that? It's not a drug. Who was... Alright, let's see exactly what it is. It's an experiment. Yeah, I'm trying to see if we can find the experiment here. So I can summarize it. I'm shocked the game didn't give a tip here, but I guess it's like a serious moment, so they're not going to. But it feels like this would be a great moment to give a tip of like what this experiment is. It will tell you? Oh, okay. Alright, we won't need to Google it then. And then, like a computer monitor being powered off, everything disappeared. What? What is this? It was dark. I couldn't see anything. I was in a huge, dark, empty space. like nothing I'd ever experienced before. I couldn't even tell if my eyes were open or not. I tried blinking, but the darkness didn't change. I tried to rub my eyes to see if that helped, but my hands wouldn't move. Not just my hands. Nothing moved. There was no sensation of standing. There was no feeling of weight in my body. Huh? Am I lying down? Am I floating? It's almost like I'm in zero gravity, or just floating in water with no resistance. Like my body is just drifting along. The only thing that existed was silence. I could hear the sound of my heartbeat echoing. Even in the overwhelming darkness, I felt a little better. Anything was better than seeing Kurisu die again and again. It didn't matter what, compared to hearing Kurisu's last words over and over again. I did nothing but float. It was like almost being asleep, but there was something stopping me from falling asleep altogether. It felt weird and unpleasant. I tried to at least do something about the floating. There was nothing to grab onto, nowhere to stand, and my body wouldn't move. I wanted to find something solid. I tried my best to find it. And suddenly I realized, where am I? What am I doing here? No. This has to be more mind control. The darkness is just another hallucination. I was born in the darkness, molded by it. Ah! I tried to scream and wave my arms, but there was no sound and no movement. If I couldn't move, I wanted to at least feel something with one of my senses. It'd be a bright light, screaming, even pain. An awful, bitter taste, or even a horrible smell. If I didn't find something fast, I'd lose track of where I ended and where the darkness began. I know. What about my shoulder injury from where Dad knocked me into the seats? I desperately tried to feel the pain in my shoulder, but it didn't work. I couldn't feel anything, even whether or not it was bleeding. It felt like the darkness was gradually burying me, like ants swarming over a piece of candy. The boundary line between my own body and the rest of the world got blurrier. No. I finally remembered a certain piece of info. I remembered what my dad said just before this happened. Woodburn, wasn't it? I matched the name with what was going on. That was a famous experiment, if I remembered. Sensory deprivation experiment. He would put subjects in a soundproof room that was completely silent, blindfold them so they couldn't see, then tie them up with a straitjacket kept at exactly the same body temperature to take away their sense of touch. Except for eating simple meals and defecating, they were kept on a bed at all times. The purpose of this experiment was to find out how many days a human being could last in that state. The result had been far less than what he expected. The most any of them could endure was 2 to 3 days. The worst ones would complain about disturbed thinking after only a few hours. If they continued with the experiment anyway, they would start hearing and seeing things and go insane. Oh, I remember this. Okay. I totally remember this. A human being can endure long periods of time with no stress or stimulation. The experiment was now banned because of how dangerous it was. I totally remember hearing about this. Okay. And then I remembered something else. Something terrifying. What did Dad say to me? See you in a month? Is he going to make me spend a month like this? Where do you remember this from? My psychology classes in college. Kind of like the I ran the experiment. It was me. I'm why it's banned in the States. But yeah, now I just like remember the experiment now that they've given the description of it. It like finally like clicked in my brain. I remember learning about it. Like people were kept like super isolated and stuff. This study on like under stimulation and boredom, and like how it will make you literally go insane. I couldn't even hear my voice. The first change was to my sense of vision. About 2 days had passed, from what I could tell. It would have been about dinner time. I wasn't sleepy or hungry. At some point, I started counting numbers. 1 second. 2 seconds. It was meaningless, but it felt like I'd go crazy if I didn't do something. When I just about passed 100,000 seconds, the darkness in front of me began to shine. Who's there? It wasn't a camera flash or a light bulb. It was just a blurry glow. That was all. I couldn't see anything else, or even move. I just turned up the volume. You can hear like a little, a heartbeat. What would you guys do if you were isolated for a few days? Define isolation. Because, I mean, I've been isolated, like, in my apartment for a while before. But this is a different level of isolation. Like, I still have constant stimulation in my apartment. I could talk to people, text them, call them, message them, watch videos, play video games. You know, there's a lot of things I can do when even just in my apartment. But this is like another level. Hey, what's up, Liz? Wandering would go insane because they wouldn't be able to wander. Yeah. Make a video like Mr. Beast. If Mr. Beast gave me $1 million, I would probably do this for a day. I wouldn't want to go 2 days though. People have like horrifying like psychological breaks if you do this for 2 days. But if Mr. Beast was gonna give me $1 million, I would do this for a day. But I would probably not want to do it for more than that for my own mental health. Imagine if we made the whole world isolate. Never. I would simply astral project. Yeah. So yeah, define the levels of isolation, because I feel like this would this level of like no stimulation to me, I don't even know if I could last 2 days. I feel like lasting a day would be a stretch for me. I would go pretty nuts. I think technology in video games has definitely like lowered my attention span to the point where like I don't think I would go clinically insane, but a day of pure 100% zero stimulation I think would drive me pretty nuts. Like I would be very uncomfortable and very stressed out. You know? Quarantine be like. It's pretty scary to think about, yeah. Because, like I said, I mean, I would still probably like undergo a day for $1 million, like Mr. Beast style. But a stay in darkness is better than complete white, I think. No, because white would still give you stimulation. Um, Darkness is like the complete lack of anything. It would be much harder on you, like mentally. If you were in pure darkness, white would still be something to like process. It's still like information to hit your retinas. Might be odd, but back when I was a kid, I was scared of outer space because of the idea of isolation. Yeah. There's probably some astronaut that got fucking spaced at some point. We just don't know about it. That would be my big space conspiracy. Not that we didn't make it to the moon, but at some point, like one astronaut, his cable got disconnected from the spaceship and he just endlessly drifted off into space and faced like a horrifying death. And NASA just didn't report it. NASA was like, we don't know what happened to that guy. Earth's gravity would bring them back eventually. They'd totally die, but they wouldn't drift off. Really? Even that far out? I heard there was a torture method to keep prisoners in a room where everything's white to make them insane. I mean, if you keep anyone in a singular room for a really long time without any stimulation, they'd eventually go insane. But the degree of which you strip them of stimulation would increase how fast they would go insane. I remember an iCarly episode where they went to space. I never seen iCarly, but all right, that's funny. Russian sleep experiment. That was like an old copy pasta. That's what I started to think of first, right? Yeah. What do they call those? Creepy pastas? Yeah, I remember that, dude. Would everyone go insane? What about people that do stuff like meditation? Yeah, I mean, you would still like go nuts, but meditation's a bit different. Was the Russian sleep experiment ever real, or was it just a creepy pasta? I remember that being posted all over the internet. I know the image was definitely fake, but um, I'm sure the Russians probably did something like that at some point. But I do remember that creepy pasta. It's an urban legend. You still get stimuli when meditating. It's sadly fake. Yeah. Well, I know like the image was definitely fake, but I didn't know if at some point. I feel like the Nazis probably did something like that at some point, where they just like forced people to stay awake. The Nazis were cruel sons of bitches. But I know the creepy pasta was fake. Which creepy pasta? The Russian sleep experiment that Kyler was referring to was a really cool creepy pasta back in the day, but it was like, um, I guess I could just look it up. But basically, um, the Russians experimented on these people by giving them a drug that prevented them from sleeping, and eventually it like started to deform them and shit because they like never slept and they became disfigured and shit. Uh, but yeah, something very similar. What was it? I could just look it up. Uh, if you keep people awake for a long time, they become more suggestible. This doesn't actually tell the story. This just explains why people believe it. I remember people watching a video on this now. Yeah, if I posted the image, I almost want to say trigger warning if I post the image, but if I post the image that was famous for, or not post it, but if I put it in the stream, it's a really creepy picture that's totally like fake, but you'll remember exactly what I'm talking about if you see the picture, because this was the picture that like here that like went viral with it. This story. Let me save it real quick. None of these are actual images. They're all web files. God damn it. Ever locked in a gas changer that was stimulated or something, then locked in for a month, they started ripping themselves apart? Yeah. If you read the creepypasta, it's really silly. Every creepypasta is really silly if you don't go in with the mindset of like wanting to be scared. Like if you go into it like legit, it's always really funny. But if you go into it with the mindset of like it's late at night, you want to be scared, and you tell you're like ready to tell scary stories to people and stuff like that, like then it can actually be scary. But you have to go in um just that it's easily discredited. Oh yeah. But yeah, they all start basically they I can't find like the actual image for some reason. Like and get it to save. Okay, here we go. Um but yeah, like you have to go in with the mindset of wanting to be scared. Okay, so I'm gonna put that image on screen real quick. So look away for like 5 seconds if you don't want to see it, because it's kind of a creepy image. The creepy pasta thing. So I'm gonna show it in just a couple seconds. So look away if it'll creep you out. I guess this is a game with a lot of blood and gore, so I guess I don't really have to give a trigger warning, but still. Creepy pasta stream win? Yeah, right. I would love to do that. Anyway, I'm gonna show it for like 5 seconds. This is the thing Kyler was talking about. It just shows like a disfigured like dude, like very clearly like photoshopped or like is like some makeup or something on a dude, but still kind of creepy, right? You has the creepy pasta for you. Me on Monday. Yeah, it used to be like really viral. Okay, I'll hide it now. But yeah, like the premise sounds legit for a second, but it gets more and more absurd. Yeah, like I know specifically the story, um, is not real, but I was wondering if like anyone ever did an experiment like that. Like, has there been a me when I watched the Keep Eye stream at 3 a.m. Yeah, but I was wondering if there's ever been like a sketchy sleep experiment, not specifically like the creepy pasta, but like a experiment like that. Let's see, real sleep deprivation experiments. Because there's no way that they haven't done like an actual sleep deprivation experiment. Oh, I do remember this story. I actually studied this in one of my psychology classes too. The story of Randy Gardner. I remember this. We talked about when we were in one of my psych classes. I remember this story. The dude went 11 days without sleep. Yeah, basically, like the longer you go without sleep, you just kind of like lose the ability to like cognitively function. You read a creepypasta in psychology class? No, like the real story of Randy Gardner. This is a like real. The Randy Gardner sleep experiment is a real thing, not like a creepypasta. He's in a the guy was in a controlled environment and stuff, like and just stayed awake for as long as possible. Um, yeah. So basically, you just start to hallucinate and become paranoid, and like you don't have like you have difficulty remembering things or whatever. That's kind of interesting. I was awake for at least 48 hours. I've pulled in college. I once went 4 days without sleep. During one of my exam weeks, my junior year, I stayed up for 4 days to like just cram and study the whole time. Um, I recall briefly starting to hear voices on the fourth day, and then I I slept for like 24 hours after. Do you need normal people for that research? I heard there are people that are pretty much sentenced to death because they can't fall asleep. You mean people with like insomnia? Yeah, you would want to um do the experiment on someone who has like a natural sleep cycle to show what it would how it would affect normal people. You'll legit start to hallucinate if you don't get enough rest. Yeah, yeah. I stayed after that. I never wanted to do it again because I remember feeling on the fourth day, like when I started to like kind of hallucinate a bit after my exams were done. I like got really freaked out, and I like vowed to never do that again, and to actually like study before my exams. But basically, I was just like not prepared for any of my exams this one semester, so I just decided to stay up the entire time. And yeah, it was not a good decision. It was I stayed up for 4 days every day of the exam week, and I was like, well, never doing that again. It was, I remember being like how horrifying it was because it was like one of the posters in my apartment. It felt like it started to talk to me, and so I was like, ah! And it just freaked me the hell out. It's fun having to go back to school when you spent weeks staying up till 6. Yeah. The name of the genetic disease is fatal insomnia. Yeah, there are some people that have to like be drug induced to go to sleep, but then they never have like a natural sleep pattern because if you're ever placed unconscious, it's not the same as falling asleep. Like people think that if you're put to sleep, um, you'll still like rest. Um, that's not true. If you like lose consciousness, if you're drugged like to be unconscious or anything like that, it's not the same as like natural sleep. And you'll never become rested while like being knocked unconscious. And yeah, there's some people that like literally can't fall asleep, and so they have to like be their sleep has to be drug induced, but they can never really be well rested because of that. I was watching the PS4 showcase stream without sleeping, and I almost died. Got to reach REM or whatever. Yeah, basically, you'll never reach REM when you're like drugged or like to lose consciousness or whatever. And so, and that's REM is basically like the state of being when during your sleep where your body starts to actually recover and starts to actually get the benefits of sleep when you reach REM sleep. Which is why, like, if you want like an efficient way to nap, you need to figure out. You can do this with like a sleep test or something. But if you want to efficiently nap, um, you need to go to do a sleep study and figure out when you naturally achieve REM. Because achieving REM is like a different state for everybody. Some people go into REM sleep like almost right away. Some people it takes them a while. So you'll want to figure out when you like would achieve REM sleep and nap until you achieve REM for a little bit and then wake up. Because if you go to sleep and then you wake up before you go into REM, like your nap is entirely pointless. It won't do anything for you. What's the point of artificial sleep? So the person just doesn't like go insane. Like your body still will like get some benefits of like being artificially put to sleep if you like can't sleep at all, but REM is where like your body truly gets the benefit of sleep. It's like the really important stage that you like need to hit to actually become well rested or anything like that. This is a fun topic. Sleep is really interesting, but personally, I wish we could go without sleep. I feel like if there was one thing I could get rid of, it would be sleep. The Australian National Sleep Research Project says 18 days is the longest anyone had gone. That would have to be fairly recent. That Randy Gardner thing was like in the early 2000s, I'm pretty sure. And he went 11 days. But he could still function on like a subconscious level, like, but he like couldn't remember stuff. Because part of the experiment, which is interesting, is like he starts to count backwards. Like they ask him to count backwards, and then he stops at 65, and they're like, "Why'd you stop?" And he was like, "What was I doing?" Randy's record was broken a month later. I think Randy's record was broken by people who just were doing it, but Randy's was the one that was actually like documented. Like I'm pretty sure he had like actual doctors with him to like take documentation and record like real like information and study his experiment. But I think Randy's record was broken by like net like crazy Guinness World Record chasing people later. But I think Randy's was the one that was actually documented and studied. Wish I was a sim and could just drink 20 cups of coffee. Same. Sleep is awesome because it allows me to dream and stuff. I guess, but I feel like wouldn't it be better to just never feel tired? Like if you just felt well rested all the time and you didn't need to sleep, wouldn't that be a worthy trade off? I would take that in a heartbeat. My favorite experiment is when they secretly put a guy in a fake city, fill it with thousands of actors to make him think his life was real. His name was Cuba. Yeah, it's me. I actually live in North Korea. Just become a cyborg. I'm rarely ever aware of my dreams. To become more conscious of your dreams, you need to like naturally go to sleep before you're exhausted. The likelihood of you remembering your dreams is much more slim if you only go to bed when you've like your body's reached the limit of like it's becomes a struggle for you to keep your eyes open. Like if you stay awake as long as possible and then go to bed, you'll sleep harder, so you won't really remember your dream. But if you go to bed before you're like super tired and you naturally drift into sleep, you'll actually remember your dreams more often. Fun facts. Me sleeping extremely hard. Yeah. From what I read, drugs don't work on fatal insomnia long term. You're basically sentenced to die. Yeah, no, that's what they're saying. That's like, um, or Liz, that's what I was saying, right? Is that they get drug induced sleep, but you don't get REM sleep if you're drug induced sleep, so you don't really like sleep. It just kind of like delays the inevitable, and you get like some benefits by being like achieving the minimal levels of sleep, but you never really get any healthy like body recovery without REM sleep. So yeah, fatal insomnia, you need to like, or you'll never achieve REM ever, and so then you're just kind of fucked. And the drug induced sleep will like prolong it, but not for long. I think it's the fact my body is constantly under the effects of caffeine. That'll definitely influence it. Caffeine will definitely fucks with your sleep schedule or like your natural sleeping rhythm if you have caffeine in your body. Because even if you go to sleep because you're tired with caffeine in your system, it's you like still won't sleep like efficiently because your body needs to slow everything down when you go to sleep. But caffeine keeps everything moving because it's a stimulant. Get a blue light filter on your phone. Yeah, I use that setting a lot on my phone, like when I'm trying to go to sleep. The iPhone has one built in, um, that'll like filter the blue light out. I think the shampoo I use has caffeine in it. No way. What? Does it like? Do you like soak it directly into your brain? Caffeine shampoo. No way. I kind of want to try that. Oh. I guess not, actually. It wouldn't do anything for me. It does not soak the caffeine into your brain to give you energy like I was hoping. It makes my scalp tingly? No. That's, yeah, I will pass on that. I'm thinking about switching to some sweet drink without as much caffeine. Yeah, caffeine is like really bad for you. I I say this as a person who is pretty addicted to it. Um, so I don't sound like a hypocrite because I still consume a lot of caffeine. I'm aware of it, but caffeine's really bad for you. Like, I still use it all the time because I enjoy the feeling of caffeine. But it's really bad for you. If you can go without caffeine, you should. There's a lot of negative health effects that obviously aren't like advertised because caffeine's in like everything, and there's a lot of money in caffeine. But yeah, caffeine's really bad for you. It's bad for your heart. It's bad for you like sleeping naturally. It's just bad in general. But caffeine's in so many good things, it's hard to stop. And I mean, it's a stimulant, so you naturally will feel really good with caffeine. That's why a lot of like sodas and pops and stuff have caffeine in it because they want you to associate feeling good after drinking it. The caffeine shampoo stimulates hair growth. Yeah, that's why when I looked it up, I was like, yeah, I don't need to use this. That's why you would use caffeine shampoo. I'm an average water enjoyer. I drink a lot of water too. I drink at least 2 cups this size of full of water every day. Um, like these big mugs, I always fill these up with water and I drink them throughout the day. So like try to force myself to actually get water. Like I'll fill this up when I wake up in the morning. Or usually I'll fill it up before I go to bed and put it in the fridge. So then when I take it out, it's in the morning. It's really cold, but I'll drink it throughout the day. Um, but I wish I just could drink water and like be satisfied. They call me Aquaman. I can't like drink just water. I need like other drinks. I like water a lot, but like I need to drink something else or I'll get bored. I just enjoy drinking, which I know sounds weird. I'm not an alcoholic, but I enjoy all the different types of beverages as long as it's not carbonated. But I'll drink way more often than I'll eat just because I like drinking. Can we go back to putting cocaine in soda? Yeah. When did America become a bunch of cowards, bro? Let's put the cocaine. Let's put the cocaine in. I don't know how true it is, but caffeine works best after you wake up to increase your sleepless time, and the only thing it does when you're already sleepy is increases your blood pressure. Yeah, you would want to. Caffeine is best when you first wake up, for sure. So that way, when you crash, it's like a natural crash. If you drink caffeine only when you're tired, when you crash, it'll be like a more groggy type of crash because basically all the caffeine did for you was hide how tired you were, and that's like bad. You don't want to do that. Obviously everyone does because that's like the purpose of caffeine is to keep you awake. But if you really wanted to like use caffeine efficiently, you would use caffeine as soon as you woke up after being well rested. Wait, that happened before? What? The Cocaine and like drinks. Yeah, that used to be the original Coca-Cola recipe, dude. That's why it was the Coke a cola. Well, the original recipe. I was born in the wrong generation. Like someone might think you're joking. Yeah, I know, right? I was born in the wrong generation, and it's just me drinking a bunch of Coca Cola. You're gonna go for a run? Nice. Listen to the stream via your AirPods. Wait, Rob! He has his AirPods in. He's only hearing the Cube Eye stream. Let's start putting fiberglass and asbestos back into everything. Let's just get rid of health regulations. They're like, um, they're just anti-American. How are you gonna filter what goes in my body? I want the Coke. Give it to me. Gonna get the PlayStation pods? Oh my god. I like how they looked exactly like AirPods too. That's what was funny about it. Gonna get the PlayStation pods and the PlayStation Q. It's not right to eat pine cones off the ground. Bro, if you want to eat the pine cones off the ground, no one will stop you. They're free. You can just eat them. It's your right. It's not even illegal. Just eat them. Yeah, it'll give you a good crunch. It's like a crouton in a salad. Imagine the last thing you ever heard is Cube streaming. A blessed way to go. First, when people spoke about Coke, they were talking about the drug. Exactly. Fighting off the storms, attempting to steal my tasty snack. Indeed. Eat the porcupine eggs. Are porcupine eggs spiky? I've actually never seen a porcupine egg, but now I'm curious. Why is there not a character in Sonic that's a porcupine? Oh. No. Porcupines don't lay eggs. Oh, but they're a thing. Okay. Oh, these are like the little things that like get stuck in your clothing and are super annoying. Oh god. That was all. I couldn't see anything else. Did you think porcupines lay eggs? For a second when you typed it, I was like I had a no thoughts moment when you said it. I was like, wait a minute. I think I used to call them like brills or something. Or burrs. I used to call them burrs. I guess porcupine eggs is a name for them. I was told they're called gumballs. That's funny. Yeah, they hurt, dude. When you get them like stuck to your legs. I think burrs are something different. Um, I think it's just a nickname for them because one of their technical names is cockleburs. But if you're telling a bunch of kids what they're called, you don't want to say the word cock around them. So you would just say burrs. I couldn't see anything else or even move. I just had to listen to the Cubi rant. That was it. That was all that was happening. They're from the sweet gum tree? Oh, yeah, I guess you could call them gumballs if they were from a gum tree. I like that we went into the rant when there's no music and it's just the heartbeat sound over and over again. And the static. So it sounds like your headphones are just kind of plugged in wrong. Most people actually probably do listen via AirPods nowadays, so they probably don't even remember what that is. That static sound when your headphones are like just not plugged in. Bruh. Burrs are smaller. Eh. An offshoot, a similar thing. A spiky ball that pierces your flesh and is really annoying. Alright, anyway. I couldn't see anything or even move. When I saw it, I lost track of my number and started over. The light came every 100,000 seconds. A day was 60 times 60 times 24. So, 860, 800, 86,400 seconds. Perfect. I decided to round up and call each 100,000 seconds a day. When there was no light, I was bored. I wished so many times for something to happen. Someone to come here. Even Dad. I don't care. I'd rather be fighting a battle with D-swords that I know I can't win. Actually, I'd rather be stabbed with a D-sword. I want to feel pain. I thought that when the light came for the 30th time I could escape. Because that would mean a month had passed. A month was 30 days. Some have 31. But nothing happened. The light just kept coming at the same pace. When the light came again after the 30 days passed, I stopped counting how many times it had come. I stopped counting to 100,000 too. Haha. What's the point of counting anyway? Jesus. You're gonna stop? Kurosu? I heard that voice very clearly. I started hearing voices sometimes when I neared the 30th appearance of the light. Are you just gonna die like this? What's the park like? Hey, senpai, how'd you meet Gen? Adios, gracias. Why'd you leave me to die? You idiot, are you just gonna die here? The newspaper club's just getting started, right? Sam, you need to save Hyrule. I need people to watch me play Zelda so I can save Hyrule. Yeah. The Zelda stream's struggling to get attention. Buried beneath all the other people playing. But yeah, I think the white light's just a hallucination, like how you see the white light before you die. The Noids destroyed it all, indeed. Just do the Zelda speedrun? Yeah, casually. I am going to start doing a lot of the exploring for Tears of the Kingdom off stream, so next time I stream Tears of the Kingdom, it's just me getting right to the action and doing stuff. I think a lot of people don't like watching me just wandering around, like, discovering stuff. So I think what I'm going to do is discover a bunch of stuff off stream, and then the stream will just be, like, shrine, like, and a boss or something. I think that's what I'll do. I'll do a bunch of exploration off stream. So, because I'll probably stream Zelda again like Sunday or something. Off stream grind? Yeah, exactly. So that reminds me. Would people want to play Dead by Daylight with me on Saturday? Are we gonna do a game night on Saturday? People voted for Dead by Daylight, but would people come play that with me? Do people like Dead by Daylight still? The Nick Cage DLC is coming soon? I think so. I don't have the game. You don't? When is the Nick Cage DLC coming? Because, yeah, I'd like to do the game night for Dead by Daylight. It's a really fun game, but I just don't know who's going to be there. The Nicolas Cage DLC comes out June 13th. So in like 2 weeks. The game, but I'm going to my first hockey game this Saturday. Going to watch your first hockey game, or are you playing in like a pickup team? Okay, so far, no takers for the Dead by Daylight stream, if you guys would want to play that with me. Yeah. Wandering voted for it, but I think we had this discussion last poll that he just votes for stuff, right? Well, anyway, if you want to play Dead by Daylight with me, let me know. I might just play Zelda this weekend if no one wants to play it with me, though. I'd love to if I owned a copy. It's on sale a lot. Put it on your wish list if you want to get it. It's a really fun game, and Dead by Daylight goes on sale a lot because it's like 7 years old at this point. I think it was the exact same poll. I don't think so. Maybe it was. Either way. You never played it and never will? Why never will? I mean, it's fun. Dead by Daylight's the one with the horror game crossover. It's the horror movie crossovers, but yeah. I guess there's some horror game crossover too. Silent Hill's in it. But yeah, it's $20 and it goes on sale a lot. Because, like I said, it's 7 years old at this point, so it's frequently like whenever there's a big sale on like Steam or PlayStation or whatever, it always goes on sale for like $5. So you can pick it up. It's pretty popular. I enjoy it. So, comment on the VOD or in the chat or in the Discord if you'd want to play Dead by Daylight with me this weekend. Or I'll just play more Zelda. Let me know. Anyway, let us continue. Why didn't you save me? It hurt so much when I died. You ever heard of Woodburn heroin? The voices came and disappeared without listening to my responses. I at least wanted to see their faces. I was already starting to forget what everyone looked like. Maybe if I saw them again, I could stop the darkness from swallowing up all my memories. I'll let you get out of here. I'll go kill Dad for you. Really? I tried, but it didn't work. I couldn't do it alone. Should we help? You'll do that for me? Don't underestimate the power of a teenage girl. Gracia. Adios, Gracia. Wait. What's wrong, big bro? I like that. It's like, What would you call it? I know the slang for like Japanese spoken English is like English, but what's it called for Spanish?
女子高生の力をなめるなよ。アディオスグラッシ
I like that. Gracia! What's wrong, big bro?
ャー。まさか、
Don't tell me. You're lonely all by yourself? Give me a
勘弁
break.
してよ。
That's not true. Of course I'm not lonely. I wanted to tell you to be careful. Dad's powers. What was it again?
どうした？
What's
佐久
wrong?
間はどこにいるん
Where's
だよ。
Sakuma?
それが
I
わかん
can't
ない
kill
と
him if I don't
探し
know.
に行けねえだろ。
さっさと言え。
Tell me. You're
時
wasting
間の
time.
無駄だ。
Huh? That's strange. He should be right there. Huh? There? Where's there?
あの、タクルさん、
Taku?
ドバーンヘロンって知ってますか？
Have you ever heard of Woodburn Heron? Don't you know I'm a right-sider? Of course I know. He's the guy who came up with the theory that a day is 86,400 seconds. Amazing! I was slowly breaking and melting away. Suddenly, I felt something stabbing me somewhere. Got back from your interview. Did you kill Ed Caliban? He's so proud of himself, right? Huh? It was the pain I'd been wishing for, but I didn't care. I was just tired.
殺してあげる。
I'll kill you. Please don't stab me.
なぜ？
Why? I don't want to die.
どうして？
Why? Because it hurts.
痛みなんて感じてないじ
You
ゃない。
aren't feeling any pain.
タクル、
Taku, are you really there?
あなた、
Kurisu kept stabbing me,
本当にそこ
like
に
she
い
was
る
trying to
の？
find out where I was. When that sound finally stopped, I heard a wet, slopping noise. I could tell her hands were jammed inside my body, rummaging through my guts. Yeah, getting her guts. Getting in Taku's guts! Mess him up! I could imagine the blood. But Kurisu was right. I didn't feel any pain. That's strange. It hurt a moment ago. Feeling confident? Nice, dude. She's finding a safe place to hide from the cold. Nah, she's getting in those guts. She's messing them up. She's got the strap. I also like that I chose to wear a black shirt for the background of this stream that was mostly just black screen. Good choice. Well, the pain hurt a moment ago. Kurisu, let me see you. I'm sorry. You can kill me if you want. Now for the face. Don't cancel me. Taku is a seal? I'm not sure I get that reference, Liz. What do you mean by a seal?
なぜ？
Why? Because I want to see you. I want to see anybody. I'm lonely. Kurisu? Kurisu! Why? Why'd you leave? Wait, was that really her? Was that her voice? Did she really talk like that? Wait a second. What was her last name? That orphanage. I can't remember the place's name. There were two sisters there. What were their names? Or was it a brother and sister? Everything started turning black. Who was the girl that always told me not to lie? Who was the one in the white lab coat? The one who didn't talk? The one who always seemed scared? Who was stabbing me?
わからないの。
You don't know?
ひどい先輩っす
You're
ね。
awful, senpai. Shut up. Suddenly, the noises started to bother me. I didn't want to be criticized by these people when I didn't even know their names. The crickets! Oh god, the crickets! Please, somebody. Somebody kill. Ow! I was surprised by a sudden fierce pain in my head. Thud, thud. I could feel the blood flowing into my head. How many months had it been since I'd felt pain so clearly? How many years? Or decades?
いつまでそんな
How
こ
long are
と
you
を
gonna
して
keep
るん
doing
です
that?
か
It
私
hurts a
は
lot more for me.
ずっと痛かったんだけど
I said, shut up! All of you, shut up! It's a reference as far as my feet will carry since you started talking about warming up by using someone's guts. Alpha was talking about warming up using someone's guts. I was using it as a euphemism for sex. Getting their guts. Now shut up! I don't even know who you people are! Just disappear! Go away! Save me. Save me. XXXXXXX. When I said someone's name, everything suddenly became better. All the voices disappeared. And the pain in my head was gone.
タクタク
Taku, are you okay?
大丈夫
Eh?
怪我は
Are you hurt?
平
You're
気だ
fine.
ね
She was right next to me, as if it was the most natural place in the world for her to be.
おのえ
Oh no.
お前
What
なん
are
で
you doing here?
ここに
お
Eh?
私
I'm
はい
always
つも
by your side,
タクの
Taku.
隣にいるよ
Impossible. When Dad used his mind control on me, I killed her.
そうだ
That's right.
僕
I,
僕が
I remember. Dad used his mind control on me. In the theater, at the Hikario. So that means this circus.
僕の
Just another one of my
ただ
delusions.
の妄想か
Yep.
昔みたいだ
Just like
ね
old times, huh? She laughed. I didn't know why.
で
How do you like
どう
it?
何が
What?
思考誘導
Mind control.
どんな感
How's
じ
it feel?
なかなかだよ
Pretty rough.
そう
Yeah.
結構居心地良さそうだ
Looks
け
pretty
ど
comfy.
お腹も
You don't
空
get
かない
hungry
でし
either,
ょ
right? Sarika looked around into the empty void. She was acting like she'd just come over to check out a friend's new house.
お前な
Listen,
一度こうなってみろよ
you'd learn how much it sucks not being able to
体を動かせないのが
move
どん
if
な
it
に
ever
辛
happened
いか
to you.
そりゃ
I don't think I can
私
handle
は
it.
耐えられそう
But
に
you
ない
went
け
through
ど
that during your physical
タ
therapy,
ク
right?
はリハビリの時に経験済
あの時は動かそうとするたびにちゃん
When
と
I
痛
tried
み
to
が
move
走っ
back
た
then, I felt pain.
動い
But
て
even
なく
if
て
I
も
wasn't moving, it felt like I
動
was
かしてる
trying
って
to
いう
move.
実感があったんだよ
みう
Is that
ー
how
ん
it
そういう
works?
も
Sarika tilted her head.
これ向
What's
こうは
happening
ど
on
う
the
なっ
other
て
side?
の向こう
Other side?
現実だよ
Reality.
つま
I
り
mean,
シアタ
the
ー
me
キュー
in
ブ
the
にいる
theater.
僕だ
I'm probably lying on the
思考
ground
誘導
after
を
he
受け
used
て
his mind control on me,
多
right?
分倒れてるだろ
I didn't even have the slightest idea how much time had passed. But it had to have been much longer than a day or two. The Restoration Festival was probably long since over, and I might have already starved to death. Now I'm going to guess less than a
そ
minute
れ
has
はないん
passed
じゃな
in
い
real
か
life.
なだってタクちゃんと話してるし生
I
き
don't
てる
think
って
so.
ことでしょ
If you're talking with me right now, that means you're alive, right?
そうだけど
That's true, but actually, wouldn't that not be true? Since if she's dead and he's talking to her, wouldn't that mean he's dead? Right? You're the one who always talked about how you had to put your info together and think things through logically, weren't you? Oh.
こっちと向こうの時
So
間が
maybe
違
time
う
flows
とか
differently here than on the other side. She's right. That's very possible.
ひなちゃんたちはどうしたの
What happened to the others?
ひなちゃん
Huh? Hina-chan. All right. Arimura. How did I forget her?
新庄さんたちと一緒
I
に
think she escaped Shibuya
渋
with
谷を抜け
Shinjo.
出したと思う。
トチって誰
Who are the
誰
others?
ウキち
Buki,
ゃんと
and
ユウト
Yuto,
くん
and
と
久野里さん。
Mio.
あれれ
Huh?
花ちゃんは
What about Hana?
あいつは事件と
She
直
wasn't
接関
directly
係ない
involved
か
in the
ら
case, so I had her
渋
stay
谷に
in
残ってる
Shibuya.
と思う。
そっ
I
か
see. Then Serica started asking me one question after another. Could I really not move? Was the light I sometimes saw hallucination? Were the voices I heard just auditory hallucinations? I took a long time answering each one in as much detail as possible. I had plenty of time, after all. And just the act of having a conversation was wonderful. It was something I'd done all the time in my daily life and at the newspaper club. Come to think of it, who first used the phrase, "You don't know what you've got till it's gone"? And when did they use it?
わかんないよポケ
I
コ
don't
ン
know.
持ってくれば
I
よ
should
か
have
った
brought
か
my
な
Pokecom, maybe. I think it would be hard to track down who first said that, since that's such a ubiquitous phrase. Who first said, "We don't know what we've got till it's gone"? Oh, nope. It's from the song Big Yellow Taxi. It was me, I said it. Interesting. You know that song, Trust Me? Oh, no, yeah, I'm sure that I know the song. But I'm surprised that's the origin of the phrase. You know? Because it's so popular. I honestly expected it would be something that was said like a longer time ago. I laughed a little, though I wasn't sure if Serica was serious or joking. Each time I would answer one of her questions, Serica's expression would change. She'd laugh or get mad, and sometimes she'd even try to correct me. She really did seem like a normal person. But...
何
What is it?
お前、
You
昔は僕の
used to be a
妄想で
delusion.
どこに
You
もいな
didn't
かった
really
んだな。
exist. I'm sure other versions of the phrase existed for longer. That's probably true, yeah. バレ
You
ちゃった
found
か
out,
huh? She acted like a kid who'd been caught playing hide and seek.
他の人からはどう見
How
え
did
て
it look
た
to
んだ
other people? If she wasn't real, I must have spent all my time as a kid talking to empty air.
どうって見
I
た
think it
ま
was
ん
just
ま
like
だ
how
と
you're
思う
imagining
け
it.
どでもさ
Not that many people
私と
saw
タ
us
クが
together,
一緒
right?
にいるところなんて
Just
そ
your
んな
parents,
に見
mostly.
られてないよタクの両親あと病
Oh,
院の
and
地下で
Senri,
セ
in
ン
the
リちゃ
hospital
んに
basement.
か
That was a screw up.
あれは失敗したな
That's how Kurisu found me
その
out,
せ
you
いで
know.
私のんちゃんにバレちゃったんだよ
Why can't I real boot my anime waifu? Life isn't fair. I want to reboot my anime waifu. Hang on 1 second. I gotta grab another drink. I will be right back. I know that we just talked about how bad having how caffeine is bad for you, but I needed another caffeinated beverage. You know, it's the end of the common route. I should enjoy myself. Gotta collect him like Taku does. They'll become your wives, if only. We have another date for home integration. Game Freak didn't fuck it up this time? What'd you get? My usual, my go-to. The same caffeinated beverage I have every stream. I buy these like in bulk. The V8 energy drinks. Because they're at least kind of healthy for you, because there's fruits and vegetables in it. So it's natural caffeine. But I buy them in like massive boxes. And then I just drink like... I drink them like every day. Blueberry Kush flavored? No, it's not blueberry Kush flavored. Is that what you smoke, Calumet? Did you just out yourself? Well, I guess it's not illegal in most places anymore. I still think of weed as, like, illegal just because I grew up with it, but I think it's legal in, like, most places, isn't it? There's only a couple places left where it's, like, illegal. Anyway. Sarah and I spent almost all of our time in my room. I've never been to her house. Actually, according to Mio, her house never even existed.
言ってくれればよかった
You
な
should have told me. You should have told me you were fake.
そういうわけにはいかないよ。
She laughed, but she also seemed a little bothered.
でもあの時はどう
What
だった
about
の
that one time?
お
That one time?
渋谷地震
The Shibuya earthquake.
ああ。
Oh. I remembered carrying Sarika through the hell that was the post-earthquake Shibuya. But if she'd only been born when I had that headache, when I was in the shelter, I hadn't really been carrying her on my back after all. Only then did I remember why I was here. It wasn't to talk about old times.
よくわかんないけど、
I don't know.
でもちょっ
Maybe
と
you
変
just seemed a little
くら
off.
いにしか見えてな
Not
か
much
った
worse
と
than
思
that.
うよ。ほら、
I was
私
unconscious,
は
so
気
you
を
didn't
失
really
って
talk
た
to
か
me
ら
much.
あんまり話してないし。
Because it's more expensive now that it's legal. Yeah, but it's safer for most people to get it now that it's legal. There's one thing I think the anime handles okay. They made a cute little flashback scene to little baby Sarika and Taku. Oh, that's cute. The anime versions of the light novels always, or of the visual novels, always seem to have like a couple little extra cute scenes like that. You're paying for the safety of not getting shot in an alley? Yeah. I mean, yeah, it's definitely more expensive now that it's regulated by the government and people are, like, employed and stuff. But it's safer. But yeah, once if the government gets involved in anything, it's expensive. It was the same for the Chaos Head anime, too. They had a couple of original scenes that were nice. I don't know, but maybe you just seemed a little off? Not much worse than that. I was unconscious, so you didn't really talk to me much. Government-mandated CBT.
んな状況じゃ
With everything
タ
else
クが
going
独り
on,
言を言って
I think
る
anyone
とか
cared if you were
歩いて
talking
る
to
姿勢
yourself
がお
or
かし
walking
い
a
と
little
か
funny.
別に誰も
Huh? Taku?
タク
Yeah?
どうしたの
What's wrong?
いや
Nothing. I'm just being held prisoner in my own mind. NBD, Serica. Nothing's really wrong. I'm fine. If I could have moved my body, I would have been looking straight back into Serica's eyes.
お前を生み出した時
When I created
僕はお
you,
前に
what
何を
exactly
望
did
ん
I
だんだ
wish
ろ
for?
それはね
You know?
わかん
I'm
ないよ
not sure. She didn't seem surprised or upset at all.
だって今の
Because
私
I
は
only know what
タ
you
ク
know.
の知ってることし
Right
か
here in
知ら
this
ないもん向こうの彼女
And
しか
only the
知
me
ら
in
な
the
いこ
real
とだもん
world knows the answer to that. Yeah, that's right. The Serica in front of me might look alive, but she's really just another delusion of mine. She doesn't know anything I don't. I created her all over again just to help me get through this torture. She's just a... Oh. Huh? When I realized it, I felt so disgusted with myself. So pathetic I wanted to cry. How could I be so shameless? I killed the real Onway.
向こうの尾上を
Even if it was a trap created by Dad's mind control. I still killed her with my own two hands. She'd almost killed me, then I'd lost control and killed her instead. I'd torn open her stomach injury, then strangled her. Saying I'd been mind controlled was an excuse. I knew that the rage and desire to kill her I had felt was real. Even without the mind control, if the same thing happened in reality, I'd probably do it again. I'd kill her all over again.
だけど尾上は
But
違
Onway
った
was different. Even when the delusionary me tried to kill her, she chose to just die rather than resist, unlike me. But then I wished for her to save me. Just like I did during the Shibuya earthquake. Serica has two wolves inside her. I couldn't handle the darkness on my own. So I recreated her, using her all over again. I can't imagine anyone worse than someone like me.
別に気にすることない
You
よ
shouldn't let it bother you, you know?
私ここにい
I'm
られ
having
て
fun.
楽しいもん
Stop it.
タクが呼んでくれなかったら
If you hadn't called
話
me
すこと
here,
も
we
で
wouldn't
き
be
な
able
か
to
った
talk
し
like this. Spoilers are in the second and third version of the opening. And again, we preach on this channel the lesson that I always preach. Stop watching OPs. Stop it. Stop watching OPs. Stop getting spoiled on stuff. It's just not worth it. Don't tell me exactly what I want to hear. Come to think of it, Serica's always been like that, ever since I was little. Even when I was neglected, she was always jealous of me. She always made me think that I was better off than I was. Whenever I wanted to show off some new piece of info I'd learned, she'd always act interested. She'd pretend to be a stupid girl so that I always get to think of myself as a right-sider.
ごめん
I'm sorry.
ごめんな
I'm so sorry. I'm
本当に
truly sorry.
ごめん
タク
Taku. Serica looked hurt when she saw me apologize. Why don't you understand? You don't have to apologize. This is what makes me happy, she seemed to say. But she only looked that way because I wanted her to. My ego and desire had created the role of a kind-hearted young girl that she was forever forced to play. The two of us just stayed like that for a while. I kept apologizing, and Serica seemed to not want to hear it. Eventually, she spoke to me like a mother scolding her child.
タクはねそれでも私を
Taku, that
許し
doesn't
ちゃ
mean
い
you
け
can
ないんだ
forgive
よ
me. Huh?
私のんちゃん
I
を
killed
殺しちゃ
Nonchan,
ったんだからそうです
でもその理由
But
が
the reason might be my
僕の
fault.
せいかもしれないんだ
It's not a maybe. There has to be something. Something connected to me.
けど私は
I
死んじゃ
died,
ったから
so you can't ask me
聞くこ
anymore,
と
right?
はできないでしょ。
She's right. I'm just forcing her to say
じ
that.
ゃあさ、
So then, of course I knew what she would say next. Serica's voice became a light, the one thing that lit up my path in this dark world.
タクは
What do you
どう
want
した
to
い
do,
の？
Taku? Suddenly, I saw a scene that I remembered well. I was literally just about to joke that when she's like, what do you want to do? I was literally just about to joke and be like, I want to go home. And then it flashed to this. That's funny. I just knocked something over when I moved my leg. Oh, I knocked my headphones over. Whatever. Until a moment ago, the darkness had kept me from remembering, no matter how hard I tried to remind it. Or forget it. But now, I could see my family. They must have been getting ready for dinner. I smelled something good. I looked in the kitchen and saw a lineup of dishes fit for a nursing home. What a feast! The nursing home feast. I want a bouncy castle. Yui, Yuki, if you take cooking lessons from Nona, they're gonna start calling you Mom and Granny at school. Yuto was in the corner sulking because Yui had made fun of him. Yui was looking at him and laughing. Uki didn't know what to do. Nono gave Yui a brief scolding, but she was smiling when she did it. It was the same thing I'd seen a million times before. Nothing was different. Everyone was in the club room going over the case. It would have been really funny there if they did like a creepypasta, like as the screen transitioned, there were like skeletons where Yui and Kurisu were. That would require art budgets, though. Everyone was in the club going over the case. We seemed to be talking about Shibuya news. Mio had updated some info. Kazuki was playing her game. Ito went to stop her, but froze when she offered him a piece of dried squid. Aimura told a stupid joke, and Ito blushed and started to shake his head. There was no expression on Kazuki's face. Another scene I knew well. 0 thoughts in that head. But this world was never coming back. Dad had destroyed it.
それで
Are you okay with
no.
that? Of course not. I loved my family and friends. Those people were the most precious things in the world to me. But he destroyed them all. And when I asked him why, the only reason he gave was that it was fun. I can't let him get away with that. Oh boy. Power of friendship time. It's warming up. No matter what I do now, Yui and Kurisu are never coming back. The life I had with my friends is gone forever. My feelings began to break free from the darkness and come to life. Blood flowed through my body once more. My senses started to return. That's right. I
敵を取らなきゃ
have to get revenge.
ダメだ
Even if that means breaking my promise. I don't care what Dad is trying to accomplish with this, or what's happening to me. He wants to accomplish something through this experiment on me. Whatever it is, I don't want to know.
それを知ろうとしなくて
You don't want to try and find
い
out?
いの？
いい
No. I don't care. I refuse to go insane like he wants.
なんか
That's not like you.
タクらしく。
うるさいな
Shut up. I kind of want to see what you
感
look
情
like
だ
when
け
you're
で
letting your
頑張っち
emotions
ゃう
take
タク
control.
もちょっと見てみたいな。
I smiled back at her. And then I focused all my neurons on creating a delusion. Neuron activation. I started trying to envision what the theater looked like, as well as that bastard of a father, and where exactly he was standing. Since I'm trapped in prison, then I just have to real boot a delusion that's even more powerful than his. The Infinity +1! Then I'll pull him into my own delusion. The classic Infinity +1. When Yugi pulled that shit in his duel with darts. I have trapped you in a delusion for infinity. Well, my delusion is infinity plus 1. And you're in it. From what I remember. The theater looked like this.
もうちょっと明るくなか
Wasn't a
っ
little
た
brighter.
天井か
The
ら
lights
照
were
明
shining
当た
down
っ
to
て
the
るんでし
stage,
ょ
right? Were they?
うん
Yeah.
多分これく
I
ら
think
い
about this much.
あとはも
But
う
a
ちょっ
bit
と
closer.
近かった
Closer, huh? How about this?
オッケ
Yeah.
ーさす
Those
が
long hours with the
カメラいじ
camera
って
really
る
paid
だけ
off,
ある
huh?
ね
Sarika walked around the stage, checking to see if there was anything I'd missed. She must have been satisfied because she nodded several times.
タクの立ち位置もオッケー
Is the place you're standing okay too, Taku?
意識が飛んだ時のままならな。
If I'm still in the spot where I was at the time, yeah.
違ってたらどうする
What if you
の
aren't?
その時はその
Come
時
up
だ
with something when the time comes.
確実な方法
There's
なん
no
て
way
あ
to
り
be
っこ
sure
ないん
about
だか
this,
ら
you
な。
know. Sarika pretended to be impressed with what I said. I laughed at myself. Was I really the type of person who was brave enough to do something like this? I used to think that risky decisions weren't courageous, but stupid. I used to think that courage was just a word people used to hide their stupidity.
そうだ
Right,
タ
Taku?
ク
Hmm?
私の敵は
Don't try to
取っちゃ
avenge
ダ
me,
メだ
okay?
よ
Uh,
のんちゃんたちの
you
敵
have
は
to take revenge for
取らなきゃダメ。
Nan-chan, but none for
で
me.
も
Got it?
私の敵は
それは
That's...
いいから
Just listen.
とにかくその瞬
The only
間
person you're allowed to
Taku
think
が
of when you do
思っていいの
it
は
is Nan-chan.
のんちゃ
Got
んた
it?
ちだけ
I really am sorry. Thank you for everything. Those are the only words I could come up with. I didn't know what else to say. Hmm?
ほらタク
Hey,
ちゃ
Taku,
ん
get a
と
hold of
してよ
yourself. Otherwise, what I come here for?
私が来た意味なくな
Sarika pouted. It was the same thing she used to do in the newspaper club. I tried to stop my tears from welling up again. I'm fine.
ち
I'm
ゃ
in
んとし
control.
てるよ。
Have I ever
こ
not
の
been in
僕が
control?
ちゃんとしてなかったことなんてあるか？
あの
Well,
時とあの
There was that
時
one time,
それから
or the other time, and then...
指を折って数
Hey,
える
stop
な。
counting them on your fingers. Sarika laughed. And then she looked me right in the eyes.
多分向こうへ
You
戻
probably
った
only have
瞬
one
間
moment where he's off his
その
guard
一瞬
when you
にし
come
か
back.
あいつ
So
の隙
you've
は
only
ない
got
よ
one chance.
だからチャンスは
一度あれば十分だ。
One is plenty. That's right. I'd only have a few seconds in the world of my delusion. And a few seconds when I got back to reality. Probably less than 5 seconds total. If he'd been researching psychics for as long as he said, he'd notice what I'd done immediately. So I'd only get one shot at this. If it didn't work, he'd definitely kill me. Sarika looked relieved when she saw my resolve. And then she smiled and started to fade away, as if her job was done. At the same time, I felt stabbing pain in my head. The pain from when the D-sword appeared. Here it comes.
無謀なことにかける覚悟はオッケ
This
ー
would be a risky bet, okay?
オッケー。
Okay.
掛け金が自分の命
You're
だって
betting
い
your
う
own
現
life,
実
okay?
はオッケー
オッケー。
Okay.
バカな決断に言
You
い
don't
訳
get
を
to
し
make
ない
any
にしろ
excuses for your dumb decision, okay?
オッケー。
Okay.
じゃあ行って
Get up on stage, Taku! The Infinity +1 delusion. I slammed my own delusion down on top of the one that was holding me. It was like splattering bright paint onto a bright paint onto a black canvas, and in a single instant, a perfect replica of the theater appeared. It's working! Dad was right in front of me, and he looked surprised. I could tell from the shock on his face he hadn't realized it yet. He didn't realize that this was a world of delusion sitting on top of another delusion. Then I dragged him inside. But I guess I don't entirely get how he did this, but whatever. It's the power of friendship moment. The machine on his back started to creak and moan. Its shape was becoming warped and distorted, as if it was being crushed by an invisible giant. I screamed louder as I tried to use my power to destroy it. Dad stepped back as if to protect it, the look on his face making it clear that he still couldn't believe what was happening. But it was too late. Shatter! Shatter into a million pieces! I hit him with an even stronger delusion. The outer frame couldn't take the stress, and the machine started to break. You little shit! Dad panicked and raised his D-sword to use mind control on me again. A red light flashed. But it wasn't the mind control again. It was the opposite. This was the key to the plan that the other Serika and I had come up with. Dad, Sakuma, had made a mistake. He thought I'd escaped from his mind control on my own. He thought that I'd escaped from that delusion and made it back to reality. So he did just what we hoped he would, and ended the mind control that was on me now. Even though I was actually still inside that dark prison. If Dad stayed calm, he would have noticed his mistake. But it was all so sudden he'd panicked and made the wrong decision. Why would he end the mind control if he needed to fight? The black torture chamber was gone. In that instant, I canceled my own delusion. The bonds that tied me in place were now gone. My senses came back and told me this was reality. The pain of my injury, the smell of blood, the taste of blood, the feeling of the D-sword in my hand, Dad howling as he stood there with his fake sword raised high. But just getting back to reality wasn't enough. I probably only had a few seconds left. I needed to destroy the real device before he figured out the trick. Run! I forced my aching body to move and ran at full speed toward my foe. I lowered my body as I ran and held my D-sword ready. A new attempt at mind control came at me. I could feel it trying to scramble my brain. But I didn't stop. I couldn't. I bit down hard on my lip and used the pain to check my 5 senses. You're still okay. Don't stop. Run! Keep running. I swung my sword down at my father. He tried to dodge it, but that was what I wanted. He ducked low, and I could clearly see the device on his back. I dug my sword into it hard before he could move. Panting, I pulled my D-sword out of his device. Parts flew everywhere. The strange light it had been giving off disappeared, and the artificial D-sword he was holding lost its glow. The pain in my head created by his mind control attempts vanished, like it was never there. As soon as I saw the device was destroyed, I fell. I'd spent all my energy running full speed, and it hurt to breathe. I was dizzy from the lack of oxygen. You piece of... Shouldn't he not be holding this D-sword anymore? Isn't it fake? Or did he create like a PCP cosplay sword to get powered up by the device? Dad's mood suddenly started to change. He seemed to realize what I'd just done. The smile on his face vanished, and instead of anger, there was no expression at all. Do you know how hard I had to work to rebuild this thing? I'd never heard him use a tone like that before. Tuck. What?
なんだよ。
なんで壊れてねえんだ。
Why didn't you break?
なんで生きてる。
Are you alive?
いや、なん
Why are
で
you
精
still
神
sane?
を保ってる。
There's no way you could have
て
been
めえ
doing
があれ
that.
に耐えられるわけねえんだ。
I just talked to my anime waifu.
俺は確かに
I
30
know
日
I
間お
locked you in
前
there
を
for 30 days.
しくじっ
Did I
た
screw
のか。
up?
い
There's
や
no way that guy
あ
could
の
do it.
男にでき
And I
て
couldn't.
俺にできないなんてことは。
I used my D-sword as support to help me to my feet. It was fine. I could still move. I could move just the way I wanted. I was sure of it. I definitely made it back to reality.
おい、答え
Answer!
ろ。お前なんで
How can you
動けるん
move?
だよ。
I readied my D-sword again without saying a word. There was still no expression on Dad's face.
そうか。
I see. Huh? Hey, Hunchy.
こいつか。
Her, huh?
そういうこ
So
とか。
that's it? I looked down. Sarika was lying there, looking like she was asleep even though she was dead. Dad's anger had vanished, and instead he started to speak like a scientist observing a guinea pig. That was creepier somehow. So your imaginary friend was enough to get you through it, huh? And see you going to the person you just killed for help. Damn, that's no fun at all. Dad raised the now dull D-sword and walked towards me. It was no longer an artificial D-sword, but it was still a giant metal blade. Even without his powers, it was more than capable of killing me. I stepped away from him, my own weapon at the ready. Felt like if I looked away from him, I'd be killed. I told you to go insane, didn't I? Didn't I? Yeah, but I said I wouldn't go insane. +1. So I didn't. Checkmate. The iron blade suddenly swung down at me. There was an impact on my face. Felt some of my back teeth break, and blood spurted from my mouth. I'd been knocked onto the floor. Wait, did he just get hit by the sharp blade and didn't get cut? I swung my D-sword in my hand frantically. For a moment, I experienced the pain and light that were caused by mind control. Is that thing still working? It's not broken? It has to be. I dropped my D-sword in despair, and it vanished. But the mind control never came. My attack a moment ago actually had managed to damage it. It really is broken. Goddamn brat. His iron sword struck me on the left leg. An indescribably awful pain ran up my spine and smashed into my brain. I should have just used the mind control to put you in the torture room from the start. Maybe I'll torture you for real right now. How would you like that, huh? He's got that anime no pupil eyes going on now. I also like the idea of his sword having a little heart in it. As if he's, like, thinks he's a cute magical girl. It hurts. It hurts. It hurts. Was this plan stupid after all? Was there no way for me to win?
ほらよ
Take this! I won't learn anything new by trying to drive you mad again, even if it's with pain instead. What happened to my leg? My body? Were they still there? I couldn't move, just like in that back prison. Maybe I should just try killing them in front of you instead. Huh? I could hear those words clearly, even as my whole body was screaming with pain. I'm probably still in Shibuya, right? The instant I understood what he meant, I forgot about the pain coursing through my body. That's right. The more important they are to you, the better the result. This will definitely work. He kicked me and I rolled across the ground and started to walk away. Wait! My throat hurt as I screamed. I was frustrated I couldn't speak. Where's he going? Where else? To where they are. After the people most precious to me. I won't let you go. I tried to stand, but the leg he'd struck wouldn't move, and I fell back to the ground. I fell face first onto the floor. My left leg wouldn't move. It was probably broken. It was the one place I didn't feel any pain. Damn! Well, actually, it wouldn't have been chopped off if he didn't feel pain. You feel broken bones. My body wouldn't move. Why? I finally made it out of the darkness. I can't just let him go. Move! I don't care what moves. Move! He's gonna kill them right in front of me? Kill Arimura? Yuki? Yuto? Mio? I won't let you. I won't let you do it. As my vision blurred from the pain, I saw Sarika's body lying on the ground. You have to take revenge for Non-chan, but none for me. Got it? I won't let you. I howled. We're getting all the campy anime stuff going on here. My D sword appeared as if in response to my cry. And then I sliced through the air toward my dad as he walked away. Huh? Bacana! My dad turned around at the noise, just in time for my D-sword to impale his throat. Nice throw. I thought that was supposed to be the doctor gurgling on his blood. Wrong anime pain sound effect. Now I can do it. And then he slowly fell backward onto the floor. I somehow managed to endure the pain that was coursing through my body and stood back up. There was blood everywhere on stage. I avoided it, dragging my unmoving leg as I walked toward the body that used to be my dad. The D-sword was still shining as it struck out of his throat. I made it disappear. When I saw what was left, I didn't feel a sense of accomplishment or anything, just an urge to vomit. If you wanted to feel a sense of accomplishment, you should have opened some loot boxes, am I right, gamers? Am I right? He was lying on the ground. I'd killed him. I just killed my own father. I mean, who was a serial killer? So, whatever. What the hell is this? What the hell's happening? Taking revenge for Nono and Yui didn't make me feel better at all. I didn't feel happy at all. Huh? I suddenly realized I was crying. I didn't know how long I'd been crying for, but my tears were red. Everything around me felt like a lie. I was having trouble standing up, not because of my injury. This was how it felt to cross a line that no one should cross. I tried to smile and forget my tears. What the hell am I doing? Do I feel like this because I broke my promise to Nono? Oh, right. Serica. That was the real reason I came here in the first place. Something I need to ask her. I looked away from Dad and walked over to Serica, dragging my leg behind me.
そうか。
That's right.
それも
It's not
もう叶わ
happening
ない
now, is it? I looked down at Serica and reached out my hand toward her. I wanted to at least fix up her clothes where they'd been messed up. There was a loud, heavy noise and an impact around my stomach. What was that? I looked down at my body, trying to find the source of the sound and the noise. I feel like this was the giveaway moment. Right up here. My tears were red. That, things were not as they seemed in this moment. And there, I saw a D-sword sticking out of my stomach. It was. There's squirrels fighting on my balcony. It just made a loud noise. The same one that had taken Curtis's life on the roof of the academy. November 6th, Friday. I heard a bunch of loud screaming, so I got distracted for a second right there. I think that's because he was mind-controlled earlier. It could have been, but I felt like the game reminding you that he was crying red tears were the sign that things were not right. As soon as I read that line, I was like, Because anytime, obviously, red tear, like people crying blood has been introduced, not good things were happening. And yeah, he was mind-controlled earlier, but the game specifically reiterating it made me think that things were going wrong. It was me. 10:50 p.m. The second Shibuya Restoration Festival was now over. 10:28 was where their encounter began, right? The murmuring among the crowd at the Memorial Park started as soon as the Shibuya Ward Mayor finished his speech. Some people headed straight for the station, glad to be done. Some people were so moved by the speeches given by the victims that they stood in front of the memorial, wiping away their tears. Some people went out to go drinking. It was Friday. They'd all come to the Restoration Festival for different reasons. But even now, when all the planned festivities were over, there were still some people who hadn't seen what they'd come for. He's not here! The idiot said he was gonna be here! The whispers started all over the place. Others agreed, even though they'd never say it. They all looked around with searching eyes. Everyone was looking for Taku. At the same time, at the Shibuya Scramble Crossing. This place was even more packed than Memorial Park. The reaction was even stronger. What? You didn't honestly think he'd come here and kill himself in front of everyone, did you? Don't believe everything you read, you dumbass wrong-sider. That ticks me off. Some started to say that the whole thing was a hoax, and more people began to leave. The ones that didn't move at all were the ones in the masks. They were waiting for Taku more than anyone else. The festival was over. When the heat and passion of the festival began to fade, the reality came crashing in and they began to doubt. He was the mastermind behind all those murders. They thought that it would be nothing for him to commit unalive in public. But were they wrong? Or was someone that brilliant capable of making an announcement like that, then managing to escape? I like... Oh, never mind, that guy's facing another way. I was gonna say, I like that this one guy had the mask on backwards. But for whatever reason, this guy's standing backwards. Don't they cry blood after the mind control, not before? Yeah, and during. I think. But either way, it just felt like, to me, that the game reiterating that he was crying blood meant that, like, something was up. You know? Like it's foreshadowing, or like this specific hint that something's still going awry. Like, it just felt like a weird detail. Like a very specific detail. You know, that they mentioned that he was crying blood. Because, right, like, you think about all the injuries he just got. Like, he just got whacked with a sword on his head. Some of his teeth were smashed. He, like, got cut in his leg. So he was, like, bleeding all over the place, right? Like, his body's been, like, mangled. And, like, the first detail they mentioned is that he was crying blood. That's what made me go, like, wait a minute. And yeah, sure, probably that doesn't have anything to do with it, but that was the first thing that made me go, wait. The ones that stood in groups began to stare at each other with their three-eyed masks, trying to guess what the others were thinking. Should they move somewhere with less people? They waited for someone to suggest it.
何あれ
What's that? And then, something happened that saved them. At the center of the commotion were police officers, running somewhere in a hurry.
いやちょっと待ってくだ
Oh,
さい
wait a second.
ですか
I'm telling you. Shinjo kept suggesting that they get confirmation, but his boss ignored him. When the info had come in, he lost his ability to control the situation. Wait, damn it!
くそ
He cursed at the phone as they hung up on him. This is bad. It's really bad, Shinjo thought to himself.
どうした
What's wrong?
久野里さん
Mio, I told you to wait in the car. Why have they not left yet?
待たせすぎる
You made me wait too
何があ
long.
ったんだ
What happened? Shinjo looked at the time. It had already been 10 minutes after he'd gone back to the dorm and gotten everyone in the car.
タレコミがあったらしい
There was an
宮代君が
anonymous
光を見ることも
They
う
know
バ
that
レて
Taku is at the Hikario.
何
What? This is probably the first time Shinjo had ever seen her go pale.
どこからの情
Who
報
told
だ
them?
わからない
I don't know.
捜査本部は
HQ insists it
どこ
doesn't
からで
matter.
もいいだろうの一点張りだ
Shinjo had repeatedly asked for a source. It didn't help. From the way his boss had been acting, it was likely they didn't even know where it came from.
うちの連中がもう
Our
光をに
officers
向
are
か
on
って
their
る
way now. Taru's waiting for them all at dinner, yeah. What will you do?
あ
Hang on. 1 second. The squirrels are aggressively fighting. They've definitely burrowed into the wall. I told my apartment a couple days ago about this, and they didn't do anything, so I think tomorrow I'm gonna actually just call pest control for myself and then charge my apartment. They are fighting so long, or like so aggressively, the like shower caddy thing that I have, you know, like the thing that I have on, like, or the thing that you'd have on a shower that like holds your shampoo and soap and stuff. They knocked it off the fucking shower, so I heard a loud bang in my apartment, and I wanted to check what it was. They hit the wall so hard, I guess it fell off my fucking shower head. So now I'm just gonna call pest control myself. How'd they get inside? I'm on, like, the top floor. Film them? I can't, it's like they're in the wall, so I can't film it. But how'd they get inside? There's a tree outside that's, like, against my apartment, and so I think they just, like, burrowed into the wall from the tree. Like when they hibernated for the winter. I think they just found a crack in the wall outside my apartment. What a coincidence, I'm also inside your walls. But yeah, they got inside, and now they like just live inside there, even though it's like spring now. They made their hibernation nest in there, and now it's just where they live. Well, they were like fighting or something, because they like banged against the wall and the shower caddy fell off. Because I told my apartment a couple days ago about it finally. Because I had just been letting it like be whatever for a while. Because I didn't think it was a big deal. And but like they did a maintenance check in my apartment recently. And like they do this annoying maintenance check like every other month or something. So when they were here like a month ago, I was like, hey, just so you know, like if you're gonna keep checking to see what I'm breaking in the apartment, there's like animals breaking shit in my apartment. And they were like, it's not really that big a deal. We'll like put some mouse traps up in the attic or something. But now they're like being annoying, so I think I might just call pest control. Anyway. None of the police knew that Taku was at the Ikario. There was no time for him to go to Akihabara and back. Shinjo had to be there. It was his job. He was the detective in charge of the case. And if Taku was going to be arrested, he was the only one who could help. But getting the kids from the dorm and out of the city was something that only he could do. What should I do? He kept asking himself. Can't Mio drive? Can none of these people drive? I would imagine Mio would have a... Maybe she doesn't have a license, but she should be able to drive. Go. We'll escape Shibuya on our own. What?
脱出っていうが
But you don't know what's gonna happen if
何
you
が
try.
起こるかわからないんだぞ
And that's why he stayed here as a guard.
なんとかするさ。
I'll figure something out.
ただ
Just leave the car.
車だけは
Huh? She couldn't possibly mean. He had a bad feeling about this. Did Mio have an international license?
無免許運転を取り締まってる
Is
場
the
合
time to
か。
be worrying about unlicensed
Toto, okay.
drivers? Go already. Plus, if they found where Taku, most of the police are going to be going to the theater anyway, so she won't run into that much of like a hassle.
あのな
Listen. Suddenly his phone began to ring. This time it was from one of his men. It wasn't even time to think. He prayed as he tossed Mio the key.
子供たちが乗ってるん
There
だ
are kids in that
無茶な
car.
運転
Don't
は
do
す
any
るな
crazy driving.
当然だ。
Of course. What do you
私
think
を
I
誰だ
am?
と思っている。
何かあったらすぐ
Call
に
me
連
if
絡し
something
ろ
happens.
そ
If
れが
that
無理な
doesn't
ら
work, go to any
どこで
police
もいい
box and give them
交
my
番に
name.
駆け込んで俺の名前を出せ
Shinjo ran off without waiting for an answer.
新庄さん、
Shinjo!
あ
Yeah? He turned around. Mio had a totally earnest look on her face as she spoke.
アクセルは確か右だった
The。accelerator's the one on the right, isn't it? Shinjo had to force himself not to grab the keys out of her hand. Say, look it up on the internet, wrong citer. As he yelled at the Hikario. All personnel. I need all personnel on this one teenage driver without a license. Yeah. I know there's a serial killer downtown, but this teenage girl is driving without a license. It was cold. Well, this light certainly doesn't make it seem like it's cold. I was sleepy. My body wouldn't move. Taku's having a lot of those my body wouldn't move moments. Huh? Am I back in that world? That dark prison? No. I can still feel pain. My senses are still working. But what is this? I suddenly remembered where I was. Did I pass out? Ugh. My back. Oh, my back. My stomach. I felt the warmth fading from my body with each drop of blood I lost. But my wounds burned like someone was pressing a soldering iron up against them. Yet for some reason, I felt sleepy. None of this made sense. My whole body stopped making sense. I heard footsteps. They were getting further away. I forced my eyes to open and look toward the source of the sound. The first thing I saw was my dad's body, the body of the man I'd killed. Until a moment ago, he'd been a person. Just past him, I saw her through my blurry eyes. Onoe? She was getting further away. It really was Serica. She was alive, walking. She had just put her phone in her pocket. She was walking across the stage. The whole thing had been an illusion, and on top of an illusion. She was probably heading for the exit, high among the seats. She didn't look back. How are you alive? I couldn't be hallucinating. At least I shouldn't have been. There was no one left who could use mind control. Wait, Onoe. Wait. There's something I have to ask. That's why I came. Move. Move. This is supposed to be my body, right? Why won't it move when I tell it to? Serica stepped off the stage. She made her way through the seats to leave. She was about to disappear. No! Wait! Please! Come on, move! Suddenly, I felt a familiar pain in my head. I obeyed my intuition and let it go. A D-sword appeared. That's right! I can do that! Just like I did before. I used my powers to fling my sword at Serica. I didn't care if it landed at her feet or where it landed at all. I just had to stop her. Huh? She sensed it coming and turned around. At the same time, a light appeared around her. Her D-sword appeared from within the light. She grabbed it and easily blocked the incoming blade. When the two swords collided, my vision went white. You want me to use mind control on you? Yes. What? What's going on? What am I looking at? Me when the brain worms start poking into my eyes? I've got a lot of questions. Can I start asking why? I read Kurisu's mind before I killed her. She left a letter behind. How hard.
涙ぐましいことだな。
So she knew she was going to be killed then?
覚悟してたってことか、あいつ。
すでに警察に
The
渡ってい
police
るだろ
probably
う。
already have it.
遅かれ
Sooner or
早かれ
later, Taku is going
宮
to
代
read it.
拓もそれ
And
を
when
読
that
むことになる
happens,
宮代はあの手紙に
Taku will be held
クル
back
ス
by
モ
her
の
death,
死に縛られ
by
る。
what's inside.
あいつは
He'll try to do
遺
what the
言に
letter
従おう
says.
とするだろう。
遺言ってのは何
And
だ。
what does it say?
復讐をしようとする。
Don't try to get
もう
revenge.
事
Give
件
up.
を追うな。
へえ。
Hmm?
そうなれば
If that
宮
happens,
代は
Taku
絶
will
対に
stop
事
for
件を追
sure,
わなく
and
な
that's
る
a。problem.
それはだから
So I have to make him
復讐や
interested
事件
in
のことでは
something
なく
besides revenge
こ
on
の
the
私
case.
自身に興味を
I
持
have
た
to
せ
make
る
him
しかな
interested
い。
in me.
それで
That'll
彼
cause him to
は
act.
必ず動くだ。
そうか。
Yeah.
なんで
And
そ
how
ん
do you
な
know
ことま
that?
でわかんだ。
私は
I know
宮
everything
代
there
の
is
こ
to
とな
know
ら
about
何
him.
でも理解できる。
That's who I am.
そういうそん
ああ。
So why do I have to use mind control?
彼のそばには有村
Because he'll have
が
Arimura with him.
あの能力
I
を
want to
無効化
neutralize
した
her
い。
power.
思考誘導で
If the mind
私自身
control
が嘘
causes
を
me to
信じ
believe
込
the
んでし
lie,
まえ
it
ば
stops being a
それは
lie.
もう嘘ではなく
Arimura
な
will
り
think it's the
真
truth,
実と
and
し
so will
て有
Taku.
村に認識されるだろう。
ああ。
Ah, so the same trick we used with that Ito kid. Serica was talking with Dad. The vision was unclear, like it was wrapped in fog. But this was...
でもめんどくせえな。
This whole thing's such a pain, though. Wouldn't it be so much easier just to use mind control on Taku himself?
じゃないのかよ。あっと。
Hey, don't get mad.
彼に対して可能な限り思考
I want to
誘導をか
minimize
け
the
ない。
use of mind control on him as much as possible. It damages the brain, correct?
ああ。
Yeah,
でも最後はもう
but I'm
一
gonna
回
use it one
使わ
more
せても
time
ら
at the
うぜ
very end.
誘導
No
なし
way
じゃ
I can beat a Gigalomaniac
ギガロマニアックス
without
相
it.
手に勝ち目なんてね。
もう一度だけだぞ。
Just one more time. Got it?
わか
Got
って
it.
るよ。
I could see the two of them talking. It looked like an old movie, shown through a projector that was slightly out of focus. But I wasn't really seeing it. The vision seemed to be coming directly into my mind.
じゃあ次だ。
Next
お前の
question.
思考にどういう
What do you want me to mind control you to do exactly?
筋書きはこうだ。
The script will work like this.
一つ、
First,
すでに委員
you've
会
lost
との関
contact
係
with
を
the
断たれて
committee
いる
and
お
you want to
前
get
が
back into their
委
good
員会へ
graces.
戻ろうと野
Make me
心を
believe
抱い
this
ている。
lie.
この二つ。
Second,
その
you've
野心の
betrayed
ため
me
に
and
お
are
前
trying
は
to make
協
Taku
力
out
者
to be
の
the real
私を
culprit
裏
in
切
order
り
to win the
宮
committee's
代拓
favor.
を犯人に
Make
仕
me
立て上げ
believe
ようと
this as
してい
well.
る。三つ。
Third,
しかるべき
make
タ
me
イミ
tell
ン
him
グで
myself at
彼
the
の両
appropriate
親を
time
殺したのは
that I
私
was
だ
the
と
one who killed his
私
parents.
自身の口から伝えるように。そして最後
And
は
finally,
私の生きる目
change
的
the
を
reason I
変えろ。
exist. Right. These are probably Serica's memories. Her memories are coming to me through my D sword.
俺までその嘘話
You
の
want to involve me in your lies too?
そうしなければなら
I
ない。
have to.
有
There's
村
another
の能
person
力とは
besides
別に
Arimura who's a
障
threat to
害
the
となる
plan.
人間がもう一人いる。
あいつか。
Her, huh?
なるほど
I
な。
see.
久野里美代は
She knows
非
too
常
much
に
about
精
what's
通
going
しすぎているが、
That's why we make up the
だか
story
ら
about
こ
the
そ
committee.
委員会の話を
Whenever the
でっち
committee's
上げる。
involved, she stops
あの
thinking
女
straight.
は委員会のこととなる。私が委員会の
We
情
can
報を
make
持
her
ってい
think I
る
have
と
info
思い
on the
込めば、
committee.
絶
She'll
対
never let
に
me
手放
go.
そうとしないはずだ。
Ironically, thanks to
皮
her,
肉な話だ
I'll
が
be able to stay near
久野里
Taku.
のおかげで私は宮代の近くに留まることができる。
お前お
You're
っ
a
か
scary
な
woman. You figured all that out on your
考
own?
えてるって
Or
の
is
か
this thanks to your mind reading?
いや、思考盗撮。
このゲームの登
I'm the
場
one
人
who's
物を
controlling all
動
the
かしてい
characters
る
in
のは
this game.
私だ。
Game? I suddenly remembered something. A theory I'd come up with in the newspaper club. I thought that the killer was challenging me to a game. That the killer was moving people around like chess pieces. And that they wanted me to be the other player in the game. But once my dad identified himself as the killer, I'd given up on that theory. I thought that I was wrong. But maybe I was right after all.
なるほど、ゲームね。
I see. A
俺も
game,
楽しい
huh?
ことは好きだがよ。
I like fun things too.
短い
I
間
don't like
と
the
はいえ
idea of changing the reason
て
you
めえの人
exist.
生の目的ま
Even
で
for a
変えよ
short
うとは
while.
思わねえな。
余計なことは言わなくて
I'm not
いい。
interested in your
お
opinion.
前は宮
All you
代
want
に
is data on
真の
Taku.
ギガロマ
On
ニ
a
アックス
true
のデータが
Gigalomaniac,
取れれ
right?
ばそれでいい
I'll
の
be
だ。
giving you what you want.
その欲求は満たしてやる。
確か
Well,
に
that's
そう
true.
だ。
But I've said this plenty of times
何回
before.
も言ってるが
The
よ。
chance of Taku's mind
俺
withstanding
が
what
や
I'm
ろうと
planning
し
to
てい
do
る
to
こと
him
に
is zero.
タクルの精神が耐えられる可能性は
I picked this method of torture up directly from the guy who ran that basement facility under Tokyo General.
彼を見くびるな。
Don't underestimate him.
私も
I've said that plenty of times
そう
before as well. You don't mind if I break him, do you? You both agreed you wouldn't interfere with my experiments on him.
お前に思考誘導の装
You
置
didn't have
さえ
that
なけ
mind
れば
control device. I
誰
would
よ
have
り
killed
先
you
に殺
first.
していたな。
Sounds fun. Wanna try it?
クズが
You scum.
おっとそうだ。もう
One
一つ。
more thing. Why do you need to make him look like the killer? You just want him to solve the case, right?
事件を解決すればそれでいい。
それは
Because... My vision blurred. There seemed to be a chorus of buzzing inside my head. This feeling. It was the same as when I used my power. The same as when I saw my D-sword in the corner of my vision. Another vision came to me through her D-sword.
彼の中の彼が私に言う。
The him inside of him speaks to me. Oh my god, this is the most anime thing ever.
自分は他の人とは違う。
I'm different from other people.
よくそういう
Lots
人
of
がいる
people
け
say
ど
that, but most of them
ほ
are
とんどが
wrong.
勘違いだ。
They're all
みんな
wrong-siders
そ
who
のこ
just
とに
don't
気づいてな
realize
い
it.
情弱ばか
But
り。
I'm the one person who
で
is
も僕
really
だけは
different.
本当に他の人と違う。
Is this me?
あの地獄のような
I
渋谷を生き
survived the
抜いた。
hell that was the Shibuya
そして両親を
earthquake.
誰
And
かに
someone
殺さ
murdered
れ
my
た。
parents immediately after.
特別という言葉
The
の
word
定義は
special means something which is
他と明確な
clearly
区別が
distinct
ある
from
こと。
others.
こんな経験をしている人
Few
は
other
そんなに
people
い
have
ない。
experienced the things that I have. And so,
僕は本当に
that's
特
why I
別なん
really
だ。
am special. I'm mommy's special boy.
なあ、渋谷地震の被災者のコメン
Did
ト
I
の
ever
話
tell you
って
about the comments
し
from
た
the
ことあった
Shibuya
っけ？
earthquake victims?
うん？
Huh?
何それ？
What do you mean?
地震直後の混乱が
Remember
収ま
how
った
just
後
after the chaos from the earthquake calmed down,
被災
a
者
ton
に
of
対して
reporters
押しかけ
started
た
asking the victims for
まだ
comments?
カオ
Before
ス
the
チャイル
term
ド症
chaos
候群
child
者ってい
syndrome
う
existed?
言葉がなかった頃にその取材の論
Most
調
of
の
the
多くは
interviews were about
民
what
度
good
の高さを
citizens we
訴える
were.
ものだった。
Despite the scale of the
これだけの
disaster,
震
there
災
was
にも
barely
か
any
かわらず
violence or looting.
暴動や略
They
奪
said it
な
was
どの犯罪
amazing.
がほとんど起きていない。実際そうなんだと思う
I
よ。
think they were right.
何が今一番辛
When
い
they
ですか
asked
っ
the
て聞か
victims
れた
what was the
時、
hardest part,
大半の
most
被
people
災者
were
が
more concerned
地
about
方の
others
家族
instead
に
of
自分の
themselves.
無事を伝えてやれないこととか、子供に好物を与
They
えてや
talked
れ
about
な
how
い
they
ことと
couldn't
か、
contact their families and tell them they were safe,
とにかく他人
or
を
how they
心配
couldn't
して
give
て
their
さ。
kids their favorite foods.
でも、そんな
But then
中
one
に一人
person
の被
said
災者が
something
いたんだよ。
I remembered what they said word for word. It left a huge impression on me.
頑張れ。
You outsiders have some nerve if you're telling us to hang in there. I remember this scene. It was what I'd said to Serica back at the cafe. Just after the Love Hotel incident.
彼は当事者であろうとする
It's
ことにこ
incredibly
だわ
important
って
to
い
him
る。
that he's part of the
それ
action.
は
That's who
幼
he
い
really
頃
is
か
at
ら
his
変わら
core.
ない彼の本質。
よくもまあ、
I don't know
誰か
how
が
you
つぶや
people
いて
can
た
get
って
so
いう
worked
程
up
度の
over a
情
single
報だけで
tweet. I could never do
一喜
that.
できるよな。早速、昨日
Let's
見
go
た
check out
報
that
道
arson
調べ
site
に行こう。
yesterday.
現場が
It's
近いん
close
だ
to here.
か
This
な
one
り
looks
美
like
味
a
しいぞ。
juicy scoop. What's happening?
彼はネットに潜り、情
He
報
dived
に
deep
溺れ
into the internet,
綺麗
drowned
に泳ぐ
himself
た
in
めに
info,
情
and
報
tried to
強
become
者
a
とな
right
ることを
sider
目
to
指
help
し
himself swim.
試してくれる
He
都市伝
chose
説
an
を
urban
好
legend
んだ。
to test his abilities.
そして興味は
That
現
broadened
実
his
の事件
interest
へと
into
広
real
がる。
world crimes.
きっかけは
It all began with
6年生になっ
when
た
we were in
時、
sixth grade.
ニュー
The
ジェネ
new
レーションの
generation
狂気が
madness
起きまし
started.
た。
That was 2009.
2009年です。本当に熱に浮か
It
さ
was
れてい
like
ま
I was
した。
having a fever dream
あ
or
の時
something.
は。
Serika's motives going through her D-sword to Taku's mind. No, I know that's what's literally happening, but I kind of just mean like in a broader sense of like what are we doing? What is this? This is me yesterday. How? Is Serika's D-sword suddenly reading my memories?
自分たちが住んでいる渋
At
谷でこん
first,
な
we
ことが
couldn't
起こって
believe
いる
that
の
something
が
like that was
最
happening in
初
the
信
city
じ
we
られな
lived
くて
in.
ほとんど PC
We
に
spent
張り付い
almost
て
the whole day
情
glued to
報を
the
追ってまし
computer,
た。
following the news.
ああいう大きな事件が起こった時のネッ
When
トって
something big like that's going
本当
on,
に数
if
分
you
間
take your
目を
eyes
離
off
して
the
いただけ
internet
で
for even a few
最
hours,
前
you'll
線
get
からの
left
情報
behind.
からは置いていかれるんです。己と交代しながら
We stayed up
狙い
all
で
night in
事件を
shifts
調べて
following the case.
時には携帯で
Sometimes
ネ
we'd
ットを
use
見
our
な
cell
がら事
phones
件
to
現
check
場
the
に出か
internet
けて
as we actually went out to the
そこの
crime
画像を
scenes
撮
and
った
took
りしました
pictures. Serica wasn't real back then, but she'd been by my side anyway.
事件が進んで
More and more
日常
murders
匠
kept
という
happening,
人が犯人として
and
注目を
eventually
浴び
people
て
started to say that Takumi was the killer, but he ended up proving them wrong.
尾上も僕もとても
Serica
興
and I
奮し
both
ま
got
した
very excited.
かっこ
He
よく見
seemed
えた
so
んです
cool.
その人が
I'll take.
冤罪を晴らす
I
ってい
thought
う
that
のは
proving your innocence
結
meant
局
that
間違
getting
っ
the
た
right
情報に
information,
踊らされた人よりも
shoving it in the
正
faces
し
of
い情
people
報を
whose
掴
info
んで
was
それを
bad.
突きつけるってことじゃ僕が当時
It seemed like the ultimate expression of what I was trying to do,
やっていた
and
こ
what I
との
suppose
最
I'm
も
still
大
trying
き
to
な
do
形に見
now
えたんで
with the
す
newspaper club.
すごいね
Serica said he was amazing.
とお
I
前は言っ
agreed.
てました同感でした
おっとそうだもう一つなんであいつ
Yeah,
は
they're having
犯
like
人に
their
仕立てる必要が
memory fluids are
お
touching.
前はあいつが事件を解決すればそれでいいんだろ
One more thing. Why do you need me to make him look like the killer? You just want him to solve the case, right?
それは6
Because
年
that's
前
how it
に起
was
きた
during
ニ
the
ュー
New
ジェネレ
Gen
ーションの
Madness
狂
6
気は
years ago.
あの事件も
It ended with the
犯人と目さ
person
れた
who was
人間は
believed to be the
最
killer
終的に
clearing
は
his
その
name
冤
and
罪を
solving
晴ら
the
し
case.
事件を
お前がニュージェネにこだわ
I
った
know
の
how
は
obsessed
知
you
って
are
る
with the
よ
New Gen murders. It was your idea to make all the date smash and have people start calling it Return of the New Gen
呼
Madness.
ばれるように仕向けてきたんだからな
What an awful name, Serica. God, you are worse at coming up with names than I am. Still the worst name of the whole game, Return of the New Generation Madness.
現場に残してそれをタクルに気づかせたのも
The whole reason you patterned the murders off the New Gen killings and left the sumo stickers at the scene for Taku to find
全部タクルにニュー
was
ジェネ
all to
の
let
最
him
大事
solve
件
the
を
return of the
解
New
決させるためだ
Generation
ろ
Madness, right? So the theory that I came up with the newspaper club room was actually correct? If so, then Serica was the one manipulating the characters and setting up the game. And her real goal was me.
殺し方を決めたのはお前だろ
You were the one who came up with the idea of how to kill them. Don't blame those nasty ideas on me.
あのくらいの思考
I had to test out my mind control a little. It's no fun.
ねえだろんで
But all the prep work up to this point's done now, right? So why do you have to make this end the same way as the old case?
もう一度言う
I'll say it
彼を
again.
見くびるな
Don't underestimate him.
あ
宮代拓は
Taku will
再
keep on
現なき
searching
求め
without
続け
limit.
る
The reason he created me is
私を生み出した目的は
Dio stand the world. Its power is to. The vision changed again. That's me. That's me from that day, from that place and that time. When I made it to the shelter after the earthquake.
そうだ
That's right. I started remembering what I'd been thinking about at the time. This has been going on for so long, I have almost forgot what we're doing. I'd met the people from my class on the way here. They were probably trying to help a woman who was injured and covered in blood. They'd asked me to help, and my body wouldn't move. I couldn't even think clearly, even though I knew how to give first aid. They seemed to think I was just gonna let the woman die. So they looked down on me. I hope I never end up like him, their eyes said. It was what I, as a right-sider, had always thought about wrong-siders like them. It was the way I looked at them. Real-booting a human is a serious crime with the equivalent of 10 atomic bombs. Actually, having a waifu is the most serious crime of all. You weebs. I was angry and frustrated that they looked at me like that. I know all kinds of things they don't. Are they treating her injuries right? Are they doing it in the right order? I should go back and tell them what to do. I'm sure I can make the right decisions. That's what I was thinking to myself. I feel like we've relived this scene like 4 or 5 times at this point. Taku? What are you doing here? Suddenly, my parents appeared. Yeah, that was when I ran into them at the shelter. They were yelling something at me excitedly. Then my mom grabbed my arm and I shook her off. The brainworms are here this time, though. Taku, what are you doing? Don't start causing problems. You're saved. I'm saved? Just come with me. Huh? More of the thoughts I had in that moment continued to flood into my mind. I'm saved? Saved from what? The hell I just saw? Now I'm being saved from it? By people who never even cared about me? I shook my arm away. Saved? Me? Why? You people neglected me, but now you're gonna save me? Why? The moment after I thought that, I saw myself holding my head in pain, nails digging into my flesh. But the pain wouldn't stop, and I kept on screaming inside. This isn't right! Those wrong-siders in class never did anything good before, but they suddenly wanted to be good now, and they wanted to look at me like I was worthless. Yeah. I could see myself screaming more. My heart and head felt like they were going to burst. And now you people are going to save me? You, the people who just gave me 1,000 yen instead of taking me out to dinner on my birthday? Hell no. I'm not the kind of person who just gets saved by parents who don't even want him. My mom was yelling something, but I couldn't hear what she was saying, and I couldn't hear it even now. Shut up! You think I'm in the way, don't you? Well, I think the same thing. You're in my way. Just what do I do? What do I want to do? Why am I here? That's right. Where's Serica? I remember that at the time I'd carry Serica on my back to get her to the hospital. But I couldn't feel her on my back through the pain in my head. That's right. I'm doing what I'm supposed to do. I'm saving your life. Serica will understand. Serica always tells me what I'm doing is right. She always understands what I have to do. She's always on my side. My whole vision went white. Like when parents talk in the old Snoopy movies. That's the subtitles we're getting right now. Shut up! You people should just go away forever. Oh, no way! I mean, we all think that, or at least at this point in the story, Taku killed his parents, right? And is, like, projecting the blame on Serica. That's what I've thought, like, since the first time we saw that scene, is that Taku killed his parents. And that the game's trying to bait and switch us by having Serica say it, right? Oh, no way! Serica, save me. Please. Oh, no way, please. Give me. That's right. These are probably Serica's memories. That's when I made my wish. To Serica. Give me something I want to do. Help me do it. Serica's memories went into me through her D-sword. My immediate thoughts as I experienced those memories went into her simultaneously. When she knocked away my D-sword, the visions vanished. When I came back to reality, the first thing I saw was Serica's face. It was filled with despair, like she was about to cry. So he wished for Serica to come into reality to give him a purpose? It was Serica all along. That what? You think it was Serica all along that killed his parents? I feel like it was, Taku. Like, he wiped them out. I'd never seen her like that before. I knew immediately she'd seen the same things I'd seen. Actually, it was her? Really? Taco went into a coma after rebooting her. But he, like, wished them away, and then it, like, faded to white. I don't feel like Serica killed his parents. I think he did it. Give me something I want to do. That was the terrible wish I'd made. The only reason Serica existed. Laughter filled the theater. It took me a long time to realize it was mine. The pain from the leg my dad had broken was getting worse. But the pain in my heart was somehow worse. As I rose, Serica started to stagger backward, as if she was terrified of me. When I saw her, I laughed even more. I'd survived the worst my dad could throw at me, and a single truth was about to drive me insane. I went forward, dragging my left leg behind me. I looked and saw that where I thought Serica had stabbed me in the stomach, she'd only cut a bit of my skin on the side. Hadn't even reached my organs. This wasn't a fatal wound. Which meant this was also
全部
just a big show.
茶番だったのかよ。
The sword Serica had knocked away came back to me. I reached out my hand for it.
それで、こ
This
のま
ends
ま
with
お前
you
が
claiming
真
to
犯
be the
人と
real
して
killer.
名乗り出て、いや違うか。
That's not right. That wouldn't
そ
make
れ
me
じ
the
ゃあ
one who
僕
solved
が
the
解
mystery.
決したことにならないもん
I
な。
wouldn't feel like it was me.
その実感が持てないもんな。
Stop it.
やめろ。
そうか。
I see.
父
So
さ
it
ん
was
は
Dad's
今日で
job to
真
be the
犯
real
人役
killer.
か。
I was supposed to kill Dad.
僕が
The
父
once
さん
I
を
think
殺
I
して
ended things with my own hands.
自分の手で
You
終わら
knocked
せ
me
たと
out,
思っ
and
たところ
then...
で、
違う。
No.
それからお前は
And then you'd... Yeah. You'd control what info got released to the
世
public.
間に流す情
Is that
報
what you
の
were doing
調
with
整
your
を
cell
した
phone?
のか。
Did you call the police?
もしかして。
No! Even without Arimura being here, I could tell she was lying. What's happening now? Serica was crying. She was wiping away tears with her sleeve. She looked like a little girl. She didn't just look like a girl, she probably was one. She was only 6 years old, after all.
だよな。
Isn't that right? In the New Gen incident 6 years ago,
事件
he was going to be publicly
一
executed.
度あの人は公開
So
処
you
刑にな
needed
っ
to
て
have
る
the
もん
police
な。
arrest me and drag me in front of people.
警察に捕まえさせて、大勢の手、
The last minute
僕が
proves
危機
that
に
Dad,
陥っ
that
た時
Sakuma
に、
was the real killer comes out,
父さん、
and then I become a hero.
佐久間が真犯人。
So that's it.
そういうことか。
Well, Onoe.
なあ、尾上。
My voice was shaking. The laughter was turning into something different. Serica kept crying and didn't answer. Tears started to fall from my eyes. My vision began to blur. It was as everything in our hearts were turning into tears and flowing out.
こっちみん
When
なの
Otani
大
died
谷
in
が
the
死ん
Don't
だ
Look
のも、
case, and
乙女さんの
Takayagi
バカ
died in the
柳が
audio
死んだの
leak
も、
case, and when Arimura's
有村
friend
の知
died,
り合いだった。ネット
and
記
when
者の
wanted to be
渡
the
部が死ん
journalist
だの
died,
も、
and when Haida died,
南
he
沢
was
千
made
里
to
に
look
見
like
せかけら
Senran,
れたハイ
and
ダ
when
が死
Ito
んだ
was
のも、
mind controlling into killing
伊藤
Yui,
が操っ、野々が
and
死
when
んだ
Noda
の
died,
も、
all of that was my fault?
僕のせいなのかよ。
No, I did it.
そうだ、お前
That's
がやっ
right,
た。
you did it. And I
僕
made
が
you
お
do it.
前にやらせたんだ。
I told you that's not true. Serica's D-sword sliced apart some of the audience seats. How come their memory fluids like leaked all over each other, huh? But I kept going.
久野
Neil
里
was
さんが言
right.
った通りだ。
Too many things
僕の
involving the
周り
case
で
were
事
going
件
on
に関
around
す
me.
る出来事が起きすぎてる。当然
Of
だよ
course
な。
they were. The whole
僕
point
が
of the
解
case
決
was
す
for me
る
to
ために
solve
仕
it.
組まれた事件なんだ。僕
You
の
killed
両
my
親を
parents
殺
because
し
I
たの
wished
は
they would go away, right?
あの時僕が
Sarika didn't answer. I didn't expect her to. The case was amazing. Just what I wanted.
事件は
I thought it was a juicy scoop. Anything less and I wouldn't have
やりたいことだった。
wanted to solve it, right?
美味しいネタだと思ってたよ。僕は中途半端なものじゃ解決したいって最後まで思わないもんな。
But in the end, after I solved it, all that I'd be left with was emptiness and the guilt from what I'd done. That's why I knew what I had to do. Dragging my leg behind me, I made it to the edge of the stage. I could see the steps down into the audience area. All that was left was to go down the stairs and out the door. Sarika's expression changed. She was still crying, but seemed shocked. Stop. If Sarika's D-sword met with another D-sword, the memory fluid fuse thing happens. Is it just Sarika's D-sword that the mind reading thing gets shared? Because then shouldn't the mind control have been shared with Taku when he collided with his dad? Or something? Just hers, convenient. She must have used her mind-reading powers to see what I was planning to do. She ran to the bottom of the stage to block me. Don't get any dumb ideas. But I looked right at her, as if to say I wasn't changing my mind. Stop, please. It's no surprise her power is mind reading, but no one else's, like, shares their powers when, their swords touch. When they touch tips. I said stop! Sarika raised her D-sword and pointed it at me. It was a warning not to go further. But that wouldn't make me stop now. If you got any questions, now's the time. I don't really think I have questions. I just feel like it's super convenient that her powers get shared if you touch her sword. And she was, for whatever reason, thinking about whatever he needed to, think about when he read her mind. That's all. But I think I know everything going on. She orchestrated the whole New Gen 2.0 so Taku could solve it and be the hero. And then he just Deus Ex Machina the answer out of her. And now he feels guilty about making her orchestrate the case, so he's gonna go turn himself in as the killer. And because Sarika's goal is to orchestrate the crime, she's, like, getting upset that he's, like, not going to be the hero, because that's her purpose, is to make him the hero for solving this case. You can't kill me, can you?
お前は
もう一度
I'll knock
意
you out
識
again.
を奪う。
And when you wake up, everything
目
will
が
be
覚め
over.
た頃には全てが
You
終
might
わ
not
って
like
い
what
る。
happens at first, but as time passes,
そ
I'm
の
sure
時
you'll
は
realize.
何が起こったのか。
何に
Realize what?
お前が本当にや
What
り
you
たいこ
truly
とは
wish for isn't what
お
you're
前が
thinking
今
of
考
right now.
えているようなことじゃ
It's
な
to be
い。
known as a hero who solved
前
the
代
case
未
that the
聞の
world
事
has
件
only
を
seen the
解
likes
決
of
した
once
英雄
before.
として
To
こ
be
の
the
世界
man the
に
whole
認め
world
られることだ。
adores.
そんなこと
That isn't what I wished for.
僕は望んで
望ん
It
でいる。
is. I can tell because of who I am. No, I'm the only one who can. Sarika's words probably came from reading the deepest parts of my heart. I wouldn't deny that. She was right. If I just let her handle everything, I would be a hero. If I keep going forward, All that was waiting for me was destruction. When I thought about that, I got scared. I was terrified. But, even so,
どうして
why? She was still holding her sword. It was clear she had no intention of letting me go any further. I grabbed the hilt of my own sword and raised it as well. Come on,
来いよ。
I said to her from top of the stage. I said the same thing to her that she'd said to me in that dark prison.
舞台に上がれ。
Come up on the stage, Serica.
尾上セリカ。
I could see her on the other side of her D sword looking hurt. But she must have read my thoughts and realized I wasn't going to change my mind, because she slowly came up. It's such a silly pose. Yeah, it's like the most incorrect way he could hold his sword. The bright lights illuminated her beautifully. I took several steps back the way I'd come, so I could keep my distance. I must have lost too much blood because I staggered. My vision blurred. With only my right leg working, I was barely able to keep my balance. I couldn't stop here. I couldn't.
どうしてだ
Why?
どうして犯
Why are you
人と
trying
して
to
名
tell
乗り
everyone
出
you're
よう
the
とする
killer? Why are you letting them think it was
ど
you?
うしてそれが許せるんだその情報に
The only
踊ら
ones
さ
who
れている
believe
のは
that are the people down there.
下に集まってい
The
る
wrong
連中
sides.
情報強者
You're
の
a
お前
right
が
sider.
最も嫌い
And they're the people you hate the
情
most.
弱だ
The ones who don't even
自
realize
分
they're
たち
being
が
manipulated by
偽の
false
情報
info.
に誘導されていることに気づきもしない映画でも見るような
They're just a
感
bunch of
覚で
idiots who came to
お
watch you
前
kill
の自殺
yourself.
を見物にやってき
Same
た
way they'd all go watch
く
a
だらない
movie.
奴らなんだぞお前が名乗り出れば
If you say you're the
そ
killer,
いつら
that'll
の
be just what
格
they
好の
want.
餌だ
Why didn't he kill
なんで
himself?
自殺しない
He's an asshole.
クズ
He's a
いや
god.
神だ
You can imagine what
何
they'll
を
say.
叫ばれるか
I knew that. I could easily imagine it. The ones outside the building right now were probably the same ones who'd been partying at the Shibuya Scramble Crossing earlier. There were probably a lot of people writing irresponsible comments online. The TV was probably filled with self-proclaimed social commentators who were telling the audience exactly what they wanted to hear. But I did the exact same thing in the past. I was just as bad as them.
僕は
I'm a wrong
情
sider
弱だ
too. We live in a society, yeah. Huh?
小さい頃から
I've never even truly
It's
knew or
not
understood the
really
childhood
knowledge
friend
of
who was by my side my entire life.
何も知らなかった
I gripped my D sword. It's over
もう
now,
終わってるんだよ
Game Maker.
ゲームメーカー
The moment she hesitated, I struck myself on the back with my own powers. My vision blurred as I started to accelerate. I knocked myself forward and instantly closed the gap between myself and Serica. Caught off guard, she stepped back and lowered her blade, ready to swing it upward. But I ignored her and brought mine down. She brought hers up.
トクどうするの
So, Taku, what's the plan?
あの時も
Back then. Another vision came to me as our D-swords collided. Her sword knocked mine away, and I quickly brought it back for another strike. Her sword has the power of telling the plot. Hey, Taku.
最後のと
Did
こ
you
は
see something weird at the end of the
何か
video?
変なの映ってなかったほ
こ
Look outside.
これこれ
Or, hey, look outside the window.
あの時
Back then, I saw flashes of several different conversations. The D sword of exposition. The D sword that lets you see all the hints you might have missed. Did Kurisu get these flashbacks as well? Yeah, right? The explaining tools. The Cliff Notes blade. I didn't know if they were my memories or hers anymore, but each time our D-swords collided, I saw another. Serica wasn't just a normal girl who everyone loved. She was a mastermind who set up the whole game for me. And she killed Kurisu and Yui just to lead me to the end. The symptoms of blood loss were getting worse. There was only so much exposition I could stand. My vision was darkening, and it felt like I was about to pass out. She kicked me. The sudden fierce pain in my stomach knocked me off balance. I dropped my D-sword and flung it up to my hand to try and grab it again. Stop it already! Kibai would be played by Serica, the whole thank you for pushing Taku toward the new gen cases. I mean, ultimately, like, I don't really understand the point there that you're making, but, like, the case would have followed him if he tried to go after it or not. Because Serica was the one orchestrating it, so it wouldn't have mattered if Taku ignored it regardless. Serica would have just kept killing people that were close to him. Even if he just tried to, like, cover his eyes and pretend that it wasn't happening. Kurisu's solution would have never, like, worked. Even if he gave up the case and stopped pursuing it. The killer was right next to him. So, like, obviously he needed to pursue the case. It was spun all the way to the edge of the stage. Just stop. I fought through the pain and used my powers on the D-sword. It flew high up into the air. I said stop! Serica screamed in rage. But I wouldn't! The D-sword spun wildly as it launched itself at Serica. Shit! She knocked it away? Well, I'm not done yet. I got hit with another blast of exposition. Take this! I used my powers to make the D-sword fly again. I attacked her once more. She knocked it away again? Each time it came at her, Serica knocked it down. I couldn't even land a single attack. Has the exposition beams started getting, stopped coming out of her sword now? She only started killing people he knew after he got involved? But Serica also, like, led him to every scene. Why? Why? Then I realized she was looking at me. She wasn't looking at the sword. That's right, her power. That's why I can't hit her. sword lost its energy and clattered to the floor. I fell to my knees and collapsed.
もう
You've
いいだ
had
ろ
enough, right? Stop
やめ
this,
てくれ
please. Damn, this isn't gonna work. She can read everything I'm thinking. She knows the direction the sword's gonna come from, or more precisely, which direction I'll send it in. This was bad. The room seemed to spin, and sometimes my vision would dim. I couldn't move. I felt cold, like I needed to throw up.
そのままおとなしく眠るといい
The
そ
police
ろ
will
そ
be
ろ
here
警
soon.
察がここに来る大丈夫
Don't worry.
目が覚めて時間が経
Once
て
you
ば
wake up and time passes,
お前は
you'll realize what you
必ず
really
気が
wish
つ
for.
く
Serica said it again, that this was what I wished for. But I couldn't let myself believe her. What should I do? What do I do? What if I changed the direction of the lights to blind her and then attacked? For the second I thought it, she knew. What if I pretended to make my D-sword disappear, and then concealed it somewhere on stage? But the second I thought that, she knew it too.
そうだ
That's right.
私には
You
絶
can't
対
beat
勝
me.
てない
Please just don't move.
頼むか
Don't
ら
open
動
your
かない
wounds
でくれ
anymore.
これ以上
I didn't have the
傷
strength left
口
to
を広
attack
げ
her
ないで
myself.
くれ
Even if I did, it was useless to try and attack someone who could read my thoughts. What do I do? Think.
もうよせ
Stop.
余計なことを
Stop
考え
thinking
るな
about this. There has to be a way. I was the one who created her. Then suddenly, I had an idea. To uncreate her. Her expression changed. She was staring at me with wide eyes. Her mind reading meant she already knew exactly what I was thinking. But even so,
関係ない
even if she can read my mind, she can't stop
この
this.
手なら関
The
係ない
unmaking beam! And I saw the tension on her face, I was sure of it. There was still a way I could win. I formed a strong delusion in my mind. And when I did, I was hit by a headache 1,000 times worse than when I normally used my powers. Far worse than having a needle stabbed into my temples. It was like every blood vessel in my head was being filled with thorns. The pain was so bad, I started to vomit up stomach acid. Stop! Please stop! I'm glad we moved this to another stream. There was definitely a lot left. Serica tried to run over to me and stopped. She kept turning around and looking at the exit near the seats. She seemed to be uncertain as to whether or not she should run. Which meant this idea was going to work. It wasn't something anyone taught me, but I was sure I could do it. According to Mio, I wasn't like other psychics, who had each gained a single power after being exposed to what she called the causal factor. She said I might be a true gigalomaniac, with the power to real boot any of my delusions. And in fact, 6 years ago, I'd created Serica, a human being. Which means I should be able to do this. Stop! Of course I can, right? I twisted my body upward and screamed. A huge number of D-swords appeared above my head. Oh, they're all his. Lame. He should have made all the D-swords. Of course, they were all fakes. The closest weapon to me I could imagine. Just happened to be my D-sword. But I had real booted them anyway. They shone like fierce beasts in search of prey. My head felt like it was going to explode. I imagined each blood vessel bursting one after another. Or was I really imagining it? Maybe this was going to kill me. But I didn't care. I had to end it here. I had to let my puppet go free. Serica changed the form of a D-sword. and spread it out as far as it would go. She was going to try and block them all. Hey, what's the different form of her D-sword? Imagines blood vessels bursting, accidentally real boots it. I screamed and sent them all flying at Sarika. Did she make like giant scissors? Oh, one or two of them got her. And so.
もしもし。僕です。
Hello, it's me.
あの、
May I give you a lecture
一席ぶって
before
も
we
いい
reach
で
the
す
ending?
か？
宮代
Zaku, are you safe?
何が
What happened? Good. It connected. I could hear Arimura and the others calling my name on the other end. I felt cold. My fingers were shaking. I turned my phone to speaker and started looking through its photos. My favorite photo. The background PNGs.
例えばですけど、自分が
Let's
高
say,
い
for
建物の
example,
上の方に
that
住
you
んでいる
lived
と
on
して、
top of a tall building.
窓から外を見
You
た
looked
ら、
down and saw a woman killing a
女
man.
が男を殺していたとするじゃないですか。
Mio, look at this funny meme.
警察に通報
You
し
put
よ
the
うと
phone up
携
to
帯
your
を
ear
耳
to
に当
call
て
the
たとき、
police, but your eyes meet with the
女が
woman's.
こっちを見て目が合ってし
She
まったん
points
で
at you
す。
and says something. What do you think she's saying?
こっちを
The
指
woman
さし
who's being killed? Or no, you see a woman killing a man. Oh.
て口を動かし
What
て
do you
ま
think
す。
the woman's saying? Don't fucking call the
何を言ってる
police!
と思いますか？
まさか
Don't tell me you're being mind controlled. You know those psychopathy tests don't work, right? Psychopath. A person whose abnormal personality poses a threat to society. The primary cause of psychopathy is believed to lie within the brain. I should have figured she'd know about that.
普通の人なら
A
こう
normal
考え
person
る。
would say something like, don't move, don't call the police. But a psychopath would say something different.
通報するな。1、2、
1, 2,
3。
3. She'd count what floor
こ
you're
っち
on.
が何階にいるか数えているんだって。そう。
That's right. So that she
目
can
撃
kill
者
the
を殺し
witness.
に行くためにです。
Supposedly it's because they're thinking from the killer
被
perspective,
害者
not the
側じゃ
victim.
なくて、
But
か
there was only silence. She must have decided there was no point in answering. She was listening.
でも、
I don't think that's right.
僕も正直、
If you asked
そんな
me,
の
a
は
real
嘘だと思うん
psychopath
です。
wouldn't think that.
エド・ゲインでも、
If you asked Ed Gein,
ヘンリー・リー・ルー
or
カスで
Henry
も
Lee Lucas,
誰で
or
もいいん
any
で
of
すけ
them,
ど、
really, they would say they didn't
もし彼
understand
ら
the
がこの
question.
質問をされたら、
Henry Lee Lucas is a non-fiction American serial killer. I haven't heard of this guy before. Some say Lucas killed over 300 people between the early 1950s to early 1980s. He served as one of the models for the genius cannibal psychiatrist in a famous American horror movie. And while a prisoner, he was an official member of the Special Task Force dedicated to solving the crimes he himself committed. He died in prison from heart failure in 2001. Really? You always hear about, like, Jeffrey Dahmer and stuff. Not this guy, Henry Lee Lucas. He confessed to 600 murders. I wonder if this got updated since the time this game took place, because the game says he's killed over 300 people, but Wikipedia says he killed 600 people. Oh yeah, before he died, he confessed to a couple more. Wonder why this game says 300. I mean, it's still a massive amount. Interesting. Oh, part of why is because the number is so vague because he claimed responsibility for over 3,000 murders because he was just fucking with the police. So the number varies on how many people think he actually committed. The general consensus is at least 300. Some people say at least 600. He claimed to have killed 3,000 people. Sounds like a Tuesday. Maybe not all of them stick. That could be why he investigated the cases to prove it was him. Yeah, I mean that, like, well, once you're a psychopath murderer, once you reach triple digits in killing people, I guess you can't believe anything he says. When he's like, yeah, I killed that person. It doesn't matter at that point. He's just like saying, yeah, I killed that person just because he's bored. Jeffrey Dahmer is overhyped. Yeah. Like, at least compared to this Henry Lee Lucas dude. And who's Ed Gein? Another non-fiction American murderer, one of the most famous criminals in American history. He would dig up local graves, retrieve the bodies of freshly buried women, and turn them into vests, masks, and other articles of clothing. What? He only ever killed 2 people, but the shocking nature of his crimes left a huge impression on the public, causing him to become the model for many fictional characters. How? I've never heard of this dude. Have you guys heard of this? What? They call him a serial killer, but I guess he's not actually a serial killer if he only killed 2 people. Technically. Leatherface was based on him. I guess that's why I haven't heard of these 2 specific killers, because they've both been replaced by, like, their fictional counterparts, right? So this Ed guy is Leatherface, and Henry Lee Lucas, I believe, is Hannibal Lecter then, right? That's probably, like, why you don't hear these 2 specific names. They've been replaced by their movie counterparts. That's fascinating. I guess I'd rather make a fictional character famous than a real-life murderer famous. So it's probably for the best that their names have been replaced in society by the fictional counterparts. Right? What's the... I can't believe I just had this thought, but what's the crime committed here? What would technically the crime be for if you dug up bodies of people who are already dead? Just grave robbery? Right? Tax evasion. What crimes did Ed commit? Like, what was he actually tried for? Body snatching. That's weird. because of him, they also made it a law, because this wasn't a law at the time. That's what I was curious about, is like, so it wasn't a law at the time, but because of him, they made a law where it's illegal to make items out of human skin now. Like, regardless if they're dead or not. Or, like, even if they're dead, you can't just, like, make anything out of human skin. It's illegal. So at the time, he was only convicted of body snatching, but then after they made a law, you can't use human skin in the production of any items. Wild. That's disturbing to think about. I know, right? Gross. People are weird, dude. So yeah, he was technically... I don't think grave robbery adequately covers this crime. Yeah, that's what I was, like, you know, I was thinking. Like, what would this really be called? Because that seems... like, that's definitely something that normal people, like, would think to ever make a law against. Some psycho like this would have to come around for you to finally be like, hey, maybe we should make that illegal. Yeah, I guess we do have to make that illegal. The AirPod dilemma, it's not technically illegal, yeah. Because my first thought was, like, is it even a law against, like, you know, they're dead? If you dig them up and use their bodies, what crime is that, technically? Like, I know it's morally wrong, but, like, what would the actual crime be? And it turns out, before this guy, it was not an actual crime because they just didn't think anyone would fucking do it.
きっと質問自体が理解できないと答えるでしょう。
Taking oddly specific notes on what isn't technically illegal. Well, it is illegal now, thanks to him.
明日の晩ご飯とか
Anyway, if you asked them that question, they'd be thinking about what they'd have for dinner tomorrow. Or that they didn't like the clothes the
被害者
questioner
側
was
でも
wearing.
加害者側でもな
They'd be
い
thinking about something entirely unrelated to the mindsets of the culprit and victim. I mean, wouldn't they still be thinking, although despite what we just discussed, right? He's thinking a real psychopath wouldn't think that. But wouldn't they still be thinking about how to get away with the crime so they could keep doing what they were doing? It's not like they're dumb just because they're psychopaths. They just wouldn't feel bad about it. Like, they wouldn't kill someone and be like, huh, what's for dinner? You don't think a psychopath would actually care about going to jail? Maybe. But some psychopaths are, like, insanely smart. Jeffrey Dahmer got away with a lot of things because the police were lazy. Not because he was extra smart. Yeah, but some serial killers are super smart. The smart psycho thing is a myth. Well, I mean, it's a myth that all of them are smart. Some are just dumb. But some are smart.
ロールシャッハテストでも何でも
It's the same with the Rorschach test or anything else.
彼らの口から出てくる回答は
There's no meaning to the answers they
きっと
give.
意味なんてない
Because to them,
全てはきっと
it's all a goddamn game.
クソったれなゲームだったんだから
There's not much evidence of smart serial killers. Usually they get away with it by dumb luck or police incompetence. That's because the smart ones haven't been caught. Checkmate. Got him! Defeated by facts and logic. Sorry. Is he about to say he's a psychopath? have been ratioed. There's a real case about a guy who buried the corpse a person was in the desert of Nevada. He got away with the murder. Well, there are a lot of people who got away with murder. Just usually it's harder to get away with murder nowadays. But I mean, think about it. Back in the 50s or earlier, it'd probably be super easy to get away with crimes. Shit, when was fingerprinting invented? (1911). I guess we've used fingerprinting longer than I thought. I guess DNA analysis would be the first, like, example. DNA analysis wasn't really a thing until the 80s. Yeah, I mean, shit, before that, people were probably getting away with it a lot. As a person with a lot of experience getting away with murder, I mean, I'm just saying, you know, unrelated to my life story or anything like that. Felt like it had been a long time since I last saw that picture. When he took a picture of the board.
だから思うんです。
Wonder what they were thinking.
あいつは何を考えていたんだろうって。
Hmm?
あいつ、
No matter what you
何を
asked
聞かれて
them,
も
no matter what they said,
何を喋
they were
ってい
actually
ても
looking at something else.
実は
One single
別の
goal.
ところを見て
So
たんで
nothing they
す。
said actually mattered.
一つの
Are you sure you're not being mind controlled? What happened to Sakuma and Onoe? Are you okay? Mia must have sensed something was up, because the tone of her voice changed.
あなたには
You kind of knew about her.
なんとなく分かっていたんですよね。
The wound in my stomach and the pain in my head counted the time as regularly as a clock. Thud. 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 There was a silence, 10 thuds long.
正確にはもちろん知らない。ただ、
I don't know the exact details, of course, but if what I imagined is close to the truth, then
あいつは
she was without a doubt different. In the sense that she was a serial killer, of course, but also that she was as different from normal people like us as you could possibly
最
get.
もかけ離れた存在だ。
I'm only going to count time in methods of thudology now.
でしょうね。
I'm sure if you asked her
きっ
that
とあいつ
question,
も
she wouldn't tell you
さっ
about
きの
counting
質問をされ
floors.
たら回数なんか数えない。
Mio understood after all. She knew something was wrong with Serica.
どうすれば
How could I have known?
そんなことはいい。
It doesn't matter. Answer me. Are you safe?
お前は無事なのか。
いえ、
No.
僕のことは
Don't
いいん
worry
です。
about me.
ど
Do you
う
think
す
I
れ
could have
ば
ever
彼女を
understood
理
her?
解してやれたと思いますか？
I heard a small sigh on the other end. What's the point of this conversation? Is he about to tell her he's a psychopath? After all? And then a sharp voice that cut it off.
そんなことは。
That's
不可能
impossible.
だ。言ったろ。
I told
あ
you,
いつ
she
は
was a
向こ
different
う側
kind
の
of
人
human.
間。
No, a different kind of
存在
existence.
なんだ。
There was no way someone normal
こち
like
ら
you
側
could
に
have
いるお
understood
前
her
に
at all.
理解できるはず。
Mio's use of the words different and normal. I thought they were fitting. Serica was different. I was normal. Is he? Oh,
どうした？
what's wrong? I had a sudden premonition. I looked down at the D sword in my hand. I'd use this to real boot Serica. That's right. I'd created her. Which meant I could do it again. No, it's nothing.
いえ、なんでもすいません。
I'm sorry.
後の
Please
こと
take
を
care
よ
of
ろ
the
しくお願
rest.
いします。
Now she would understand. Mio and Shinjo could deal with all this. I went to hang up without listening for her answer, but
待て、ミヤシ
wait. Tell me
一
one
つだけ
thing.
聞かせろ。
はい、
Yeah?
何ですか？
What is it?
お前はこちら側にいると言ってしまった。
I said you were normal. But what would you say?
お前の
さっきの質問ですか？
You mean that question I just asked?
もちろん僕
Of
も
course, I wouldn't be counting 1, 2, 3.
123なんて数えない
Of
です
course,
よ。
I wouldn't say not to call the cops either.
でもだって
Because I saw both those answers on the internet already.
答えを見ちゃいましたから。
I ended what would probably be the last phone call of my life. And then, I forced myself to get up despite all the blood I'd lost. My vision blurred and I staggered. But I had to keep going. I couldn't fall over just yet. I had an idea while I talked to Mio on the phone. About what I really needed to do with my powers. About the one way to save her, instead of releasing her. Sarika was lying face down, unconscious. She was a mess. There was blood everywhere. It wasn't fatal. She was still breathing. She was probably just unconscious. I forced my wounded body over to her. I put both my hands around the hilt of the D-sword I'd be using to support myself. The sword had no weight, but it felt like it'd drop. I'd drop if I didn't. She must have heard the footsteps, because she gave a soft moan. She slowly raised her head and looked at me. I was like, why the fuck did you stab the shit out of me? If you're gonna save me anyway. I stood close enough to look down on her from the side. And then... Her eyes went wide with shock. And she started to crawl away from me. It sure is a convenient power, I thought to myself. She knew what I was thinking without me even needing to say it.
ただ
Well,
もう
you won't be needing it anymore.
必要ない。
嫌だ。
No. Sarika tried to get away, her fingers digging frantically into the stage as she crawled. No! She glared at me and started to get up, but then her strength failed her, and this time she fell flat on her back. She gasped like she was drowning and quickly coughed up some blood. There were tears in her eyes. I readied my sword. Stop it, Taku! I stopped. Just this once.
殺すわけじゃない。
I'm not going to kill you.
分かって
You
る
know
だろ
that. I'd rather you did. Her scream echoed violently in my ears.
どうして
Why are you
そ
saying
んな
that?
ことを言うんだ。
I was going to use my D-sword to change her. I was going to change her to a normal girl with no powers, who didn't kill anyone, who didn't even know I created her. I was going to rebuild her into a normal girl. Like a Barbie.
僕なら
I can do
そ
this.
れができる。
I'm the only one who can.
僕にしかできない。
I already created her from nothing. I knew I could do it. I could make her normal. No. No, I don't want to. Hmm? She was crying like a baby. Are you scared? Afraid? Why? Don't take my reason for living away from me. She was weeping. Her voice was desperate. You said, Jesus, Francisca. I've read lots of minds since I was created. Everyone's always worried, and no one ever knows what to do. I can't believe they live like that. How can they smile? They don't even know why they're doing it. I don't want to be normal. Her voice bounced off the stage and hung over the empty seats. Yeah, I wouldn't want to lose my mind reading powers. Make her normal, but plus mind reading power. That would be cool. That would be way better. No one but me heard it. Her tears fell on the floor, mixing with my blood.
ダメだ。
No,
お前は
you're going to be normal.
普通の
Yeah,
女の
don't
子
be a
になる
jerk.
んだ
Let her keep her powers. Yeah, just change her reason. Just make her so her reason isn't to make a killing game. But still give her the powers. That's the most threatening thing in this game. Taku said to the anime girl, "No, you're gonna be normal. You're gonna be a real girl. I'm taking away your anime waifu status." No! You can't! You can't! Normie beams! God, what am I doing? No more exposition sword that gives me access to the plot. I spoke softly as I raised my D-sword high. No. Please. Please. Let me help you forever. I remembered what was in Nono's letter. Forget everything and live the same life as everyone else. But don't get buried among the crowd. Doing that's impossible for me. But I know you can. This is it. Goodbye. No!
13を確保。13の氏名は宮代。
Person of interest secured. Person's name is Taku, 18 years old. He is a third-year student at the academy. We have secured Taku. February 2016. 3 months later. Morning at the dormitory group home.
ユウ
You?
も
So
う
he let
できる
himself
か
get
ら
arrested, I guess? Because he feels bad? I can do it on my own now. And Yuki finished washing her face and came into the dining room. Yuta was getting breakfast ready.
私がやるって言
I
っ
said
た
I'd do
の
it.
にうん
No,
座
you
って
can
て
sit
いい
down.
よ
She looked inside the kitchen and saw that Yuto had already done all of Yuki's work for her. Fine, I'll do the cleanup myself. As she thought that to herself, she sat in the chair without further complaint. Lately, Uki had learned to make a few dishes without resorting to the recipe scrapbook that Kurisu and Yui had made. Of course, her food didn't taste quite as good. But if nothing else, she wasn't trying difficult recipes and burning the pan, like she had been doing right after she came back. After a short wait, Yuto brought all the dishes to the table.
ありがとう
Thanks.
じゃあいただきますいただきます
Let's eat. Yuto could also make simple dishes himself now. It was his idea, and he'd been working hard. 3 months had passed after everything that had happened. With its owner, Sakuma, Taku, Kurisu, and Yui gone, the dorm itself was in danger. The place only survived because of Sakuma's salary, so that was natural. But when Shinjo had told them it was safe to go back to Shibuya, they both insisted on coming back to the dorm. Shinjo insisted it was impossible, but surprisingly, it was Momose who helped them out. She called in a few favors, and the clinic had become property of a completely normal private doctor, and some of the clinic's earnings were dedicated to keeping the dorm alive. Of course, it wasn't a family like before. The doctor just worked at the clinic. He didn't manage the dorm. Yeah, the gang, they did canonically stay with Daru. The Daru reference is real. Instead, a nutritionist and nurse, both of them said they were acquaintances of Omose's, would come by every day. But Uki and Yuto wanted to keep as much of their old lives as possible, so they wanted to make their own food. So on weekends and days when the nutritionists couldn't come, the two of them eagerly went to the kitchen. It's
美味
good.
しい少し熱
I
く
cut
切
it
り
a
す
little
ぎ
too
たけ
thick,
ど
though. Only very recently had Yuto started to talk more. After what happened to Yui and Nono, and then what he'd been told about Sakuma and Taku, he'd become nothing but an empty shell. The one thing that saved him was that even then, Uki had stayed by his side. Yuto desperately wanted to be with someone after everything that happened. Of course, the wounds in his heart hadn't healed. They probably never would. The loneliness and regrets would come back to haunt him again and again. Even Uki herself sometimes had trouble sleeping at night. When that happened, she'd go to Yuto's room and tell him it was because she knew he was afraid of being alone at night, and the two of them would endure the terror together. The two of them were brother and sister, inseparable now, just like Nono and Taku had been.
あ、そうだ。
Oh,
受
right.
け入れ
About the
こ
proposal.
とだけど。
Yeah. Uki's chopsticks froze.
僕は
I'm okay with
い
it.
いよ。
Huh? She didn't expect that. She'd thought Yuto would refuse.
使ってもらった方が
It'd be better to have someone use them, I
いい
think.
よ。
They were thinking of accepting new members at the dorm, which would mean they'd have to use Taku or Nono's rooms. She wanted to save them personally. Nono wasn't coming back, but she wanted to believe Taku might. But if Yuto made his decision, she had to support him as his big sister.
そうだね。
You're right. She smiled the best she could and started to eat more of her little brother's cooking. Ciao, it's Hina-chan. The door opened and Arimura walked into the newspaper club room.
あれれ、花んとこも実習？
You guys get a free period too, Hana?
うん。
Hmm. The owner of the room raised a hand, greeting without even looking up, like she always did.
今日の機嫌はいい
Her mood is good today. She learned how to tell from the sounds on the keyboard. Arimura sat in her usual spot and took out the book she was reading, Taro Miyake's famous 6,000 Lives and Deaths. There'd been an awful lot of free periods lately. During each one, she'd either come here and read a book or work on a novel as part of her literature club activities. Taku, Kurusu, and Ito were gone, so Kazuki was always here alone. And she almost never said anything. There was no need to worry about hearing lies. It was the perfect place for Arima. After the incident, she spent several weeks in Akihabara before suddenly being allowed to go back to Shibuya. Though allowed wasn't the right word, she'd been dragged back here. She hated it, but even if it meant another fight with her family, there was nothing else she could think of doing. There hadn't been any problems with psychics since then, at least publicly. Sometimes Shinjo would call to check on her, but nothing special was going on. She never expected the case to end the way it had.
Oh?
Oh? She saw an unfamiliar expression in the book, so she decided to copy it down into the notebook she kept in the newspaper club. Handwriting was the best way to do this stuff, she thought. There was no class in just typing everything onto a computer.
と
She stood up and looked for it on the steel shelves against the wall. But it wasn't where she thought it'd be. She reached out her hand toward the back of the shelf.
あちゃ
Oops. And the papers that had been piled there fell off.
Oh.
Ah. Arimura and Kazuki froze when they saw one of them. It was a big map, folded many times over. She didn't have to spread it out to know what it was. It was one the newspaper club had put on the wall when they were going over the case. There was no need for it anymore. The first thing Kazuki had done after she'd come back to the room was take it off the wall. Arimura had come back a few weeks later, but she hadn't said a word about it vanishing. It'd be more accurate to say she wouldn't.
そういえ
You
ば
know,
さ
come to think of it,
ん
セリ少しだけ光に反
they
応
said
したっ
Sari
て
reacted to the light a
目が
little.
覚める兆候
They
か
say
もっ
it's
て
a sign she might wake up. It was something that Shinjo had just told her on the phone. Oh, so Serika's comatose? Kazuki turned around to look at her. What will you do? Her face seemed to say. Aimura frowned and scratched her head.
どうもこうも宮代
I
先
guess we'll
輩
do
の
exactly
希望
what
通り
Taku
にするだ
senpai
けだ
wanted.
よ
There was nothing else she could do. That was the promise she'd made to him. Kazuki nodded and looked somewhere else. Whoops, guess we just missed out on that promise. Arimura followed her gaze. She was looking at the chair that Taku used to sit in. Then she looked at the one Serika used to sit in. For what it was worth, Arimura hadn't sat there a single time since she started coming here.
じゃあ伊藤君の方はもう完
So
全に
Ito's
白
completely innocent? It was Momose's first question after hearing about what had just happened at the hospital.
はい
Correct.
だいぶ回復
It
して
seems
き
he
まし
really
たが
was just being mind
本
controlled.
当に思考誘
Safe to
導され
assume
て
he
い
has
ただ
no
けの
info
よう
on
で
the
すね
committee.
委員会のあと可能性があ
The
るの
only
は
other possibilities
尾上
are
と宮代
Onoe
だ
and
けなんで
Taku,
す
but
が
この状況じゃね
not with the way things are looking, yeah? Momose quietly, puts her gun back, into her back pocket. Guess, so no one has anything to do with the committee, then? No one's in need of being debugged? Mio and Momose both sighed at the same time. Sakuma was dead. They'd gone over everything he owned, as well as his body, but barely learned anything. She had found, with the help of her very, very strange acquaintance in Akihabara, that Sakuma had indeed worked at the basement under Tokyo General Hospital, but nothing else. Who is this mysterious, very, very strange acquaintance? He who must not be named.
データを丸ごと消されてしま
All
って
the data was deleted. There was no data left of Sakuma. She hated to admit it, but the committee was good at their work and fast. Even the police didn't seem to know who he was. Yeah, did they stay in the lab? I wonder where they stayed at. Does Daru have his own apartment now? That night, 3 months ago, she still didn't know what happened between Taku, Onoe, and Sakuma back then. Daru has a secret hacking base. Oh yeah, that's right. Ferris may have lent a hand. That's true. But what if what she was imagining was correct, especially in light of her final call with Taku? There was a need to question what Serika had told her at Frisia. I was asking about Daru. She talked about Serika had talked a lot about the committee, but looking back, there was a good chance it was a lie used to gain Mio's cooperation. As proof, even after she'd taken the psychics out of Shibuya, nothing happened. Her hacker acquaintance checked his network and hadn't even seen anything at all. With no real reason to stay in Akihabara anymore, she'd come back to Shibuya, but while she was gone, all the threads connecting Sakuma to the committee had vanished. Either she'd screwed up, or maybe...
やはり佐久間は
Maybe
末
Sakuma
端
really
組織の
was no
人
one
間でしか
important
なかった
after
と
all.
いうことか
Which meant they simply gave up on him when he was no longer useful. But there was a lot of equipment that had disappeared from that underground facility. Even if he was the one who moved it, someone else had to be in charge of it by now. If she could just find out who that someone was.
あとたどれる可
The
能
other
性があると
chances.
すれば
Mose looked at Mio and tapped her own temples.
ここね
In here.
カオスチャイルド症候群
Chaos Child Syndrome. Don't think about the committee, Mia. Wouldn't want to have to kill you.
はい
You're right. That was the one route she still had open to her. It was the piece of evidence she'd chosen to use to get her revenge on the committee. That strange disease that started showing up in certain victims of the earthquake. Suddenly, her phone began to vibrate. She saw the name on the phone and realized it wasn't time for his usual check-in. That meant something happened.
どうした
What?
尾上が
Always. February. Being gaslighted by Mimosa, yeah, right? She slowly stepped into the hospital room. The room was clean. The air was pure. She nodded, satisfied. It was disappointing no one had brought any flowers, but in light of his condition, there was no helping that. The curtain was closed, so she couldn't see him from here. She walked softly without making a sound. She approached the bed nervously. She put her hand on the curtain and opened it. The person she was looking for was lying there. That's not true. There's no one lying there. The bed's empty. What? She sighed in relief. And then she brought her face close to his, as if to give a kiss to a loved one. She was close enough that her short hair fell on his face. He's fine. Yeah, he's fine, she thought to herself. He lost a little weight, but it was still the face of the boy she'd known for years. If he made her a normal girl, why would she still remember everything? Or, like, know who Taku is? I feel like that would explicitly prevent her from being normal. I guess maybe if he rewrote all of her memories as well. She then opened the window. Fresh air blew into the room. The weather was great. A perfect day to go outside. Then who'd they pin as the killer? I guess Sakuma then, right?
行こう
Let's go, Taku. Where can you go if he's comatose? I guess I don't need to screenshot this, though. I'm about to unlock the gallery, aren't I? Oh. Never mind. A different kind of let's go. As she throws him out the window.
ニュージェネレーションの狂気の再来と呼ばれる連続殺人事件を引き起こした犯人。
Is in the flatline. Breaking news. As of 9 a.m. this morning, the killer behind the return of the New Gen Madness, Taku, disappeared from a prison hospital. The bodies of several guards were found, evidently killed in struggle. As for the reason the killer was being kept at the hospital, the police have stated he was being examined as a Chaos Child Syndrome patient, and there was no problem with the site's security. Was that a delusion of him being broken out of the hospital? I don't know what that says. What does that say? Oh my god, what do the credits say? What? COZ patch wipe? Not translating the credits. So the mind wipe didn't work. Surprised it didn't translate, yeah. Yeah, I guess, I don't know. Maybe the mind wipe worked on her, he made her a normal girl, and Taku went out to kill people? This is very loud. I don't know why the music is so loud. I dropped it a bit. This is all copyright anyway, who cares? I can just mute it. Ah, whatever. Am I not skipping the ending? What do you mean? Theory and thoughts? I didn't think the twist was that, like, interesting, I guess. No, we'll let the credits play. I mean, I know this is common routes, so we're definitely missing a lot of the details. Like, we'll still get more, but, like, I don't know, I wasn't, like... The reveal that it was all a game he wanted to play wasn't as cool as I thought it would be. I also felt like the ending kind of really dragged for a while. But again, maybe we're still missing some of the details from the true end. Obviously, I'll still be streaming the other routes and the other endings and stuff, so we still got a couple more streams to go. I don't know, it felt like super anticlimactic. Type on. Yeah, I don't know. Want to see the bad ending? Oh yeah, we can go back and see the bad ending now. Common routes endings bad, as you pointed out. Serica shouldn't remember anything, and then she killed the guards and escaped. Yeah. Yeah. So yeah, I guess it's still implied that he's in, I mean, I guess it's supposed to be anticlimactic, right? Because it's not the real end. Yeah, I don't know. I didn't feel that the twist was that cool. So hopefully the true end changes that. Because yeah, it just didn't seem like it was all a game that Serica orchestrated was that cool. Does that mean she like, oh hey, there's Fez. That's weird. She sings all the other like ending songs. This is the first time she's ever like just shown up, right? Interesting. I don't think you ever see her in the other games. Just straight up giving her CD still. At least it's better than it's all just a simulation thing. Is it though? I thought that was way more interesting. It was just an Among Us game, yeah. You did hear her singing in Steins Gate. No, that's what I'm saying though. You hear her singing, but you don't. They don't give her a CG in Steins Gate. It's an overall good story, you think? I like it a lot thematically. Obviously, Taku didn't remember and didn't intentionally do it, but in the end, it's technically his fault. Having to take responsibility is tragic. Yeah. I guess it's certainly unique. I don't know if it's that tragic, though. The thing with mysteries is if it doesn't make sense in the end, it's a shit mystery. I mean, it's all kind of, like, strung together at the very end, I feel like, though. Right? And I also felt like the Taku being able to borrow Serica's, like, mind-reading power when their tips touched was also really weird. It was just like, it literally just became like, yeah, we're just gonna start putting some exposition here at the end. But like when you just add the like solution at the very end of the story, you kind of just made it anything. Hey Taku, did it come true? Did you get what you wanted? Over Sky End. A hidden story has been unlocked. What's the hidden story? The thing I think is mad about Common Route is when he spawns 20 copies of his D sword. I don't know. I mean, I thought the whole thing was kind of meh. Very interesting that all the CGs actually get their different sizes and stuff. The thing here. This is the creepiest CG in the game, bro. Still. This one's nuts. This one goes real hard. The extra routes are of varying quality. Oh, it's hard to like zoom around that. I'm surprised this is how he actually died. Oh, I guess we're still missing some CGs though, so maybe not. This is cool. It's like a glass shatter thing. I don't know. I didn't like the Common Route end. I don't feel like and just say, hopefully the true end ties it together a bit better. Let's see the bad ending in Chapter 4. Indeed. Congrats, Kubai. You are now a Chaos Child. Thank you, Rob. I appreciate the tip. We are indeed a Chaos Child. We'll still, like, mess around. We still obviously have another stream or two going, but, I appreciate the tip for sure. Thank you, thank you. So yeah, we still have a couple more routes for everything to tie together. So probably another, like, 2 streams left. So we'll stream it tomorrow. I mean, I'm still going to stream a little bit today. Hey, there it is. There's the notification. 4 routes of True End. It's like 5. Yeah, so we probably still have 3 streams left. At least. So yeah, hopefully we get some more to, like, flesh out the route. But I don't know. It also, like, it felt like it dragged on a lot at the end. I don't know. Like, that whole sequence felt like it dragged out for the ending chapter. Like, Chapter 10 felt like it overstayed its welcome. So, like, some of the I guess, like, I just lost interest in some of the WoW factor. What do you think there's going to be in the routes? I imagine the routes will be Mio, because we don't really know what the fuck's going on with her, because they keep mentioning her revenge against the committee and all of her, like, backstory stuff. So I would guess, if I were to say who's getting a route, I would guess it's Mio. Kazuki probably gets a route because she didn't do anything all game. Sarika will probably get a route to, like, reveal the backstory and stuff. And then Arimura probably gets a route. I hear the Yui route is cut into a few different parts. Yeah. Desperately hoping Kurisu doesn't get her out. Lamau XD. I really didn't like her character. So yeah, those I guess would be the 4 I think get her out. Mio, Kazuki, Sarika, Arimura. Well, I guess we'll find out soon. Yeah, I don't know. It felt like the conflict between Sarika and Kurisu was really, like, convoluted. I don't know. I didn't really like that. So it kind of made some of the final resolutions start, like, wearing on me to the point where I was kind of feeling like, meh, you know? What about the pink girl from the Steam game CG? What are you talking about? How many tips are we still missing? Oh, quite a few. Quite a few. The benefit of the other routes is they can still flesh out some characters. Yeah, that's probably for the best. Because, yeah, I don't know. The Serica and Kurisu thing, like, I thought that was really convoluted. I didn't really like that. And then, so the story started to focus on Serica. I mean, granted, I liked Serica a lot, but it just felt long-winded. I don't know. And then the dad also, like, almost ultimately didn't mean anything, I feel like. But I guess, according to Serica, he was orchestrated to fall from the beginning. Which is odd, because mind control is pretty OP. But he seems almost willing to fall and lose. It's just pretty on the, like, mostly just the last chapter, I guess. Is like, I didn't enjoy. Not as much as I didn't enjoy the festival route. But, or the festival chapter, but still. The only character I feel in Common Route was pointless was Kazuki. She wasn't even really a character, like, let's be real. She didn't do anything. She was just like, her literal presence in the Common Route was to just be a joke. Like the joke that her character is like, I am Groot. Or, excuse me. So, like, she's not really a thing. It's a huge stretch to even call her a character. Can imagine how fucked up I'd be to find out my parent was a lying psycho. Yeah. What was that hidden story thing we unlocked? Is that just like access to one of the routes or something? It's access to the character routes? Oh, okay. Alright. What was the chapter that had the bad end? Let's check that out. And what do you have to do to get it? You just gotta get the answer wrong. Oh, do I really not have any quick loads for Chapter 4? Why is it all Chapter 9? What about one of my saves? I probably have a Chapter 4 save. But in Chaos Head and Steins Gate, the quick loads are all just, like, default saves, I guess. Hopefully this save isn't before the board or whatever. It's a miracle, yeah. We might have to go to Chapter 3 and fast forward. Such good friends, yeah. Besties! Yeah, I figured we were kind of past it. Hang on. Okay. What are we seeing from the bad end again? Remind me? I actually don't remember what we're looking for. An interesting way to reload this save. Oh, we're just gonna see the dumb Ito spoiler thing? And just see if it was a really real spoiler. Can someone send me the COZ guide for the chapter or the routes? Chaos Child speedrun, yeah. I would appreciate it, thank you. Drop the link in the old Discord channel. Do you want to join the Discord channel? Of course you do. Link in the description below. You can join and chat with us. If you enjoyed watching the people chat in the stream so far, if you hang out on our Discord server, you can talk with them as well. Click that link to join. That one's frame of Kazuki just sad outside with balloons. Lamau. Okay, so we just get this wrong to see the bad end, yeah? Wait, what's the question? How do I get it wrong? What all these victims have in common is they all did things that would seem impossible. That means that they are aliens. The victims are all aliens from outer space! What? Is that what I'm supposed to say, Mr. Taku? Yeah. I was just trying to lighten things up. There's some things that even I don't know. You're allowed to say that, you know. I'm not going to. I should rethink this. Yes, it means that they... I should forget the context of this. I think it's used mind control to trick people, right? Because only Sakuma has that ability. So this is the other wrong answer, right? Think about it. Otani said he could see the future. Takayagi's voice had some kind of strange power. Kakita could read clients' minds. Watanabe took photographs that were too good to be true. We can hypothesize they all used some kind of trick that allowed them to control the minds of other people. Technically correct? There is someone with mind control. But I guess they weren't thinking that at this point yet, right? Tricks? I'll give you a lecture. Here's what I'm trying to say. First, Otani said he could see the future. For instance, if he had connections with some of the media, he could have plenty of access to things the general public wouldn't know. Couldn't he use that as bait to make himself look like a prophet? And for Takayanagi and her strange voice, she'd been doing street concerts for a while and already had a bunch of fans. Once someone's your fan, it's simple to make them hypnotize themselves into believing you have some special power that drew them to you. Kakita's ability to read minds might just mean he was very good at dealing with people. Do a good job long enough, and your clients will convince themselves you know exactly what they want. Okay, but do you have proof? Ito hit my argument in one of its weak spots. Oh, there's no proof. Well... No, but... If you don't have any proof, there's not much we can do. The proof is that... Where's your proof? Proof is that I made it the fuck up. Maybe you should rethink this? I was so sure, too. What's wrong, Taku?
一度トイレで顔洗ってくれ。
I'm gonna go to the bathroom and wash my face. Okay. Don't push yourself too hard.
いってらっしゃい。
Bye! Yeah, bro, how could you not see that and then immediately think that's the spoiler? I felt a little better after washing my face with cold water in the bathroom. Goodbye, guys! I've got to go to the bad end. Maybe I was overthinking things earlier. Now that I had a chance to refresh myself, I should try looking at things from another angle. Suddenly, someone bumped into me from behind. Huh? They didn't hit me that hard. I only staggered for a moment. It hadn't been knocked to the ground or anything. But whoever they were, they clung to my back and didn't let go. At least apologize. I tried to turn around to tell them that. And I felt my back start to burn. Like how a single drop of water creates ripples that spread across the pond. The heat spread across my back. And once it spread out far enough, it suddenly turned to pain. It hurt. It hurt bad. It felt like fire. I never felt anything like this before. Pain, 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 pain. Pain, 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 pain. Pain, 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 pain. What happened? What happened? What happened? I couldn't even stay standing. I crumpled to the ground, unable to bear the pain. I didn't have the strength left to turn around and see who was clinging to me. I reached out to touch my back. My uniform was wet. No, the entirety of my back, the entire back of my body down to the top of my pants was wet. Like I pissed myself. Was there anything more embarrassing than peeing your pants in high school? Yeah, getting stabbed to death. How embarrassing. Why was it wet? I didn't know. Although I say this would kind of throw a wrench in any theory that Sarika was making it, just a big game for you to be the hero at the end, right? This would definitely be the bait and switch. If there was a bad end where you could possibly die, it wouldn't make sense. I didn't know. I couldn't remember wetting myself. I didn't feel like I had to go to the bathroom. I could see the dull gleam of a knife in front of me. Keep reading. Sarika's gonna come out and be like, oh my god, what a show! Like, obviously this would, like, bait and switch you, Francisco. I don't know what you mean keep reading for. If I were Taku, I simply would have been not stabbed by mind control guy. Yeah. The knife was red with blood, and then I knew. I'd been stabbed from behind. Stabbed? What kind of joke was that? I was at school. Why would I get stabbed at school? Does he know? Everyone knows you get shot at school. Who's there? My body crumpled. It wouldn't do what I had told it to do. I could only move my legs in spasms, as if an amateur puppeteer was trying to control me. Felt like I'd been thrown into a thick liquid. The strength was draining from my body. I was having trouble focusing. All the sounds faded away. I managed to move my neck. Using all the strength I had, I turned to look at the person who collided with me. Ah! And I felt a powerful impact on my nose. The next thing I knew, I was lying on the cold floor. They kicked me in the face? Felt like there was snot coming out of my nose, but maybe it wasn't snot. Maybe it was blood. They feel very different. I couldn't breathe through my nose anymore. I kept trying to snort the blood back in, but it kept pouring out. Ugh, gross. My vision started to turn red. Don't disappoint them too badly. Didn't know whose voice it was. I couldn't tell. Who was it that stabbed me? I'm disappointed. Just die. What'd I do to disappoint him? Someone tell me, please. No matter how much I tried to scream, no one would ever hear me now. Why'd you kill him?
こいつは
He wasn't strong enough. The only ones who can kill Taku are me and Taku. But don't overstep your bounds, dog. I'm sorry, Taku, for making you feel bored. That doesn't make any sense. I mean, I know this is a bad ending, but like, Taku wasn't bored. He was frustrated because he couldn't figure it out, and then he got stabbed. If only I had been able to entertain you more. What? I'm sorry. Common route, bad end. I mean, I know it's the bad end, so it doesn't have to make much sense. But, like, that doesn't make any sense. Sorry you were bored. He wasn't. He just got stabbed. Someone explain that to Kibai, or will it get explained? I feel like it's already at the end, so you'd have to explain it to me, I guess. Otaku couldn't connect the point of each victim being psychics. That doesn't mean he was bored, just that he couldn't figure it out. The logic's that the only reason Taku would divert from trying to solve the mystery or not give his A game is because it wasn't interesting. Hey, Dor. Like how Kibai will get bored because he can't figure something out and think it's a plot hole? I don't do that, though. Thanks for the link, Zero, by the way. Look at Chaos Head. I mean, there was just a lot of bad story writing going on there. Everyone immediately attacking Cupid for a simple question. That happens all the time. People just get really defensive of their stories. I mean, I get it. Anyway, it feels like a leap that he would get it wrong because he's bored. But again, it's a bad end, so like... Want to continue the route? Yeah, no, I mean, we'll set up at least for the next route. Basically, Taku's getting frustrated over not making progress. That's not what Serika wants. She wants him entertained. But that means he's still entertained because he's trying to figure stuff out. If you're not entertained, you would be apathetic and not care. Frustration, like, only comes if you're, like, concerned with what's going on. You can't get frustrated over stuff you don't care about. Ito decided he wasn't good enough. That's why Serika's mad. That's what doesn't make sense. Oh my god, you're like not even, you're like trying to talk shit and then not even paying attention to what I said. I said it doesn't make sense that Serica said he was bored. Serica said only I and Taku can kill Taku. Why would she want to kill Taku? What does that have to do with his parents? I think she's just saying, like, because she's protecting Taku, no one else can take his life. Okay. So, common route, anything goes, answer correctly, and select any delusions you want. There's a bad ending in this in the chapter, triggered by making too many mistakes on a certain choice. Avoid this ending. You need to play common route first in order to unlock the others. If you want to read this again after your first playthrough, play through the game without selecting any positive delusions. Wait, what? Oh, it's saying if you want to reread common, don't pick any positive delusions, because positive delusions must be how you select a route. Sarah's saying she's sorry because the ending is the story she wanted to tell him, meaning she's apologizing for boring him with the bad end. I guess. But again, it's a, like you think, not like a specific fact. Non-specific Route A. Oh wait, hang on. Character routes, route names are omitted to avoid spoilers. Recommended route order is A2, 3, 4th. What? However, A3, 2, 4th is also acceptable. As a general rule, in order to get a certain character's route, you must select select positive on all delusions involving that character. Is that why you run out of delusions so fast in this game? Because delusions are over by like chapter 5? See you, Liz. Good night, man. Why did they name them like that? Yeah, I don't know why they named the routes like that. That's so weird. A2, Roman numeral 3, 4th. Anyway, as a general rule, must select all positive delusions involving the character. The following instructions, for the most part, do not specify exactly which delusions are necessary to obtain a given route, but following them will still allow one to obtain said route. Non-specific Route A. Select all positive delusions and additional delusions, including the delusions during the route itself. Okay, so for the first non-specific Route A, I just start the game up and we go all positive from there. So I just hit New Game, Go, and pick all the positive routes until we get new text. Is kind of what it seems like. Alright. Well, at the very least, we'll set up the next route. It'll probably take us like 15-20 minutes to do that. I think it was Just Wandering who said this game is the slowest skip function, right? Someone mentioned that last stream. E is the skip that'll stop when we reach new text, right? Choose all positive, make a save at chapter 3. Gotcha. That way you don't have to keep replaying the first 2 chapters, but I want to replay the first 2 chapters. This is my favorite part of the route selection, is the fast forwarding through the chapters. I wish you could name the saves. You just have to, like, remember based on the, like, background CG you're looking at the time that you save. Naming the save or sorting them would be useful, yeah. I feel like if you could sort them by, like, chapter at the very least, it would be nice. Because we went back and, like, tested some other stuff. I'm pretty convinced we started with positive. So I think we'll skip this first one. Nice. Gigabrain picking positive delusion first. At least there's no text messages we have to answer. These Serika and Ito seem like nice chaps. Yeah, look at how formal they are with their tie and everything. I'm pretty sure this was negative. I think I did negative this time first. Hey, hey, Taku! Yeah? You think you could try this Garo Froggy costume on? Sorry, we're busy. Sure. I'll put it on. You switch each delusion? Yeah, I did every other delusion. We went positive, negative, positive, negative, positive, negative. Oh, we gotta go through and see the neutral, definitions. Yeah, Liz, knew the new definition, or knew which neutrals had a scene, right? There are a couple neutral delusions that had an actual scene after them, right? Liz, did you remember which ones they were? What? Thanks, Taku. The Mio Room one? But there was more than one, right? Anyway, thanks, Taku. When I made it, I kept thinking you were the perfect size. I managed to get the costume on without much trouble. I slipped the top part over my head. It was pretty hot inside. And since I could barely see anything, it felt really claustrophobic. How do I look? Just perfect. Try saying something. I think only the Mio one? Oh, really? The other was with the eye drops, but it was some new comment made by Taku. And other than that, all the neutrals are skipping. Oh, okay. Well, at some point, we'll watch the Mio neutral delusion then, just so we experience it. I'm Froggy, Garo. That's so cute. I'm gonna give you a hug. Garo. And then I felt something soft press against my arm. How could he feel it through the costume? Hug me too, Froggy. Really? I slipped my arm around her like she asked. Don't touch my butt! You're such a pervert, Froggy! And I read something once about how you could hug all the girls you want if you put on a costume. What? At the time, I thought it was a bunch of crap. Did it really work? I was having the time of my life when... Froggy's done? He's so cute! I want to hug him too! No fair! Me too! Nope, Froggy is mine. Why don't we all hug him at once? That's a great idea. Well, okay, I guess. It's okay, right, Froggy? Here we go. 1, 2. Froggy, I love you! Thought about telling Ito this, but Knowing what a skirt chaser he was, he might actually take it seriously and try to put the costume on. It was probably better not to tell him. I wouldn't want to see him sued for sexual harassment. Oh yeah, I remember being disappointed that a lot of the CGs in this game don't come from Delusions. Some of the coolest CGs in Chaos Head were from Delusions. But there aren't a lot of, like, Delusion CGs in this game. Oh man, another Delusion. I forgot. I honestly forgot what the Delusion triggers looked like. We hadn't seen these in so long. Just use neutrals. Well, I want to see the Delusions we missed, Liz. Oh. Will this be the positive delusion where we make out with Kawahara? Taku, you again? What'd you do this time? Kawahara cut her off. I didn't know his first name. He was in the same class as Ito as I. And he was the vice president of the student council. And to get the character routes all positive, you could probably not do it with all positive. Like, you could probably do what Liz is saying and use neutrals all the way up to, like, the route. But I think the guide says do all positive routes. Because they don't want to spoil you on what character the first route is. You know? Because if they say just do all positives, then technically it'll still be a surprise when you get to that character's route. But if they go, oh, you can skip every, like, delusion, except when you get to X character, do this positive delusion, then you immediately are spoiled on who the person is. Ugh. Fucking... I am old. I didn't know it was... Oh yeah, I already read this. No, you don't need to tell me. You were pretending to be a reporter again, right? Or is it a detective? I forgot how much I didn't like this dude, because this guy also gets written out of the story later as well. He's, like, out of the story by, like, chapter 5 or some shit. I knew why he was giving me a hard time. He didn't like the fact Kurisu was spending time with me. And that's not... What? It's not any of your business, I think. It is my business. When you take up Kurisu's time, you cause trouble for me and the rest of the student council. There's a YouTube in the Discord of the bad ending of one of the routes. That was someone posted one of the bad route things. I think so, yeah. I didn't watch it, obviously, because I didn't want to get spoiled. But I think they only showed the bad end for if you hadn't finished the common route. Don't look at it. I mean, yeah, I don't plan on it. I do not plan on looking at any videos. Huh. Oh yeah, we did this one too. We didn't get to make out with Kawahara. That's a lame positive delusion. Kawahara is head of the committee. Yeah, he's a secret plant. He's another debugger. Oh, yeah, this was a weird positive delusion. Oh, yeah, wait, no. The Kurisu panty scene was, like, not even a delusion, which was weird. I don't think we did positive here. Anyway. Oh, I wonder, actually, now that I think about it, is the window opening and the wind blowing Kurisu's skirt up there, is that supposed to be, like, a foreshadowing of Taku's power? Because he obviously does that later in the game, where he uses the wind to blow up all the girls' skirts. Is that CG we just saw supposed to be foreshadowing of his power? This delusion doesn't exist in the first playthrough? What? We just saw the CG a couple seconds ago and it skipped through it because it wasn't new dialogue. Like all this stuff where he was like, I saw her panties or whatever. Like, it fast-forwarded through this like it wasn't new text, so we definitely saw this before. Oh, you're saying this, like, specific delusion, like, we're about to go forward on is new. So I was gonna say, the CG that just happened of Kurasu's skirt blowing up was what happened in the original, like, run, for sure. But this delusion's new? Oh, okay. She was about to yell at them and he wanted her to be distracted? Yeah. Yeah, I think that was all. That's supposed to all be foreshadowing of his power, right? Where is it exactly? Oh yeah, like right here. Felt like if I moved, she'd kill me. And then, yeah, they're getting mad. And then it happens when she's about to, like, yell at him. He gets her distracted. Yeah, okay. I prayed for more good luck to see her panties again, but realistically, the chances of anything like that happening again were 0. The wind wasn't especially strong today. So if I ever wanted to see my pure white goddess again, I needed the help of something other than the wind. The brain worms have come back. Why are the brain worms back, actually, for this CG? I thought the brain worms were, like, when you were entering Serica's mind. Isn't that what they were for? Need to go for real now because you have to wake up in 6 hours? Oh, dude, that's still plenty of time. The brain worms equal additional delusion? Oh, okay. It looked like they were, see you, Liz. It looked like they were, Serica's, like when you were in Serica's POV, you got the brain worms. But I guess they can just reuse the UI. It happened in the windskirt delusion real building? No, that just kept using the same blue positive delusion thing. It didn't do this. It didn't give you, like, the little wormy worms in the corner. Kurasu could complain a little, but then she'd bend over and start picking up the pens on the floor. You already saw the brain worms? I don't think so. I mean, I got the save. We can look it up. I'm pretty sure the brain worms didn't start until the Serica thing. I'd help, of course. I'd bend over like she did. But since we were both at eye level to each other, there was no way I'd get to see anything. If I did have a chance. The girls tickling each other? Why do I don't remember that at all. Like, what? He chose negative? Ah, okay. Yeah, I don't think I've seen the brain worms. And when we did the like, upskirt thing, it was the normal positive wheel. It just kept showing positive, 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 like, over and over again. Because that was supposed to be, like, representative of him using his powers or something. When she stood up, when that happened, I could watch her stand up, acting as natural as possible. Since I was bent over, I would naturally be lower than her. Maybe then I would see my goddess once more. Additional? Now the brainworms are blue! Yeah, this must be post-game. How would you even find this scene normally? Like, knowing that there's a... I guess, because you would want to find the other routes, I guess. And then Ito moved to turn on the printer, and his hand knocked my camera off the desk. I watched in shock as the camera fell towards the floor, as if in slow motion. Again? Instead of 2 strokes of good luck, I've been given 2 strokes of bad. The first time the camera survived, but I might not be so lucky this time. So my body moved without thinking. I flung myself forward and stretched out my hand toward the camera. That's expensive. I'm not going to let it fall twice. The camera fell right into my outstretched hand. Nice catch. I couldn't believe it. But I was going too fast to stop. I slid head first along the floor. Oh, gross. Ow. Hey, that was dangerous, man. You okay? Kursu ran over to me. And then a miracle occurred. I was lying on my back, and I looked up toward the ceiling. And at the same time, Kursu bent over to help me out. And since she was in a hurry, she didn't take the time to hold down her skirt. So I saw her. It's so funny, it's just the same CG again. So I saw her. It wasn't as clear as before, but I got a quick glimpse of my pure white goddess. They were so horny to make this scene again, the writers. They didn't even, like, make a new CG for this scene. They were just like, fuck it, I need to write my fanfiction. Or you could see her panties again. And from a much closer distance than before, now at a lower rank. Wait, Taku, what are you staring at? Jeez. You're so silly. No way. Kurisu wasn't the type to be cute when she was embarrassed. She'd probably get another scary look on her face and start choking me and demanding to know what I was looking at. No way, that was never gonna happen. This scene's very important for the plot, trust me. Its deep impact on the lore, yeah. That was never gonna happen. It was wrong to hope for another encounter with my white goddess. It would only end in tragedy and pain. I don't understand. Wouldn't it be more, like, erotic if she was not wearing underwear to get the upshirt shot? If I got slapped for peeping at the school student council president's panties, it would damage my reputation at school. I gritted my teeth and tried to stop my gaze from wandering down to her skirt. Huh? I don't remember all these positive delusions. Are we just starting to get new stuff? The online game addict had the best computer skills of anyone in the club. Oh yeah, I remember this. Never mind. They like made out for a little bit. I don't get why they don't just show the panties. Isn't it? I mean, obviously they can't show it in the game, but like, wouldn't it be more erotic if she wasn't wearing underwear under her skirt? Being risque? She was just going commando under the skirt? That would be the real prize. Oh, here we go. This is new. Oh, wait, no. It's not. This, yeah, when we picked the negative delusion here, Serica got by the horny dude in this room. Why can't they show it? I'm saying they can't show her going commando because the game's only rated M, not adults only. Because I'm saying, in his delusion, why is she wearing panties? Because it would be more erotic for her to not be wearing them. So if you were going to have a delusion, wouldn't you have a delusion of her not wearing them? And her going commando underneath her skirt? But that would make the game adults only rating. It's Japan. They can't show genitals like that regardless. But yeah, that's what I'm saying, though. They can't show, like, adult-only content. What that would be what's actually, you know, what you would actually fantasize about. Panties are for the weak. Anyway, the door opened. We didn't expect anyone to open the door, so both Serica and I froze. And then, they came out. Are you two the next customers? We... It was a voluptuous woman with long hair, completely naked. And not only that, her body was as nice as any you'd see in a magazine. Didn't she look like a model or actress I saw on TV? No, Taku, don't look! You're so cute. Come in. Oh, no. It's not like that. It's fine. You can come in too, miss. Huh? In other words, what? I'll make you feel great. Come in, okay? Uh-oh. Don't ever come in crazy. That's a general rule, Taku. You should know that. Taku, what should we do? Why do you look like you want to go inside? Well, because... Sayaka's face was red with embarrassment. She whispered softly. I want to feel good. That's not what we're here for. Something was wrong with me. What's not what we're here for? Damn. I said what I was thinking out loud. Positive delusions, happy face, yeah. It's nothing. Serica was still knocking on the room, but no one was answering. I heard the froggy. Another murder is taking place. Man, if Serica was crafting this story for Taku, she really knew how to pick a pretty girl to get involved by getting Arimura involved in this situation. That was Serica's got some good taste, man. Based Serica yet again. Wow. In the fast forward sequences, it's so funny to hear those sound effects. Wow. What chapter are we on again? I had to go to like chapter 3, right? My room was the same as always. You don't care for most of the Chaos Head gals? Some of the CC girls are cool in some way or another. Yeah, I'd have to say the same. I think. Except I mean... No, actually... I would say they both, to me, both rosters have their standout characters and their characters I don't care about. I guess I lean more to having extreme opinions than neutral. But I guess I would still lean more towards the Chaos Child roster than Chaos Head. Yeah. So I guess, yeah, I could see that. Never mind. I started to argue and then I circled back to agreeing. Overall, I'd like the Chaos Child roster better, yeah. I don't care much for Uki at all. I thought Uki was cute. I didn't care much for Kurisu. I think we've made that clear. She's like my least favorite character. Shinjo, best waifu. Absolutely, yeah. Shinjo was best character. Anyway. Some information I'd found before flashed across my mind. Of course, it was from the Cool Cat Press. Only the coolest magazine. I'd read about a certain special they'd run. If you put eye drops into a beer, it'll make a girl feel aroused. At the time, I didn't believe it. In another issue, they said if you put eye drops in soda, it'd make girls go to sleep. Why are you reading about how to make girls go to sleep? Adding eye drops into a drink would create unusual side effects. I heard a rumor, but it was just an urban legend. But what would happen if you put eye drops into Kakanoto? There was a stupid teenage girl who didn't even know what that was right in front of me. Should I try it? I'm now curious what actually happens if you put eye drops in someone's drink. Well, I guess what happens if you drink eye drops. The first result is call poison control. Oh wow, there was actually a murder committed with eye drops. No way. Whose eyes were those eyes? So there was someone, yeah. Lana Clayton was charged for murdering her husband because she added redness-relieving eye drops to his drinking water for 3 days. That's wild. Tetrahydrozoline. Tetrahydrozoline is the chemical that kills you. It's found in Visine and other eye drops. It constricts the blood vessels in your eyes to get rid of the red. So if you drink it, it constricts the blood vessels in your body. That's wild. Honestly, I really didn't think much would happen if you drank eye drops. But I guess she made him drink eye drops for like 3 days. That's like a lot of eye drops. Interesting. I thought at worst you would just get like sick. Cubi greater than Cool Cat Press? Hell yeah. I always Google the real stories for you as soon as we discover them in the game. We get the real stories. I give you the real news. That's kind of wild. There was actually an eye drop murder. But afterwards, they added like a chemical to eye drops where you can like taste it. Or like it's not pleasant to taste. So it can't be like mixed into drinks as easily anymore. After the murder. Because, yeah, you don't even have to get, like, ID'd to buy eye drops or anything like that. Now you'd have to bake it into their food. You can't put it in their drinks, and actually baking it would probably cause all the chemicals to evaporate. So that probably wouldn't work either. For legal reasons, this is a joke. Yeah. Nintendo Switch cartridge murder. Yeah, doesn't Nintendo put like a chemical on their cartridges so kids won't eat them either? Or is that just like an urban legend? I kind of want to try now just to see. Now that we're talking about it, I kind of want to see. It's very true. It is? Okay. I mean, it makes sense that if you aim your products at children, you want to protect them. It's super bitter. I tried it. Oh my god, is everyone in chat about to say they've already tried it? I licked my finger after touching it. Very bad. I like that Alpha's message implies from experience, and Zero's just straight up like, yeah, I tried it. Should I try it? Back in 2017, when I first got my first instinct was to put it in my mouth. That's funny. Respect. Live Switch taste test? I really don't want to, but part of me is like, fuck. Eats a Switch cartridge live on stream, yeah. I have to go into another room to grab the Switch cartridge. I don't really feel like it now. He's considering it. Yeah, I kind of am. It'd be funny. Now that we're on the topic, but kind of make it at the end of the stream. Yeah, we'll get right on that. Really, want to. Alright. Hehe. I'm going to add eye drops to her drink. I prepared 2 cups like it was the most natural thing in the world, and poured out the drink I'd made. Then, taking special care that Serica wouldn't see, I added a few drops of eye drop medicine from the shelf into her drink. Here. I gave her the cup, acting very naturally, as you do when you give someone a poisoned drink. Thanks. She took a drink without suspecting a thing. I gulped as I watched her. Huh? What's wrong? Oh, nothing. Yeah, this tastes terrible. It tastes like medicine. Well, it's Chinese herbal medicine after all. With added eye drops, to be precise. I decided to watch and see what would happen. Wait, I kind of feel... Huh? Isn't it hot in here? Serica's cheeks seemed a little pink, and she seemed to be kind of spacing out. Is it starting to work already? I didn't expect it to work so fast. Hey, Taku. I feel really weird. Her breathing was getting shallower. She was fidgeting and rubbing her thighs together. She was clearly behaving differently than she usually did. Way to go, Cool Cat Press! I'm gonna use your bathroom. Your bathroom? What are you going to do? What normal people use the bathroom for? What kind of weird-ass question is that? You're going to the bathroom? Why? I don't know. To go to the bathroom? It's a secret. A secret? Are you feeling okay? Hey, tell me what you're doing in the bathroom. Something naughty. Huh? The real normies don't use bathrooms. Don't make me say it, dummy. I see. I gulped. You can use the bathroom if you want, But don't stay in there too long, okay?
別
Eh?
にトイレ行きたく
I don't
な
want
い
to
け
go to the
ど
bathroom.
Eh?
Eh? Zerika was looking at me surprised. Her cheeks weren't flushed, and her expression was
どうし
normal.
たの急に
Where'd that come from?
いや、
Never mind. I desperately tried to recover as I drank my own drink. I hadn't found any eye drops, so I'd given up on the experiment. So that's supposed to be the review. I wanted to, yeah, I wanted to see if that was one of the ways or times she read his mind after the delusion. I wanted to see, yeah, and that's it. The implication that she can read his mind, because she's like, bro, what's up with that delusion? Lamau, you wildin'. You out here wildin', Taku. Zerika complained about the taste, but swallowed the drink down anyway.
それにしても
Gen's a nice guy.
いい人だ
I
よね
like him.
好きだな私
I need to, like, retighten the bolts on my chair, I think. It's, like, wiggling around. I don't know if chair is going to survive much longer. I'm pretty scared that the chair is going to collapse on me one of these streams. Kurisu loved sweets. I remember this positive delusion. When we say chapter 3 is the one that, like... I need to say that, right? Oh, I don't even know the question. What? What was the question? That's the part of the... That's the bad thing about the skip function, is that I gotta reread a bunch of this stuff to get the question, because it doesn't, like, say the question on the screen. First, we'll assume there's a connection between them. In other words, consider all the cases so far as part of a set. Makes sense now that there's been 3. Let's start with the locations. First case, the don't look case. Here's a picture of the don't look body. Okay. Oh, fuck. I should just turn... Can I just turn skip off? Oh, I can't turn skip off yet because text isn't up on the screen. Incident that occurred... Yeah, this would definitely slow down your speedrun. These are not good speedrun strats. I gotta double back and read all this. We're looking for group dive, it looks like. Can I turn off skip? Okay, cool. Actually, never mind. It's faster to just... Because if you have to sit through that animation, it's faster for me to just read the backlog. Next one is audio bleed. Which means it must want man-child next. Okay, and then it wants Love Hotel. The Gollum game has paid DLC to make elves speak Elvish. In theory, that's actually kind of cool. Like adding a whole nother, like, fictional language to the game. Doesn't that Gollum game have, like, a shit ton of DLC, though? Not just that. Like, aren't they trying to monetize the fuck out of the game? Gollum game is really bad. I really want to play it, though, just because of how bad it's, like, the reports are saying it is. But I think IGL, emotes, lore, and Elvish. fucking Gollum emotes. Oh my god.
はじめまして。
Oh,
私
here's
ク
another
ルスノ
deleted.
ノの妹です。
How much is Gollum? Lord of the Rings Gollum video game. Oh, it's on Steam. Oh, it's only $50. There you go. They're not trying to pitch it like a real game. They gave it a sale. The devs didn't create the language. No, I know, but they had to have like people voice act the fictional language, right? So like in theory that could be cool DLC for like an actual Lord of the Rings game. It's $60 on PlayStation. Lamau PlayStation. Yeah, it's only $50 on Steam. It's reviewed mostly negative. I mean, I haven't seen any Lord of the Rings stuff, but I imagine that would be cool. Yeah, I think the Elvish DLC is not actually that bad. Sindarian. The lore compendium being DLC is a dumb idea. Yeah, that seems really stupid. Because, like, what if you don't know, like, wouldn't you want the compendium to, like, understand the context of the game? That is, like, it. I think the Sindarian thing is, like, an alright DLC. Because, like, you'd have to have someone, like, voice act all that stuff, and then you'd have to teach the voice actors the fictional language and stuff. So it could be really cool in theory if, like, you, like, made it legit. Like, that could be a cool thing. But, yeah, making the lore DLC is dumb. Because when you want to know the context of the game... Do we want to take a small rant here, or like go on a tangent real quick here and read some of the the Steam reviews for Gollum? I'm in. You want to know more about this obscure character? Too bad, $5. Yeah, right? Like, that just doesn't make sense. Because basically all you're doing is, like, making people have to go out of their way to just Google the character. You know? Instead of having an in-game, like, encyclopedia. Because people are just going to Google it instead of paying for it. Oh, alright. See ya, Alpha. Have a good night, man. We're not going to be going too much farther. We're just going to be getting ready for the first character route. Route A, or whatever it might be. I do kind of want to... Hang on. Can we read some of the Steam reviews for a minute? For Gollum? Here's the game. I've never seen a game, like, launch to mostly negative. Oh, it released today? Bros. What's that background? My wallpaper background? Ivy from Fire Emblem. I have the image saved somewhere. That's my wallpaper. Ivy from Fire Emblem Engage. God, this game looks awful. This looks so bad. Did they want to make this as like a stealth game or something, I guess? Who would want to play as this character, though? Like, I guess he's a funny side character. I can't believe, like, a game about this character got, like, approved. Like I said, I don't know anything about Lord of the Rings, but wouldn't there be like thousands of other stories to tell? From my understanding, it's like a pretty deep universe, right? Again, I guess I haven't really done any. I haven't watched any Lord of the Rings or read any Lord of the Rings or anything like that, but still. Because I mostly like sci-fi, and obviously Lord of the Rings, not sci-fi. But I occasionally will watch like Middle Ages stuff, but not all that often. Couldn't finish the tutorial without experiencing frame rate issues. The game didn't look like a 2023 game. Honestly, that's like a normal review. What? This isn't a game. This isn't an experience. This isn't even a torture test for your PC. It's a torture test for the games industry as a whole to see how much BS we're willing to put up with. They takes it from us. Precious. Trixie Hobbitsy stole our money. I'm a huge Tolkien nerd, and my boyfriend got it for me because of that. I made it about 40 minutes in before I couldn't stand the clunky controls, bad stealth. You have to sort by funny. No, I like to read some of the legit ones as well. I don't want to read, like, fake ones of people trying hard to be funny. I don't want to read, like, actual ones, because I feel like those are funny. I feel bad for the team. It seems like they were passionate about the source material. They have this Sindarian Elvish DLC for added dialogue, but I don't think they knew how to make 3D current-gen games. The most bare bones, boring, and underwhelming game I've ever played in the last 15 years. It's good as a fucking PlayStation 3 game. Really? The devs might as well dug Tolkien's grave and pissed on his bones. I overpaid. Wild that these game companies still try to release this stuff at like full price. PlayStation 2 graphics. Okay, Jeremy Valentine. It's definitely not PlayStation 2 graphics. I think we're forgetting what the PlayStation 2 used to look like. This is easily early PlayStation 4. Not great, but not awful. I don't think I've ever heard of any of the devs' other games. Yeah, they just made like a bunch of indie stuff, and they suddenly got rights to Lord of the Rings. That's wild. What? How'd they just release a bunch of indie games and then get such a massive IP? None of these indie games are even that critically acclaimed, I don't think. I wonder if there's like some nepotism or something where like someone connected to the Tolkien like IP like knows someone that works at this indie development studio or something. Because this isn't even like AAA game, right? Yeah. I know it's not even AAA. It's just some like indie game. Because I don't know the publisher. I don't know like the publisher and developer are the same. Yeah, I wonder if this is like someone like at this indie development studio like knew someone at Tolkien and they like lent them the IP or something. It runs like trash and it's boring. Awful to look at, not worth your time or money. Oh, a positive review. Sometimes when people write positive reviews about this stuff, I always wonder, like, do they just have, like, zero standards or what? Not super far in, 2 hours at the time of writing. I was waiting for the game to release, and when I got to the page today to check it out, I see there's mostly negative reviews. A lot of them look like they were made in maybe 20 minutes before they decided to rage. I was extremely curious what was wrong. I suppose if this was not Lord of the Rings, I'd probably not give it a shot based on reading some of the reviews, but I started it anyway. Personally, I'm not getting bad frames. It's running at 120 frames the whole time, but there are a few quick stutters on occasion. Other than that, zero issue. The graphics could use polish, sure, they don't look too amazing. As for the gameplay, some of the concepts reminds me of Plague's Tale and how you could stealth and chuck rocks at enemies. I find the platforming satisfying. I mean, you could stealth and chuck rocks at enemies since, like, 2004, but sure. It's interesting to see the Gollum interactions, or Gollum-Smeagol interactions, and I have different imagining than the Peter Jackson versions, even though I love those as well. I found a lot of the dialogue interesting. Guys, it runs well for me, so issues don't exist. I always think it's funny, too, when people say that, like, I know you're running into issues, but I think you just don't know enough about what the issues are to understand. Because I would always see... I even saw the comment today on, like, Reddit, because I was trying to... There was a patch that came out for Pokemon Scarlet Violet, so I was reading the Reddit thread to try and figure out what the patch was, because I wanted to see if there was any actual, like, performance improvements. And one of the comments was still, like, I've been playing Pokemon Scarlet Violet for 50 hours so far, and I haven't even experienced any technical issues. I don't know what people are talking about. I think the game runs fine. And it's like, no, you don't. You can't possibly think Scarlet and Violet runs fine. I think you just don't know what's going wrong with the game, because you don't play games a lot. And, like, that's fine, but it's like, I think you just don't even know what's wrong. I don't know. Like, I just see comments like that sometimes, and I'm like, what are you talking about? Like, it's just not possible, because, like, it's not like the Switch has, like, any different hardware. Like, everyone's playing on the same thing. And I know I encountered problems playing Pokemon Scarlet Violet so frequently, it's impossible that you played and didn't have those issues. Bro is playing on emulator. Yeah, I guess if you played on emulator, maybe it would get rid of those issues. But the way the guy was describing it did not seem like he was playing on emulator. I just realized I'm probably, like, breaking the stream by having my Streamlabs thing up there. But anyway. Like, yeah, when you're, like, out here saying, well, there's a few quick stutters. Other than that, zero issue. It's like, no. You know that's not true. That's just what I thought, too. Like, when I read that Switch comment, I'm like, no, you just don't even know what's wrong. Like, you don't understand. You think that that's, like, how the game is supposed to be designed when things load in as, like, tiny little blocks. It's like, but it's not true. Anyway. I haven't seen any bugs, personally, unless you count somewhat funny collision issues that make Smurgle jitter really fast. That shit had me dying. That's still an issue! The game has issues with collision detection. I guess I haven't seen any bugs. Collision detection is an issue. It's broken. If the very physics engine doesn't work, it's broken. But it seems like to me, for negative reviews, people might value graphics so much they can't play anything that isn't super polished. I mean, what do you even say about that? Their machine is awful and can't run the game. This is like the nerd equivalent of victim blaming. Like the nerdy version of that. Did you see what she was wearing? Did you see how low performing their PC was? They don't care about the lore of the books, so the story doesn't matter to them. so that they just need a high poly count or whatever to carry the game. Kind of like how some people play Shadow of War Mordor because it was new and popular, even though they'd never seen the movies, read the books, or cared about the source. Which is fine, but that's a wild guess. Trying to gatekeep classic. Hey, what's up, guy? They expected more than what was given? I mean, maybe I'm missing something. I don't know what was expected out of this game. You're a half-possessed spider monkey who kills and eats people. You stealth and do that? What more is wanted? Bro, what more is wanted of a full-priced game? Honestly. I don't know if this is meant to sound rude. If you value story and lore, I'd say this game is worth it. It's worth it if you're a fan, but maybe not for the price. Oh, they're a streamer. That's why they're saying I'll change my review as I stream the game. That's why they're probably like a streamer who plays a lot of like Lord of the Rings content or something, so they have to say nice things about the game. I know what that's like. Never mind. I don't judge them for that review anymore. I get it. I get it. When you're streaming a game, you have to say nice things about it, or the people who are at the stream who like the game will get really upset if you don't. Okay. Alright. Maybe I'll give that review a pass. Why are people like this? If you're like me and don't care that the game is overpriced, then go for it. Bruh. Why would you not care that something's overpriced? The game shouldn't be $50. I'd give it some time and wait for a sale, unless you want to go for it. The writing and storytelling is pretty good. It's obvious the devs put some time and thought into it. The start's slow if that's something you dislike. The Elvish language should be locked behind a paywall. I will say credit where it's due. I think, again, if I don't know how this Elvish language thing sounds, but if they did a full re-voiceover of the game and had to tell the voice actors how to speak Elvish properly, I feel like that's legitimate DLC. I feel like, there's probably a lot of other things fucking wrong with this game, but that sounds like legit DLC. There's a lot of other DLC that's has way less effort put into it that costs way more. That would be like my one thing I would give credit to this game for. Granted, I haven't heard anything about it. I honestly didn't even know this was releasing. I just think it's funny that after the fact we're seeing that the stuff that the game is bad. Ooh, good luck with work in the morning, guy. Tell us the story of Gollum's time in Mordor. I like it. It respects the canon. Trash and boring. A developer responded to the review? No way. It's trash and boring. It's unfortunate you're experiencing performance issues in the game. We're working on a patch addressing most known issues that will be released in the next few days. More information will be available tomorrow. I always think it's so disingenuous when the game developers are like, I can't believe you're having problems. It's like, you know the game doesn't work. You know the game runs like shit. I know the game runs like shit. There's no way you guys did any sort of playtesting and were like, yep, this works. Oh my god, make a patch with FOV slider, motion blur turn off, and remove freezes. Oof. Not even having the FOV or motion blur and the options on a PC game. Ew. Another developer response. Let's go. Oh, it's just a copy and paste. They're just copy and pasting this on a bunch of bad reviews to make it seem like they're actually responding. Is this still in early access or what? Jokes aside, what the actual fuck is this? I died 10 times just trying to do the tutorial because the movement is so janky. Whenever you press left shift, your frames tank. 29 pounds down the drain. I can't refund it as I bought a key. It's unfortunate you're running into problems with controls and performance issues when pressing shift. We're currently working on a patch that will address most known problems. But will you address, like, the fact that the gameplay sucks? Trash. Lord of the Freeze. Another dev response. Yeah, we're sorry to hear you're experiencing performance issues. No, you're not. You know. The Gollum game that came out? Yeah. It stutters every now and again. Having played the game a few hours, I quite enjoyed the game. I wonder if these reviews are bought. Too many whiny fucks. This game isn't this bad. How do you get on this Gollum game reviews? Kyler mentioned the DLC for the game. I don't understand why so many people give like these big developers like so much like slack. This is exactly why games keep like coming out like running like shit. Is because people buy it and are like, man, I don't know what you're talking about. The game is fine. Like there's no justification. Like that last Star Wars game came out like running like shit. As if Star Wars doesn't have the budget to release a functioning game. This is the last Chaos Child stream. No, we'll still be doing more Chaos Child streams after this. Well, this was the end of the common route, but there will still be a couple more streams because we got to do the side routes. Something buyer's remorse. Probably a bit of buyer's remorse and then probably sunken cost. Where like you've already spent the money on the game, so you gotta like make it defend your money choice. Says EA fuckers, Survivor was bad. I think it maybe it's been patched already. Steam doesn't do refunds. Steam only does refunds for 2 hours or under 2 hours of play. If you've played the game for over 2 hours, Steam won't let you refund it anymore. Let's see, has this been patched? People said this ran like shit. It's still mixed, so yeah, the PC version might still run like shit. A single crash corrupted my 140-hour save. Lamau. Read if performance is your main concern. Many negative reviews are due to performance issues, which is a huge problem. The first time they released an update that supposedly helped PC performance, it didn't do much. However, with the most recent patch, I noticed significantly better experience. I would like to see people edit negative reviews to reflect the current performance. No. Should have just released the game good in the first place. Causes a memory leak and crashes whenever I play the game for more than 5 minutes. Yeah, we're looking at Star Wars stuff now. Yeah, these reviews are posted as of today. People said it still runs like shit. Terrible fucking game. Loading screen you can't skip. That doesn't make sense. Bunch of options you have to initialize every time you start the game. What the fuck? You can't skip the loading screen. Look, I think this game probably still runs like shit, but what a dumb point. Guys, I can't skip the loading screen. Don't buy the game till it's patched. It's amazing, but marked with performance issues. Makes you wonder what the reviews for Redfall are. There's no reviews because no one played Redfall. But people actually wanted the new Star Wars game. I guess, can we see what are some of the Redfall reviews? No way anyone actually bought this. Says the streamer that played Redfall. Yeah, but I got it for free on Game Pass. All the comments about terrible enemy AI are understated. It's so terrible, it's grotesque. Yes, it's a good shooter with interesting open-world exploration. That's not true. The map is tiny and it's boring. Stealth and action possibility with AI adapting to it. That's also not true. The AI literally just does the same thing regardless of what you do, and it's stand there with a derpy face. Idea is somewhat new. 4 persons surviving in an apocalypse scenario and co-op multiplayer looter shooter is not a single thing of Redfall is new. Whenever I see reviews like this, I'm just like, okay, so these people just don't play games that often. 4 playable characters with distinct combat mechanics, a full skill tree, a loot system with lots of items, making the world feel lived in. A rarity system that adds bony, I don't even know what the fuck that is, on your weapons. A level system that makes your old weapons obsolete and keeps you searching for better. That's not great. A variety of weapon types to choose from. A variety of weapon types to choose from. Pistol, shotgun, sniper, assault rifle. The standard stuff. Yeah, I always feel like reviews like this are just from people who don't play games often. Horrible animations. I mean, effort to be... This guy just tried to have... I think this guy just tried to have, like, a... I think he just... This is the format for his reviews, and he just wanted to try to say a couple nice things about the game, so he, like, didn't sound like an asshole. Complaining about HitScan in a 2023 game. HitScan's great. I don't know. HitScan's fine. I don't know if there's any issue with that. I want my money back. Story's interesting, but it's lost in a bad game. I can't say this game is good. I'm not even sure I can call it functioning. Lamau. I can't believe I spent $140 on this game. Oh, because he bought 2 copies for him and his wife. I was like, what? This is the game that made me realize I'm not willing to pay premium prices for games. This guy gives a positive review. I liked Fallout 76 at launch. Alright, well, at least he admits he's got bad taste. Redfall costs $70. Yeah, if you don't have Game Pass, Redfall's $70. But if you have Game Pass, it's free. That's why I was shocked that anyone bought this game. I don't understand why you would buy any game that's on Game Pass when you could just spend $15 for Game Pass and then play the game that you want to play. Unless you, like, don't have any access to a system that plays Steam Pass games. But obviously, if you're writing a Steam review, you do have access to it. So I just don't get why you would do that. $50 is a lot. Like, what, for a game? I'm just saying, like, Redfall's got the $70 price tag, right? And if you can play it on Steam, you can play it using the Xbox app on your PC. So, why would you spend $70 on the game when you can just spend the $15 monthly fee for Game Pass and then play Redfall? and then you could play other good games in like on that month as well. Because like a month of Game Pass is only $15, right? Or am I like drastically overpaying and I don't even know it? How much is Game Pass? Yeah, it's $15 a month. The first month is $1, yeah. $15 a month for Game Pass. Yeah. So why wouldn't you just spend? I don't know why you would buy this. It's 200 souls every month. What? $200 every month. What are you talking about? Yeah, I just don't understand why you would buy this, especially when it's advertised as the Game Pass game. If you could afford, if you have a PC that would run a Steam version of the game, why wouldn't you just download the Xbox app? Maybe some people are just deathly loyal to Steam and don't want any other game launcher. The monthly price is 26.5 souls. What? What controversy are you guys talking about? Bad games coming out. Welcome, Wandering. Peru currency? Yeah, I mean, I imagine it's more expensive in other countries than it is in the US. It's only $15 a month for me, which is cheap. I missed the entire comment. Oof. Big oofs. Big oofskis. But yeah, the controversy we were talking about is just games coming out that are like shit. Kyler started talking about the Gollum game, so I started talking about Gollum, and then we were reading some Gollum reviews, which led me to check on that Jedi Survivor game that came out like a month ago. And then we just kind of went from there. Redfall, I know, is bad from Cubite stream. I mean, Redfall is okay. It's funny bad. I still stand by that. You can watch my Redfall stream on this channel. It's funny bad. It's not unplayable bad. If you buy it on Game Pass, or if you get Game Pass and play it for free, it's fine. It's funny for a couple laughs for a couple hours. Oh yeah, you were saying you didn't know how you felt about Zelda yet, Vyman? I think it's not worth the $70. You can't enjoy it unless you spend $70 on it. That's true. The true enjoyment comes from getting humiliated after spending $70. And it becomes fun sad instead of fun bad. Yeah. That's right. Yeah, I would say the new Zelda isn't worth $70. It's good. It should just be the normal 60. You don't think Tears of the Kingdom's worth $70? Nah. It's good. It should be 60 though. But I think all Nintendo exclusives are going to start costing $70 anyway, so probably doesn't matter what I think. Nintendo knows they got you by the balls because they'll never drop the price of any of their games, and they'll always make you pay the money. No game is worth 70. I think there are some, but few. Most of the games that think they're worth 70 are not worth 70. I don't know of any game has come out at the $70 price tag yet that's actually worth the $70 price tag. Honestly. There's yet to be a game, I think, that's come out and be like, yeah, this is $70. Sony's doing it because they think they can get away with it because they're bigger games. Nintendo's doing it because they think they're big and are trying to get away with it. Well, Nintendo will get away with it for sure. I think Nintendo has a more dedicated fan base than Sony does. I think Sony is going to try and hide behind the fact that Nintendo is going to boast all of their $70 games as like their main IPs. And Sony's going to be like, well, Nintendo does it, so we got to do it. They have to pay the motion capture people. Yeah, I mean, that's just kind of baked into the cost, right? Inflation can factor into this. Not when they're reaching record sales for their games. I think stretching it to $70 is just because they want to make more money. Some people, or for some reason, a lot of people say you're paying for the graphics. Yeah, I mean, it costs more money to make things that look better. Because you need more artists and stuff to make things look good. You can't have a team of like 5 artists if you want all of your environments to be like beautifully detailed. I think most animation these days kind of has like motion capture stuff. Just saw a video of someone building yeah, chambers and Tears of the Kingdom. Yeah, I mean people are going kind of crazy with the Zelda creations. It's kind of nuts to see how creative people are. But again, I still stand by the fact Zelda's not even the first game to do that. You could do that stuff in Halo's Forge like 10 years ago. Big games that are fun, but the graphics are not big, like Left 4 Dead or Metro 2033. Left 4 Dead was always kind of ugly, though. Game was fun, though, but yeah, it was always kind of ugly. But yeah, no, I mean, people are always creative with, like, map editors and Gmod stuff. Is Zelda worth the $70 in your opinion? No. I don't think so. I don't think it warrants the premium price tag. I think it's fun, but I think comparatively to other games right now, because so many games are coming out not functional, and the fact that Zelda released very functional, I think people are going to like conflate that with the fact that Zelda's worth the $70 because it's releasing next to a bunch of games that are stumbling out the gate, like not working. But Zelda came out working. But most games nowadays come out and they trip over the release date because they still function like shit. I recall the YouTuber Arlo talking about the $70 price tag. I don't know who Arlo is. But yeah, I mean, the price of stuff always gets passed on to the consumer. Taxes go up, the consumer pays for it, things like that. Would have made over $1 billion even at $60. Yeah, they're making it $70 just because they want more money. Obviously, they would. Regardless, if it was 60, I mean, shit, Zelda could have released it $45 and they would have made their money back. That shit sold like hotcakes, dude. But yeah, I think if it was released in a better year, Zelda wouldn't have been as popular. But because there like really hasn't been a game that's like come out and been good and functional so far this year, that Zelda seems way better than it is just in a vacuum. Because like how many good games have come out this year that like work? I can't really think of any. Right? Am I crazy? I think that's why Zelda's getting so much hype. It's because there's been such a drought since the last good game. Maybe I'm crazy though. Of course, launched all right. Yeah, but it was boring. At least that's what most people seem to think. It looked boring to me. I'm checking my recent streams to see if I played a game that came out this year that's been good. Because I usually stream most new games, so maybe I could see in my game history. Oh, Resident Evil 4. That came out good. Resident Evil 4. The Dead Space remake. Okay, there's been a couple. But again, these are all remakes, though. So I guess I don't know how much these count. Metroid Prime remake, Dead Space remake, Resident Evil 4 remake. Yeah, these came out good, but they were all remakes. For originals, we got Hi-Fi Rush, and that's it. Yeah, for original, not remake games, like I think Hi-Fi Rush might be the only good one so far. Somnium Files. I streamed Somnium Files this year, but that came out last year. But yeah, I did stream it this year. So yeah, I think that's why the Zelda hype is being overblown, because it's come out in a vacuum of like just everything. Like it's been so long, but for anything to come out, I want to say Chaos Head Noah. Well, that's a visual novel. If your visual novel has performance issues, I got bad news for the optimization of your game. The Chaos Head Noah was shit without the patch. Yeah, but it still worked. It's not like it came down buggy, you know, where it would like skip text or something. But even then, right? Like, um, still. Visual novels would never be in the consideration of like people's game of the year unless it was like truly revolutionary, like Doki, or like popular, like Doki Doki Literature Club was. But most of the time, visual novels would never be up in the air for consideration for GOTY. Noah True End would crash. Oh, never mind. Visual novel does have performance issues. Oof. No games are safe. That's really funny. But yeah, I think Hi-Fi Rush might be the only original IP good game this year. And everything else was remakes. And we're like halfway through the year almost. Like we're almost halfway. And there's like nothing that good on the horizon until like towards the end of the year. Games released 2023. Let's see. Oh, Fire Emblem Engage was this year. I don't know why I thought that came out like December last year. Okay, so Fire Emblem Engage, Hi-Fi Rush. Hogwarts worked, I guess. Atomic Heart worked. It just sucked. I think like Hogwarts, Atomic Heart, like just forgettable releases. Um, People didn't even like the Destiny expansion that came out this year. Did the Lego racing game come out? I don't remember anyone saying Forklift came out bad, yeah. What about Scorn? People said that Scorn wasn't good. Last of Us PC came out. Even if Scorn was this year, people didn't say it was good. So that just contributes to just how long it's been since there have been like good games that have come out. Yeah, I'm looking at this GameSpot list, and there's really like nothing that stands out to me of being like, oh yeah, people talked about how good this was. Dead Island 2, Omega Strikers. That's kind of stretching it. Zelda. Yeah, there's just like really not a lot that's come out this year. Like Zelda has no competition. I think that's why people are like just crying it as game of the year already. Like I really like Fire Emblem Engage, but I recognize it's a pretty niche game, so that's not going to win any awards. Minecraft Legends, that game came out with no content. All of the fun wasn't in the game. I'd say that counts as a remake, Francisco. Pikmin 4 will be good? Maybe, yeah. It's a Nintendo game. Nintendo games usually reliably come out good. I'm in Japan, RN, and it's amazing. Nice, Matt. Where have you visited so far? Tell us what hotel you're staying at. Drop the address in the chat. And your geotag. Did you see the real life Gundam? That would be so cool. That would be one of the things I'd want to see in Japan. Is it the real Gundam? With the Peppa Pig game came out? That's true. Shinjuku, Akihabara, Tsukiji, and Ginza? All in one day? Or have you been in Japan for a couple days? That seems like a lot of travel in one day. You must have been there for a couple days, right? Think all that's in Tokyo? Yeah, but still, all that in one day is still a lot. You've been there for 2 days. Oh, okay. Nice. Leisu. Any particular standouts in those places so far that you've been to? Amnesia the Bunker comes out this year. If it's coming out this year, I think it's a curse, man. I wouldn't expect it to be good. Where is the real life Gundam? Does Matt like Steins Gate? The real life Gundam is in Yokohama. Nice. You like Steins Gate but only watch the anime? That's probably fair. You saw Godzilla? Nice. Can you speak Japanese, Matt? That would be cool. Deltarune came out this year? What's that? You know enough of Japanese to get around? Oh, okay. Well, I imagine a lot of people probably speak English in Japan, right? So you're probably fine either way. Just be very American. If people don't understand you, just start speaking English at them louder. That always works. Hello? Do you understand me? Every anime I've ever watched says English is mandatory. Yeah. There are a decent amount of people here who speak English. Kibai is the Yakuza 7 sub-story. Yes. Yakuza invented speaking the language louder to people who don't understand your language. It was the origin. But yeah, I mean, English is a super common language. And US obviously has a lot of influence over Japan. So I think a lot of people would speak English there. Pizza Tower is a good game that came out this year. That's an indie game, though, but yeah, I suppose that's right. It'd be easier if we all used the same characters. Yeah. We should just all speak English. The American way. That way, I don't have to learn new languages. The original English? Yes. American English. Japan has a lot of different mannerisms, and different things are considered rude or polite. One thing that I mean, he was Chinese, so I guess it doesn't count, but my old Chinese roommate when I was a freshman in college, one thing I couldn't get over, and I never knew if he was, like, pranking me or not, but he said it was, like, polite to, like, eat with your mouth open, because it, like, let the chef know that you were enjoying your food, so you had to make a lot of mouth noises, and he would drive me nuts in our dorm, because he would always eat with his mouth open. And he would make a lot of, like, chewing noises, and I wanted to, like, strangle him in his sleep. Odes made me so mad. Anime characters don't make that often. Doesn't make that often. You mean, like, make a lot of noise when they eat? Yeah. But still, that's what I mean. I can confirm from the Chinese friend I know that's not true. Yeah, he could have just been fucking with me. Because he, like, ate his mouth, or eats with the mouth noises part's true, but I don't think you should keep your mouth open in Japan when eating. Yeah, he would, like, eat and be like, like, think, like, the food is good. And, oh, I wanted to. It drove me nuts. It'd be a slightly different cultural thing, though, because it's China, not Japan, was where he was from. But still. Oh, I wanted to fucking strangle him. We obviously did not get along. Go to a forest and film a body. Yeah, we'll upload it on my channel, Matt, if you go record it. It made Logan Paul successful. What? Imagine the wonders it could do for me. I just realized he became infamous. I mean, shit. If I could get as much money as Logan Paul for doing something stupid like that, I would. Logan Paul is like a multi-millionaire. Also, I just noticed because I looked at the Chaos Head Noah page when they were asking if Francisco was asking if Chaos Head came out this year. The description for Chaos Head on Steam, like, they don't even describe the game. It just says Chaos Head is now available. Like, mages put in absolutely zero effort when they put this up on Steam. That's so funny. The game description is just Chaos Head is now available. What about Chaos Child? What is its description? Oh, no. Chaos Child has an actual description. From the creators of the critically acclaimed Steins Gate comes a new visual novel, Chaos Child. Set in Shibuya 2015, a group of high school students survived an earthquake and find themselves at the center of a new series of bizarre murder incidents. So they actually tried for Chaos Child, but the Chaos Head page is so funny. Chaos Head is now available. Surprising amount of Chinese open mouth questions in Google. Lots say it's a cultural thing. Yeah, eating noisily with one's mouth open is considered rude in the West. Slurping and smacking the lips and leaving the mouth open could be viewed as demonstrating enjoyment of the food and a friendly atmosphere in China. Yeah, that's what he said, and I didn't think he was lying about it. That doesn't mean it still didn't drive me nuts, because, I mean, obviously we were born and raised in different cultures. And I tried to explain to him. I had my fucking, American moment with him. I was like, look, dude, if you do this, if you eat like this a lot in the US, you're gonna piss people off. Like, you're going to college in the US, I advise you just start eating with your mouth closed. And he was like, no, I would never do that. It's like my way of life. And I'm like, I get that, but like, you're gonna piss off everyone you eat with here. And he didn't care. You could use the title if delusions become reality. What kind of noids could you get? My dad's Chinese and he makes a lot of sounds when eating. Yeah, dude, I just can't. I can't, man. I can't. Drives me nuts. Oh, and you were saying that people actually travel in a single file line in Japan? That's crazy. Well, Japan's like pretty polite, isn't it? That's probably why they stay in single file lines while traveling, unlike the US. You have to understand the poor lad who knows if in China he's under a dictatorship. No, he was very wealthy, so he was definitely not suffering from any sort of dictatorship in China. He was very wealthy. I understand there's a lot of bad stuff for people in poverty in China, but he was definitely not in poverty. He had a Lamborghini that he recklessly smashed. Good times, good times. Alright. Should I get back to reading? I'm gonna head out and do more stuff in Japan. Yeah, don't blame me, man. See you, Matt. Thanks for stopping by and sharing some of your experience. Let us know more of what you're doing, either in the Discord or in the stream when you get back in your hotel for when you're done for the day. Let us know how it's going, man. See you, dude. Remember to make a save in chapter 3, right? Alright, let's get back to it. Now that... Alright, let us go. We are experiencing a positive delusion when he, well, formally meets Arimura, I suppose. I believe in this was the, when we saw this was the CG where Arimura had, like, the knife, to his throat. Hello, I'm Kurisu's younger sister. The girl suddenly smiled and bowed. Sister?
嘘だ
You're lying.
クルスに妹が
Kursu
いる
never
なんて
told me anything about having a little
そん
sister.
なことが
渋谷地震の
We
時
were
に
separated during the
別れに
earthquake.
なっていた
I
の。
thought she was dead and I'd just given up
私
hope.
自身、妹はもう死んじゃ
I can't believe we've been reunited.
こうして再会できる。
Miracles really do happen, don't they?
本当に奇跡ってあるの
There
ね。
were tears in Kursu's eyes. Then this girl really was her sister? I was still having trouble believing it, as the girl walked right up to me.
あなたが宮代
Are you
ですか？
Taku? Yeah,
So
that's right. How does she know my name?
じゃあ、私に
Then
と
you're
って
my
はお
big
兄ちゃん
brother,
ですね。
aren't you? Huh?
なん
What'd you say?
そうなの？
Is that right?
だってタクルさんは
Well,
お姉ちゃんにとって
Taku's basically my
弟と
big
同じ
sister's
なん
little
でしょ？
brother, right? It's really funny that this CG is actually almost identical, but a color swap. Because it's still the exact same pose. Taku's still here. She's still on top of him. And it's like the exact same perspective. But in the other CG... Actually, I think I still have that CG saved on my computer. It's the exact same one, just with a knife. Yeah, let's do a side-by-side. I think I still have it saved from that thumbnail. Give me a second. Yeah, here we go. Hey, welcome back, Nix. I wish there was a better way to fucking resize these images. The expression's changed. Yeah, it's fairly similar. But actually, like, the Taku thing and, like, the background and her hair is all the same. Really, all that changed is the hand position and the expression. What did Kibai think about the common end? You'll have to rewatch the VOD to find out. No spoilers. He hated it. Wandering, you weren't there for it either. I got noited, that's true. But I always get noited at every one of these streams. So yeah, a talented artist could probably... just make those minor changes. It's probably like some Photoshop layers or something. But yeah, Taku's hair is in the exact same place. Everything is all the same except the positioning. That's really funny. This scene would have a whole different context if we overlay this CG and I read the... if I overlay that CG on this scene and I read the dialogue from the positive delusion. Taku's basically my big sister's little brother, right? Taku's basically my big sister's little brother, right? What the hell? That doesn't make any sense at all. What the hell? That doesn't make any sense. Where'd she get the knife? I looked to Kursu for help. I looked to Kursu for help. Taku, be nice to her. Taku, be nice to her. I can't wait to learn all about you, big bro. I can't wait to learn all about you, big bro. That would have been really funny to find out these delusions had the same dialogue the whole time. And all of a sudden, I had a little sister. And all of a sudden, I had a little sister. Things around here were about to get a lot more complicated. How much a CG can change the tone of the scene. Meh. No way. Not a chance. There was no way this girl was Kurzu's sister. Not that I had any idea what she was doing here. And now we're back on the races. Oh my god. When you fast forward, it makes it seem like there's a lot of delusions.
そのほ
This is still chapter 2 stuff, yeah? Remember they try to tell you Arimura's in that scene? Midnight. You know, the one old lady that was going around with Uki ended up being a lot less relevant than I thought she'd be. Hey, remember this? It just reminded me of her when we got there again. Oh my god, we still have to fast forward through a whole nother chapter. But yeah, I didn't think she would be like a major character, but I thought the old lady with Uki would at least be like a Shinjo level character. But I can't remember, did that old lady even have a line of dialogue? Hey, remember this scene? Isn't it a lady? Yeah, I think it was an old lady.
なんでもない。なんだそれ。
焼きそばと酒おにぎりとクリーム
Oh, this is the nice version of the sandwich scene, huh? Yakisoba, salmon rice balls, cream bread,
チョココロネとアンパンとグレープフルーツ
a
が
chocolate
私
cornet, a bean jam bun, and a grapefruit.
相変わらず燃費悪いな。
You got the world's most inefficient metabolism. You're a girl, right? The lady's literally just a tool for Sakuma and Sarika to spread the stickers. Well, yeah, I know, but I'm just saying, like, I didn't think that's what she would be. I thought she'd at least have some dialogue. Or, like, would explain the experiments that they that they had to go through or something, but she didn't even get that moment. She got nothing. Actually, we don't even see her again after, Uki gets rescued, right? How much longer is left of the stream? I don't know. Guess we'll see. I'll probably end it once we get to the route split. Once we figure out what character the route's gonna be about. So that way I can use, so I can figure out what thumbnail to, make for the next stream. And actually, wouldn't an efficient metabolism make you skinny?
女子だよ。
I am, yes, why? Don't make that why are you asking face. Sarah grabbed the cream bread off the massive pile of food in front of her.
お腹すいた。
I'm hungry! Let's
い
eat!
ただきます。
She chomped down on the bread. She focused only on devouring her meal and ignored what everyone around her might be thinking. Was she really a girl? Fellas, do girls really eat? I don't know, bros. I don't think girls eat. I always worried a little watching her. She should think a little more about how she looked to others. She chomped down so hard, the cream inside the bread flew out and stuck to the edge of her lip.
口にクリームついちゃった。
I got cream in my mouth. Ito's demeanor suddenly changed.
うん。
Oh, it's all sticky. Instead of wiping it away, she kept eating her bread. With every bite she took, her lips got dirtier and dirtier.
でも、
But it's so good. Strangely, I found myself unable to look away. Why was I staring at her mouth like this? Come to think of it, I never really stared at someone's mouth when they were eating, especially a girl's. Why especially a girl's? I don't understand the context. Girls don't eat and they always smell nice. Yeah, I guess so. Her plump lips, and the way her pink tongue darted around her mouth as she licked away all the white cream, seemed so strangely arousing. Hey, Taku.
タク
You're
も
both
しんちゃん
staring at
も
me.
私のことじーっと見てるけど、どうかした？
Can a girl just love cream in her mouth? No.
別に
Nothing. Both Ito and I looked away. Why did I feel a little excited?
ふん。
そんなことよりお前
Wipe your mouth.
その口さ
お？
Hmm?
うん。
Okay
じゃ
then.
あ、タク、舐めて。
Taku, lick it.
は
Huh? She grinned a little and walked in front of me and brought her head close.
私の口にぺっ
I
た
want you
り
to
つい
lick
たこ
away
の
the
白い
white
クリー
cream
ム
on my lips
タクの
and
舌
make
で
me all
舐
clean
め
with
て
your
きれい
tongue.
にしてほしいな。
Lick up your own mess, Taku.
甘くて美味
It's
しいよ。
sweet and delicious.
だから、
So, do it,
お
please.
願い。
やめろよ
Stop.
キスするわけじゃない
It's
ん
not
だ
like a
し、
kiss.
これ
Come
ぐらい
on.
いいじゃん。
Her soft lips were right in front of me. They smelled like cream. She said it wasn't a kiss, but wouldn't licking it be naughtier than a kiss?
じゃあ俺が代
All
わり
right,
に
I'll do it.
おい
Hey,
お前がいいって言ってるんだ
Manoe says
止
it's
めるな
okay.
よ
Don't stop me. You bastard. When I imagined him licking Sarika's lips, I felt annoyed. I even felt like I was going to throw up.
やめろ
Stop! I offered her a tissue.
早く拭けて
Just wipe it.
タク、
Taku,
なんだよ
Ah, you're no fun.
ノリ悪いな
shut up. What was going on here? This is like one of those sex circles I sometimes read about. What are you reading about? This wasn't the Academy Newspaper Club.
タク、ごめん。
Taku, I'm sorry. Did that really bother you?
それなら、
Then Sarika scraped the cream off with her finger.
私が
I'll
舐
make
め
you
させ
lick
て
it
あげる。
instead. Eh? She jammed her finger into my mouth. It was so sudden it scared me a little, but I licked the cream off her finger without thinking. The taste of the sweet cream spread throughout my mouth.
おいしい？
Is it good? Mhm. She pulled her finger out of my mouth. And then she stared at it. She glanced at me and grinned.
タクのよだれで。
It's all sticky with your saliva. Where'd I get that from? Serica wasn't that sexy to begin with. Wow, that was more perverted than sexy. Were men just really vulnerable to girls like that? Was I? As for Serica, it's so good! I watched her happily chow down on her cream bread, and I decided the chances of her ever turning into a brain-dead pervert like the one I just imagined were 0. She was still a girl. She'd probably never even fall in love. I felt superior.
Na a, Onoe.
Hey, Onoe, is the vice president not coming? Yeah? Oh shit, I gotta figure out what I'm supposed to say again. There we go. Nailed it. The long distance shot of the sumo sticker looking down on the don't look case was this one. Audio bleed one was this one, right? Yeah. Long range shot, this one. This is Revolving Dead. These segments seem so funny and fast forward. I think we did positive for this one already, yeah? Because, yeah, I do every other one. This is where she was Detective Underskirt or something. What was it again? Dun 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 dun. Mini skirt detective, close. Close enough. Yes. Yes, indeed. Very fascinating. Yes. What was the negative delusion here? I actually don't remember. Oh, yeah, where they were like spies after her or whatever. I felt sick. Skip past the thumbnail. Bro, never skip my thumbnails. Okay, I don't like it either. She skipped past the image of the sumo sticker and started to scroll to the comments. There were lots of different ones. Some were claiming Watabe ripped us off. Some were saying all kinds of horrible things about us. Very few of them discussing the actual video. These weren't the comments I was interested in. Hey, we got an email.
Mail?
Email? That was the sound the PC made when we got an email. The email it used was for the newspaper club. Ito and I had a joint account we used to upload videos onto Nikonia, and the email address was written on our profile page. Normal users never bothered to check out a profile page, so we almost never got any. Serica opened the email program on the computer. Remember when email used to have a program? And, like, it wasn't just a web page? Internet sure was wild, wasn't it? There was a single new email. Forget the email, look at the video. Given the timing, it might be someone with a tip.
タレコミって何の
What kind of tip? Does he know?
それはだから動
You
画に
know,
関連
something
した
about the
何か
video. Probably in Japan it's a program? No, I mean, email used to have, like, programs. Technically, there still is one. Microsoft Outlook is a program, but I feel like most people just use their website nowadays. But you used to have to open up an email, or, like, a whole program. You youngins. Ito seemed unsatisfied, but it would take only a minute to check out the email. I've now said email so many times in a short 5-minute span, it doesn't seem like a real word anymore. I asked Sarika to open it.
これって
Oh, this is...
なんだよ
What?
読むね。
I'll read it,
こん
okay?
にちは。
Hello,
渋谷
this is
ニュー
Kay,
ズの
the
管理
administrator of
人
Shibuya
ケイ
News.
です。
ケイ
Kay? She got in touch with us. Now I'm excited. Email isn't a real word? I guess technically you're right. It is not a real word. Electronic mail. Also, what's up, Kevin?
あなたの作成
The
し
video
た
made
動
was
画
extremely
とて
interesting.
も興味深く
And I
て
discussed it on my
昨日
show
の
last night.
私の番組
Would
で
you like to
取り
exchange
上げさ
contact
せて
info?
もらいましたよければ連絡先を交換しませんか素晴らしい発
You've made a
見をし
wonderful
たあなたと
discovery. I'd like
ぜ
to
ひ
get
お
to know
近
you
づ
better.
きになりたいの今度直
Please
接
tell me
会っ
when
て
you're
お
available to meet
話
in
をさ
person.
せてください
Get to know me better. Meet me in person. I gulped. Kay had recognized our work. There could be no greater honor.
本物なのか
POV, you are wandering, looking at this email. Is that real?
ケイさんを語って連
I
絡
mean,
し
no
てくる
point
意味が
pretending
な
to
い
be Kay to get contact us. And the address matched the one used by Shibuya News.
まだ続きあるよ
There's more. I've
私
attached a
の
picture
自
of
撮り画
myself.
像を添
Please
付
send me a
しま
picture of
す
you.
あな
自撮り画
A
像
picture? Kay had never put a picture of her face on Shibuya News. Her broadcast was always voice only. Of course, I'd heard her voice, but I'd never seen her face. In my mind, I pictured her as a highly intelligent girl. I'm gonna go quickly for an energy drink. Hope the stream will not end during this time. Well, if I don't see you again, man, have a good night, dude. Enjoy your energy drink. And see you at tomorrow's stream. Because there's probably not too much left. Also, what does a highly intelligent girl look like? She'd sent a picture of her face?
ウイルスが仕込まれてる
Could
ん
it
じ
be
ゃ
a virus? Why is Ito so suspicious? Kay wants to get in touch with us. Would it kill you to be a little more excited?
ケイさんはそんなこ
Kay
とし
wouldn't
ない
do
だろ
that. I would believe in Kay. I wanted to believe. I wonder if they'll do an early face reveal of Mio here.
お前渋谷ニ
You're
ュ
a
ーズ
huge
の
fan
信
of
者だも
Shibuya
ん
News,
な
aren't you? Do what you
好
want.
きにしろ
信者じゃないけど
I wouldn't call myself a huge fan, but I am a fan.
小野へ添付ファイルを
Anyway,
開いてみ
open
て
the file.
オッケー
Okay. This was my chance to see Kay. I couldn't wait. Felt like I was meeting my future bride. Is Wandering not here for his POV moment? Is that because he's actually in the game writing these lines right now? Is that why Wandering's not here? And what appeared was... Oh, it actually does reveal Mio early in the positive delusion. Or wait, is this an early reveal? Actually, yeah, this is chapter 2. This is an early reveal. I don't think Mio shows up until, like, chapter 4 or something, right?
Oh.
エロいな
Sexy. Yeah. Actually, that's her casual outfit reveal too, huh? I don't remember her having a casual outfit in the main route. She's always in her lab coat. So I think I was right. That sprite, I think, spoiled the fact for me that I think one of the routes must be Mio. Because we didn't see her casual outfit in common route, and there's no way they would make a new outfit sprite unless she had a whole route. Game design knowledge for ya. One of the routes is Mio. I think my prediction holds up. As confirmed by half of the character sprite we saw. No. She's not that kind of girl.
おい宮代
Aku, why are you mumbling to yourself? You
ちゃんと
reading?
見てるのか
Eh? What were your predictions for character routes? Ah, fuck. What did I say? Kazuki? Mio? Serica? Shit, what did I say they were? I now forgot what I said they were. I do stand by the prediction, but now I gotta remember who I thought they were. Oh, Arimura. Mio, Arimura, Kazuki, and Serica is who I thought had character routes. I think Kazuki needs a route, because if she doesn't have a route, she's... Do you have reasonings for them and not the others? I feel like they have the most backstory that's not explained. Or like the most story left to tell. So we never really found out what was up with Arimura and her brother and all that stuff. We don't know why Mio hates the committee so much. Kazuki, if she doesn't have a route, she's literally just a gag character. And Serica, obviously, because Serica. Only 4 routes. Yeah, I know, I did the math. When I listed the characters. I can count to 4. So that was my thoughts. Mio and Arimura, because they have a lot of backstory. Kazuki, because she needs to be fleshed out as a character at all. And Serica, because Serica. Serica is Serica. But Mio and Arimura seem to have the most, like, backstory that needs to be, like, fleshed out. If there's an Ito route. That would certainly be the twist I wouldn't expect. I still commit to my I only expect the anime girls to get routes.
渡部パクってんじゃねえよ。
そこら辺の議論はどう
The
でもいい
Yuto
な。
route went hard.
シールでけ
オッケー。
Hey, why is it not skipping
ろ
this?
くな情報が
I
ない
know this isn't
な
new dialogue. Okay, there we go. Shinjo route? I would love a Shinjo route. I don't think there will be one though, but that would be cool. I think it'll remain exclusive to the anime girls. Jesus, I'm gonna get a fucking seizure if you keep flashing away like that. God. The Serica pisses herself delusion. Yeah. Serica pisses real. Ugh. I don't like the sound of that. Boom. Scary music. There's the old lady again, who will not be relevant. I feel like you could actually probably get a seizure from watching this game and fast forward like this. Like all the scene transitions and stuff to white. Boom, 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 as the game like flashbangs you. And flashing lights go so hard. I think maybe because it's 1 a.m. where I'm at, it's just the lights affecting me more or something. I don't know. Chapter 3. Okay, wait a minute. Need to make another save here. The old lady has a name in the game files? That's funny. Boop. Will I know that I've entered a route like when we've entered it? That's a nice save icon. I thought it would be too. That's why I saved on him. Are the predictions real? Is the Kazuki route real? And you'll get an achievement? Okay. Ow. She was the first delusion of the chapter. Oh wait, yeah, there's still more achievements for her? Or delusions for her, maybe? No way!
ほら、和樹。
Come on,
とにかく
Kazuki,
そこど
move.
いて。
Huh? Yeah? That's not his voice.
ほら、和樹。とにかくそこどいて。
Wait a second. Was that my voice? No?
変だな。
That's strange. Oh, wait, no. Okay, it's a bit. Alright. That's strange. My throat must be acting weird. What's going on? I knew it. Those are definitely my words. Which meant my voice has turned into a girl's voice? That's not right. Then why am I staring at my own face? Eh? Maybe.
僕と和樹の中身が
Did
入
I
れ替わっ
switch
た
bodies with Kazuki?
嘘だ。
No way.
そんなバカな
That's
ことがあるわ
impossible.
けが。
But I fearfully touched my chest.
Oh.
Oh. Taku's first instincts as a woman is to grope himself. The sensation I felt was an unfamiliar one. Wait a second. This feeling is...
なんだろう。想像していたよりも
I don't know why.
ずっと
It's a lot
硬
harder than I
硬す
expected.
ぎる。
It's too hard.
アニメなんかでボヨンボヨンと
In
揺れて
anime,
い
you
る
see
表
them
現があるか
bouncing
ら
all the time,
ま
so I
るで
expected
マ
them
シュ
to
マ
be
ロみたい
soft
に
like
柔らかいのか
marshmallows.
と思っていたけれどいや
My
待
dude
て
has
違
never
う
touched boobs
そうじゃ
before.
ないそう
In
か
high school, Lamau XD. Touching the boob is middle school at best, Taku, come on. That's not what? Wait, I see, this is...
ブラジャーをしているか
It's
ら
because
か
I'm wearing a bra? I hadn't considered that.
つまりブラを
In
切
other
れば
words, if I take
も
off
っ
the
と柔
bra,
ら
I'll
か
be
い
able to
本
touch
体
the
が
soft
出現する
treasures
という
beneath.
ことになるなでもブラのホックを外すなんて
Undoing
女
a
子と付き合
bra
った
hook
経
is
験の
not
ない男子に
impossible
とって
for a
は
boy who's
難
never
関中
dated
の
a
難関
girl,
だ
Lamau.
自分の背中にあるホック
How
な
do you
んて
take off a
ど
hook
うや
that's
って
on your own
外してるん
back?
だ
Then I realized there was no need to go through all the trouble of undoing the hook.
そうか
I
ブラ
just have
そ
to
のものを
uplift
上
the
に
bra
吊
up
るせば
itself.
それでいいじゃないか
I gulped a little as I yanked the bra up from over my uniform. I could feel their contents being released from the pressure. Oh, this is
これ
amazing.
はすごい
Wouldn't Kazuki just be sitting there mortified? As you just watched somebody grope yourself? In your own body? This is actually like a horrifying, trauma-inducing scene if you think about it. I jumped a little, and they shook. It was like anime. So that wasn't an exaggeration.
というか、カズキ
Wait
も
a
し
second,
かして
Kazuki. Are
いや
you...
もしかしなくてもむちゃ
Well,
くちゃ
I
胸が
guess
大
there's
き
no
いぞ。
maybe about it. Your breasts are huge. She was definitely the owner of a giant rack. The best payoff of this would be the scene to turn around. And it would be Kazuki experimenting with Taku's dick. And it was like, wow, much smaller than I thought it would be. As a guy, the idea of having globs of fat hanging off your chest was a very strange one. Maybe that was the reason why my shoulders felt stiff. So it was also true that girls with large breasts had stiff shoulders? Anyway, my breasts, that is to say, Kazuki's, were currently not covered by a bra. I wanted to see. I had to see. Were these two twin mounds as soft as I imagined them to be? I couldn't fight the overwhelming sensation of curiosity. I brought my hands up to my chest like it was the most natural thing in the world, and softly cupped my own breasts. Why does this CG make them look like they're just balls? Like, it doesn't even look sexy. It looks like they're balls.
すごい。
Wow, it's so...
こんな
And then I, or more precisely, probably Kazuki, who was in my body, ran up to me. He, question mark she, had tears in her eyes and was glaring at me. Eh?
バカ変態
Dummy! Pervert! I felt a powerful impact on my face. My vision went black. Wait. Was that a manga, anime, novel, or something else? Never thought I was into gender bend stuff. That got me a little excited. Is that the first time you see the Taku sprite? I think, yeah, if you pick that delusion, that would be the first time you saw the Taku sprite. Canonically, Taku hits women. Gender bending, in this context, is the term encompassing a broad range of media that deals with characters who change sex. I don't think that's what that means, actually. It's not... Yeah, I don't think that's what that means. I think that's just fan art encompassing, like, swapped gender of characters. Maybe it was a bad idea to stay like this.
カズキ、怪我はないか?
We're off to the races again. Arimura route? Every time we get a delusion now in chapter 3, I'm like,
Yeah.
are we there yet? Are we there yet? Oh, this is where she's got, like, the voice fetish thing. That's probably not a route. Oh, it is! Arimura route! I called it. Wait, maybe? I got the achievement. But it's still fast forwarding. Oh yeah, nope, she's got the route. Neat. But when does it start? It's still all old text. I'll enter the route at the end of the chapter. In chapter 6? What? Bruh. This is not Arimura Gaming. You said the Arimura route was the fourth one? I didn't say them in a specific order. I just meant what characters had to, got a route. I didn't try to list a specific order for the characters. I was just listing what character had a route. Positive? Oh, God. I don't know how many more awkward line readings I can do today. One can only handle so many positive delusions in one day. Hey, no running. Didn't you do positive for this? I don't think I did. Oh. He's saying positive because there's now post-game hallucinations. Or delusions, I mean. See the white worms. But this is an additional one. You wouldn't have seen this in your first playthrough, Francisco. This more thing implies it's a cutscene that you would only get if you've completed the game. That's why it's like additional. This is in the first play. You would see it before common. Are you sure? Because it's gonna say additional though, right? Yeah, I was right. Well, don't blow a gasket. I remember this in the first playthrough? I guess. Well, we didn't pick this delusion in the first playthrough, so... GG. I have no clue why additional delusion triggers exist, but everyone said the last additional there was because it was a scene that you would only get in your second playthrough. Right? The last additional one we got? You've got big breasts, don't you? Mm-hmm. Hana, you're panting. Can I kiss you? I'm going to, whether you want me to or not. Are you excited? It's so cute. Mm.
私も興奮してきちゃった。ねえ、花ちゃん。
Hana, touch mine too. Yeah, it feels good.
そう。
That's right.
私の
Can you
胸
feel how fast
ド
my
キ
heart
ド
is
キして
beating?
る。
I couldn't take it anymore and gulped loudly. They suddenly stopped whispering. Oh no, they heard me.
ねえ、花ちゃん。
Hey, Hana-chan.
タクが私たちの
Taku's
声
listening to us.
盗み聞きし。
No, you're right next to me. I can't help it. I wanted to say that, but I couldn't speak. If I did, they'd know I was listening for sure.
花ちゃん、
Hey,
提案なんだ
here's
け
an
ど、
why don't we let
タク
Taku
も
join?
混ぜてあげようか。
Eh?
どう？
How about?
オッケ
Okay.
ー。ねえ、タク、
Taku,
こっちおいで
come
よ。
over here.
私と
We'll
花ち
tickle
ゃん
you
で
too.
タクの体。
When I closed my eyes, my imagination started to get the better of me. There's still bowling balls in that CG. Yeah, but it was the most direct when she was holding them, though. But yeah, you're right. There, she kind of always just has like bowling balls instead of boobs. It was their fault for saying stuff next to me. Well, they weren't actually saying that. But listening to them tickle each other was enough to excite a healthy young boy. I listened carefully for a moment and realized I could hear soft snoring. Had they fallen asleep while my imagination was in overdrive? Damn. I need to consider my feelings, too. I'd gotten so excited I wouldn't be able to get to sleep for a while. Needed to think of a way to kill time. Suddenly, Ito started to fidget. Taku's face doesn't look like him in that CG. It's the power of characters with glasses not wearing their glasses. Ito's awake? Did he know what I was thinking about? I got nervous for a second, but he ignored me and took out his phone.
どうした
Sup?
忘れてた
It's almost midnight. Oh, this is all the same. Dun, dun, dun. Chapter 4. Oh, God. I thought of the Chapter 8 murder and wondering whether people would think the murderer is Kawahara if Ito's face is covered. Hmm? Found it funny Taku's glasses stayed on during the entire fight in Common End? That's true, yeah, that's funny now that you mention it. My glasses barely stand on if I'm not looking straight ahead. Let alone in a fight. He's got them anime glasses. Oh shit. Hopefully we just did that one to get the bad end, so I didn't even need to read the scene. Oh my god, I forgot this scene. This scene was so, like, random out of context. The, like, Penguin Club, scene there. I forgot what the point of that even was. Makes sense if you think about it. What, the Club Penguin thing? Spreading the info. Yeah, but usually it would be @channel posts when they're talking about people on the internet spreading info. That one just randomly had Club Penguin. When I choose to spread misinformation, I do it on @channel. Or my YouTube channel. Watch my video next week. Steins Gate, question mark, leaked. The rumored plot will be about Daru's illustrious career. Serika and Ito, such a good duo. A dynamic duo, some may say. It's so funny when they repeat the sound effects and fast forward like that. just sounds like someone's like repeating him over and over again. No, I understand the scene wandering. Like, that she's trying to spread misinformation and stuff and make it a fad. I'm just saying that it's funny. The graphics, the CG representing her spreading misinformation is funny. Because it's that Club Penguin thing. Instead of just being another @channel post. Like how most of the time when the games refer to like internets, or like the internet and information spreading, I just think the CG is funny. Because they just randomly are like, anyway, here is not copyright infringing Club Penguin. But I understand the scene. I don't need that explained. Kubai will now spread misinformation to get views. Hell yeah. Club Human. Yeah, no, I mean, the scene totally makes sense now that, like, when you know the context of what she was doing and stuff. I just think that's the funniest, like, scene to try to do it in. I've got an idea. Let's tell the kids about this murder. Hopping on the Club Penguin to talk about the latest serial killings. Not what I did at school today. Anyway, I saved this because this is the one where neutral dialogue, or the neutral delusion has dialogue.
Miyashiro.
But we'll still be doing positive delusions just for the thing. But I saved that so we can go back and see the neutral scene of this later. Taku.
Huh?
Huh?
その件が気にな
Are
る
you
のか
interested in that sword? Mio brought it up. You can do neutral here now? Well, I'd want to do all the positives too. We did negative here last time we were here. Even though I was trying my hardest to ignore it.
Yeah.
No, not really. I tried my best to laugh and avoid looking at it. Mio must have sensed what I was doing. Because she dropped the subject instead. You'll do positive again later for another round? Well, yeah, but I can now fast forward through it next time when I'm trying to get to another specific route. Because I'll have done it here. Mia must have sensed what I was doing because she dropped the subject instead.
やはり
So you are the true augur after all. What? She whispered that. What? Why had she brought us here? The window started to rattle. It must have been the wind. The only thing I could see outside the window were the streetlights shining in the darkness. For some reason, I felt anxious. And then it came without warning. There was a huge crash as the window shattered. A black ball landed in the center of the room. What's going on?
捕らえましたよ。
I found you, Mio. It was a tiny girl with glasses. I knew her. She was the girl we'd seen at the Tokyo General Hospital. She followed
つけら
me.
れていたか
見つけたからには皆さんの命はあり
Now
ませ
that
ん。
I've found you all,
平等に
all of you
エフェクシ
must
ョンをします
die. I will excision you all? Shouldn't that be execute? Here, is that it? What is that word? Obsolete form of execution? Interesting.
宮代さん
You too,
あなたも
Taku.
は
For some reason, I didn't sound worried. I was having trouble keeping up.
タク
Taku. Serika was clinging to me, afraid. It was rare to see her look like that. Normally, she was optimistic and easygoing. As the man here, I need to protect her. Unfortunately, I am a Psy Adventure man, which means I have noodle arms and am incapable of doing anything actually physical.
私は風使い
I am the Wind Master.
ウィーゼルサイス
People call me Weasel Scythe.
ウィーゼルサイズ
Weasel Scythe? That translates to
かまいたち
Whirlwind. What? What? I saw her nails were shining an emerald green. Did she paint them with luminescent paint?
セブンスのプラーガが出張ってくるとはな。
I didn't expect a 7th Praga. A what?
だが分かっているのか。ここはセロパライズだぞ。
Don't you know this place is a Silo Parasil? If you use your power here, what is happening?
知ったことではあ
I
りま
don't
せん
care.
我が使命はた
I
だ
have only
一
one
つ
order.
計画の
To
障
stop
害を取り
anyone from
除くことだ
interfering
け
with
で
the
すから
plan.
させるか。
I won't let you. Mio reached for her blade, but before she could,
可視化せよ
manifest wind! A burst of wind flew through the room. The wind shone emerald green.
切り裂け
Slice her!
島
No! The emerald wind surrounded Mio's body. Her clothes were torn apart. Not just her clothes. Her beautiful skin and long black hair were ripped apart by invisible blades. Red blood flew through the air.
なんだよ
What's going on? What's
なんだよ
happening?
これ
Where's CG? Yeah, I know. We got a CG of the wind spell being activated, or like an animation of the wind spell being activated, but not of like either Uki controlling the wind or of Mio getting hit by the wind. We got neither of those. But we got some like random animation. Her hand had just managed to grab the blade, but she couldn't fight. Mio was going to die. Positive CG. All I could do was stand there and watch. If I interfered, I would meet the same fate. What happened to being the man and needing to protect everyone, Taku? You turned tail on that fast. I would be excisioned.
オーガナイザー側のアウグ
The
ルも
augurs of the organizers have fallen in power. Those evil organizers keeping their files in check. Damn it. How can they do this to us? No. Don't say it's something as basic as alphabetical. No. What if it's numerical? Oh god.
クノサとミオ
Mio.
あなた程度で
Did you really
私を
think the
止められ
likes
ると
of
でも
you could stop me? Mio gritted her teeth and staggered to her feet using the sword as support. Foreshadowing the final chapter? Ordered by last opened. You're crazy. You shouldn't have stood back up. Not with how tattered you are. She'll just kill you.
いや、シロ。
Duck. With the last of her strength, Mio offered me her sword.
剣を取れ。
Take the sword.
私には使
I
い
was
こなせ
never
なかっ
able
た。
to master it,
お前
but perhaps you can.
お前だからこそ
No, you can.
真の力を
You can draw out its true
出せる
power.
成層圏グラジオラス
The
は
holy Edio Blade
お前のために
Gladiolus was created for you.
カオスチ
The
ャイルドのた
Chaos
めにある
Child.
剣なんだから
This has major I'm the Fire Emblem vibes. I am the Fire Emblem? That's really funny.
僕のために
For
ある
me? My name was the Chaos Child. Mio pushed it into my hands, her arms strong, but not strong enough that she was forcing me to take it. Would her arms be strong if she's dying?
宮代拓
Taku, it is you. You were always the Chaos Child.
戦え
Fight. Fight. Me?
戦
Fight.
えでないと
Or else
みんな
everyone dies.
死ぬ
Technically, everyone dies if Taku doesn't give up here. If Taku gets killed by Uki here, everyone is saved. Mio should have had access to the script, huh? Not so smart now, are ya? And then Mio collapsed into my arms. I grabbed her, and suddenly my hands were slick with blood. She'd always been so intimidating. I thought she was so much taller than me. But her body was so frail, so light. Just a girl. But fought so hard until she ended up like this. Technically, she didn't fight at all. She ran to get her sword and got fucking winded. I had to. I didn't know what was going on. But if I didn't stop her, not only Mio's life and my life, but Serika and Ito's lives would be in danger as well. I have to protect everyone. I set Mio on the ground and motioned to Serika and Ito to step back. I tightly gripped the sword I'd been given. Then I turned to face the girl wearing the glasses, Weasel Scythe.
話は終わりました
Are you finished,
Chaos
Chaos Child? Or do you still have 4 more specific character routes to go before you can reach the true end? Indeed. I glared at her silently. I reminded her that the true end makes 5 routes.
あなたがその剣を取ると
If
いう
you've
のな
taken up that
ウィ
blade,
ーゼルサイスの
then
名
by
にか
my
けて
name, Weasel Scythe, I will show you no mercy.
真の覚醒へと
I
至
will
る前
accession you before you can
今ここで
undergo your
連続
true
戦をします
awakening. I didn't know what to expect. But if I didn't fight, I would die. I had to fight. I steeled myself and took a step towards Weasel Scythe. Yeah? All tropes and cliches. Anyway, now this is all back to
そんなことはどうでもいい
regular dialogue that we've already seen. Mio crushing Ito's dreams, causing him to become a murderer in the next chapter. See, if Mio had just not said, I don't care there, Ito wouldn't have had to go and kill those kids. If Mio had just appreciated that Ito is such a big fan, it could have gone different. It could have been different. Oh my god, Senri. That's crazy, bro. Wait, did we say it starts in Chapter 6, or was it after Chapter 6? The lame book animation. After? Oh, God. Well, actually, I don't think there are any delusions left now that we're in chapter 6, so it'll actually probably go pretty fast. Oh, Jesus! Getting flashbanged. They need to, like, do a trigger warning on, fast forward mode if they're gonna do a bunch of fade to whites. It's like just fucking getting... Can't wait for Gen Route. We typically, big fans of the Psy Adventure universe, call the Gen Route the true end wandering, if you don't mind. Only people who aren't in the know just call it the Gen Route, when it's obviously true end. God! I'm gonna have a stroke. Chat's lagging. Brutal. That's weird that your chat would be lagging. That song's actually pretty cool. Oh, you know it's this... This literally woke me up. Yeah, the fire animation and all the white fade to white flashbangs. Is that what woke you up, Caliman? Because I said all those fucking flashes to white needed a trigger warning. Anyway, you know it's about to be a character route in a Chaos Psy-Adventure novel because their character sprite suddenly becomes much more high definition. Here, she chooses to run instead of freeze. Get it because of the fire. Alright, so this is probably where we end the stream for the day, right? The fire animation is really funny though, Zero. It's just the... Oh, is it just the orange filter? But still, right? It's the first frame of the Arimura route, and her character sprite has a new filter right away. At least get to the chapter title? What do you mean? We've been going for 7 hours and 45 minutes. If I was asleep, my eyelids shut, I just saw it go white, black, white, black, white, black. Yeah, dude, the fast-forwarded flashbangs of white were pretty obnoxious. So this is where... This must mean, Taku doesn't use his power to stop Senri. Here. If, yeah, Arimura is ready to run out of here. What was this route called? Actually, this was Route A, wasn't it? I guess I should have... yeah, Route A. I guess I should have guessed that this was Arimura. There's no other character's name starts with A. Right? No. A just means one. Route A stands for Route Arimura, and you cannot convince me otherwise. Regardless of your logic. So Route 2 will obviously be for everyone's favorite character, 2. Their nickname for their real name, Twofer. What does Route Ill mean? You play as that ill route is for the sickly old lady that Uki was taking care of. Giga Brain. He's true. And Route 4th will obviously be for the 4th character introduced in the game. Who was the 4th character introduced? Yeah, I was gonna guess Kurisu. It'd be Kurisu or Ito, right? He's obviously Taku, technically first character, then Serika, because the game starts with the flashback, right? In Route 4, you play as the cashier lady who has 5 seconds of screen time. Ito is third, yeah. It figured it was one of the two. I figured it'd either be Kurisu or Ito. Oh, if you include Otani. Oh, that's a broader definition. That would make Ito the 4th then, right? If you include Otani. Well, then technically Serika would be much earlier as well, right? Otani is not a real character. It would be, I guess it would depend on what you define as character. Would it be, do only real characters have character sprites? Is that like visual novel racist? You're only a real character if you have a character sprite. If you don't have a sprite, you're not a real character. Ugh, I can't even read your dialogue if you don't have a character sprite. If you count when they show up, Singer is 4th. Audio bleed route! Let's go! The route everyone was waiting for. Even if the waitress at the cafe has a sprite, it's because she's a real character. Anime character discrimination. I like that the weird orange filter combined with the glare from my light and my webcam is making like this part of my face like mold, like get erased by my green screen. Taku travels back in time to save his favorite singer. The power of her hypnotic voice controls the plot of the game. She was the main character all along. What a masterful story. Ugh. Truly, peak writing. Taku real boots a time machine and pushing them off the Steins Gate World line. Oh, also, can I get some... In the Discord after the stream, can we get some, Arimura pictures to use as a thumbnail? Obviously, tomorrow's stream will have a Arimura thumbnail. But, let me know. Or drop some Arimura pictures in the Discord for me to use after the stream. Taku is actually a delusional being made by Taku, and Serika is his real friend. But yeah, need some high quality Arimura CGs in the Discord after this. Is this the proper place to end the stream for the day? I think so. Arimura route confirmed. We'll be back tomorrow with the start of the route. Will we get through more than one character route? Probably not. We'll probably finish Arimura, and then we'll set up for the next character route. That would probably be tomorrow's stream. But who knows? Maybe we'll do more. Maybe Arimura's stream is shorter, or chapter is shorter than we think. Maybe there will be no tangents. We'll just power right through it. We'll actually be done with Arimura's route in like 2 hours. We'll clear all the routes tomorrow. Who knows? You want to make sure you don't miss out on however many routes we do tomorrow by subscribing and hitting the bell button for notifications. You hit subscribe, they'll show up in your subscription feed. If you hit the bell, you'll get notifications when they go on. Arimura has like 2 CGs in common route. Yeah, I think so. She doesn't have too many. I would accept others like CGs of her though. Great stream, thank you, thank you. If you thought it was a great stream, drop a like on the stream. I'd appreciate it. Help boost it in the old YouTube algorithm. The old YouTube algorithm that always fails me. But maybe one day, with the help and the power of your likes. What about those images of Arimura? The one you just posted? It's a good picture, but it'll be hard to make work into a thumbnail. It's like, where do I go? I'll think of something though. But yeah, drop a like on the video if you can. That always helps. One of these days, real boot a successful YouTube channel with the power of everyone's likes. Use the one you sent earlier. That one's also would be hard to use, because where would I go on it? And also, YouTube thumbnails are like a rectangle. You guys both posted squares. You know, they're in that 16:9 ratio for thumbnails. That wallpaper ratio. Full one? Sure. Or other Arimura stuff. I would take that as well. But yeah, subscribe. Hit the bell button, like the video. Join the Discord to talk even after the streams are over. Everyone always talks more about side adventure stuff after the side adventure streams are done, so if you want to join the discussion, if you liked to see how chat was chatting as the stream went, go ahead and join that server. Link, again, is in the description below. Don't miss out on your opportunity to join a fun-filled server with lots of fun people. That's it, I think. Yeah, that's about it for the outro. Come back tomorrow for more Chaos Child and Arimura's route. Have a good night, everyone. Subscribe, hit the bell, like the video, join the Discord, and come back tomorrow for Arimura Gaming. Good night.